Hello everybody and welcome back. Thanks for joining me, I'm Christo. This is another edited full campaign in Victoria 3 to date as the old motherland Russia. So, in the last campaign, we played as France and we tried to go one party state. Oh my god, we're on subjecthood. We tried to go one party state, corporate state, that didn't really work. We tried to go one party state, council republic, that kind of bugged out. So my new plan is to try and go, and maybe we do it with corporate state, but I'm currently thinking we go a republic, and I think a parliamentary republic is better, because the good thing about parliamentary republic is you control who the head of state is, whereas a presidential republic, the votes control who the head of state is. Yuck. So I think probably parliamentary state republic is going to be better for us. And then I want to be probably an oligarchy at the end of the day, but I think via technocracy. But I like the idea of basically never having the trade unions and ideally the petty bourgeoisie become dominant. I want to try and keep the industrialists, secondarily the intelligentsia, as our main power block. So obviously it's going to take a long while to get there. Right now we are at 50% clout, Jesus Christ, from the Gentry Assembly, governing body representing the Russian aristocracy. So it's going to take some breaking. We are in the Tech and Res mod, which means there is no hurry, and I really like this because look at all this time we have to do things, represented as how much tech there is left to do. We are going to do some things better than I did in the last campaign. Namely, we are going to get innovating fast. In the last campaign, I think I focused too much on getting construction up versus getting innovation up early, and the effect was oh my god, we can only get 70 innovation. So we're gonna get to 70 really easily. But the effect was that we fell behind militarily. We struggled in wars against Britain and America. We are not gonna do that. We are also, can you decrease autonomy? Liberty Desire, oh, that's Finland, sorry. Like on the chartered company, can you decrease autonomy and then annex them? You have to have researched civilizing mission, that's really late. Okay, so we're probably going to release these guys early, but I do think we want, and how is our military? We have a decent sized military. We want Mexico, I think. We want Texas, we want Mexico. We're gonna draw ourselves up in opposition to the US again. I know we did it in the last game, but I don't think we ever properly exploited this land. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna grant independence to the Russian-American company, then conquer them. And then our long-term goal is, at home, we stay friendly with Prussia and Austria in the short term. Well, even into the medium term, actually. We stay friendly with Prussia into Germany and Austria, and we leverage them against Britain and France overseas. And we're going to try and dominate Africa. We're going to try and dominate large sections of North America. That's the plan. We probably also want to try and get... Let's take a look at interests. We've got plenty of interests. We want to get a treaty port with China, could be good, and we do want to win the Great Game. I can't remember, I didn't pick the Great Game thing. Does that still fire if you don't actually pick it? Maybe it doesn't. But I want to dominate the Middle East. I want to dominate oil. So we're going to have a big green blob going down like this and back up like that, I think, is the plan. But obviously early on, we're going to build some new universities. We're going to get up to 70 innovation. We're going to try and teach the Russians to read. We can't do it this way. God, is the only... We don't even have any institutions. Oh my goodness me. We're going to need a schooling system. Can you go straight to this? You have to not have state religion or serfdom. It's been a while since I've played. We might have to go... I really don't want to go religious schools, because by going religious schools, you make it so much harder to go public schools. Because it's basically just the intelligentsia that will support that shift. But with negotiations, that's probably not that difficult. So we probably do want to go religious schooling then early on. It will buff up the Orthodox, but it's not the worst thing. And the conversion is also not bad, really. But we'll see what I want to do with that. First off, let's think about companies. So, yes, Russian-American company. Go away. They give us an inconsequential amount of money. And does that actually remove them from the list? No, but I can just disband them here. Fine. Costs 900 grand. Not a big deal. We need that company slot. And I'm now going to take a look through all my companies and do the normal thing. Try and make a plan. The other thing we're going to do differently to previous games is I have not made my GDP per capita go up meaningfully in previous games. I want the wealth of the everyman to become significantly more impactful. Was he really good? No, he's just a moderate. I want to have a really nice consumer economy, which we have not really had so much in previous ones. So we're gonna focus on trying to get an empowered consumer economy a bit this time. But let me go and have a look at some what do you call it? Some companies, and we'll make a plan for the early game companies wise. In fact, because, well, I'm tempted to save Scum, because we can just restart the whole campaign until they do this. I'm tempted to save Scum, Mexico just handing over California. But I don't think I want to do that. I think what I want to do is go to war with them, claim some of these states, and if we can fit it into the war, get rid of their claims so that we can start colonizing these states. Because we have frontier colonization, don't we? No, we have no colonial affairs, but we should be able to get colonial exploitation pretty easily. No one actually backs this. What kind of governments could we get in? We could get the clergy in, but I don't think the clergy are going to back this. Interesting. Okay, we can't actually get colonial affairs. Okay, so we'll just take some land off them and then do another war against them to cancel some of their claims. I think that is actually the move. Just to do a quick early war against Mexico, get all that. And the presence, having taken that land, it does mean that we're in constant conflict with the US. But I think what that honestly does is it keeps us on our toes. It means that we keep a decent military presence, we keep a decent convoy set up so that we can assert ourselves around the world. I think that's fine. Okay, here's the company plan. Once again, we are going the paper company. I feel like, especially as big countries, this is just really good. The prestige paper is so nice. These guys also have wood, which obviously is going to be really good for us because there's massive potential for wood depeasanting in Russia. The new Russia company in premium steel. Now, they overlap on steel, I know, but this gives us coverage on iron, coal, steel, and then this one we're taking for, and this gives us premium iron, and then this gives us premium steel, so we're stacking that throughput up in the production chain. We add railways to this, although maybe there's a better railway company actually. Let me have a quick look. No, I think this is probably what we want to do. So we're going to put railways on this company, which gives us coverage on iron, steel, coal, and railways, which is just huge early on, obviously. And then we have Kiev Premium Steel. Kiev Premium Steel, and we're going to build that first. Because Kiev Premium Steel takes... where's it gone? What's the symbol look like again? Where have you gone? There you are. Just takes you have 5 steel things, whereas the other one requires us that we invent the Bessemer process. So obviously we start a bit behind, but we're going to be able to get the steel company when we get... Where is it? Well, anyway, sooner. Bessemer process, here we go. Or is Bessemer process the most basic steel manufacturing? I forget. Let me look. Can we make a steel plant right now? Yeah, we can. Okay, good. So we're going to be able to make Kiev Premium Steel first. That will give us the 5-stage construction and start making premium steel. And my hope is that basically by doing it first and by giving it trade rights, that will be a more wealthy company when we establish the new Russia Company Limited, which means that this one will keep buying up the steel buildings, and therefore we get more premium steel. But just the 5% construction alone makes this incredibly, incredibly valuable. So we're going to do that. Kupas, once again, we did this in the last campaign, but I think it's good. Getting access to Athens early is not going to be that difficult as Russia. Prestige tools, infrastructure throughput, steel mills throughput, very nice. To Kiev Premium Steel, we add trade rights, but neither of these, I think. Or perhaps we add coal and then remove it once we get New Russia Company. And then these two to help with our military. And I like the idea of United Key munition producers going kind of levy en masse style, you know, 10% military good cost, plus we can get the sulfur and the explosives and the ammunition, again, going for kind of full production line, production chain efficiency there, which I think will be good. And then this, if we want to, we can add cars to it later, but early on it's just about making it cheaper for us to build guns, giving us prestige small arms, and the 5% army offense and defense. That's the plan on companies. Early on, the plan for research is, I think, to mostly, we need to get a bit of, where's the, is it romanticism? Something, what unlocks the next level? Well, actually, I'm not sure we do, but I think we focus on production tech, basically, is what I'm getting at here. Because there is some stuff in here that allows, yeah, like dialectics. We do want dialectics for the education investment. But before we have an education system, the best way, I think, that we can change our political situation is through production, is through industrializing, is through de-peasanting. So I think a focus on production early, trying to avoid any conflicts so we don't need too much of this, although we probably should get skirmish infantry if we're going to try and go toe-to-toe with the Americans. Yeah, hopefully paddle steamers and balloons spread to us quite quickly. Yes, but focusing on production early, because we're really, really badly behind technologically, obviously. So an early play against Mexico, followed by a play against Greece. Maybe Greece first, actually, because Greece is going to be really quick and easy. And then just basically, you know, classic early game stuff. We're trying to de-peasant. We're trying to establish as healthy an army and economy as we can. Where's legitimacy? There it is. And we will take it more or less from there. We do have a Imperial power block, which I think we will keep. It's going to be interesting just to do a bit differently from a trade block. We may end up adding in trade after all. I think it's probably time we took advanced research for this one. I think the max innovation from that is going to be a really big advantage since we're starting from behind. Once we get really ahead on tech, we can probably get rid of this, replace it with something else. And defensive cooperation is pretty useless, so we'll get rid of that. I don't remember if the third one's any good. No, they're useless. So we'll get rid of defensive cooperation. But yeah, we'll need to work on relations with our bloc members there. Good, that's the plan. Some de-peasanting, early war against Mexico and Greece, and then just trying to really focus on holding on to some American possessions while industrializing, getting people literate, getting people reading. That's the plan. Right, so I went a little early on this this play. So oh no, I did have an interest here. Why couldn't I take Arizona from them? Anyway, we just took Texas. That works for me. Now we conquer Texas. The US might back them. I don't think they will. And if they do back them, I think we can beat the US early. So we'll try that. If it doesn't work, you know, we can just, it's early on, we can just try again. Because I mean, if we could take Texas and liberate New Africa early, it would really neuter the US. So let's give it a go. Oh yeah, and I can't build universities because we don't have any capacity to make media right now. We have not invented the concept of media. Nice. US declared they are uninterested. Should I not have got a pop-up about that? Maybe I did. Maybe it was a moment ago. So we will be unopposed in our yoinking of Texas. Good stuff. 2 good states that will draw pops into our nation from migration. And we're building paper mills because I want to get the paper company going as soon as possible. Bit of a problem. Our men aren't going to get to the front in time. So I think we're going to have to do a naval invasion from like the Dneper HQ. Because we're not going to get there in time. That's annoying. I completely forgot that you don't start with trains. So we have been overbuilding in the capital. And it's going to take so long before we get there. Is there any other way to get infrastructure? Why can't I put a port on one of these rivers. Let me put a port here. This is not happening. Damn it, that's so annoying. So I have, I mean, that's bad. Market access below 100 in the capital is, I mean, it's not good. I think I need to destroy some of my construction sector that I've just built here. That is tragic. That is tragic. We'll rebuild it. We'll rebuild it somewhere else. But I need room to put paper here so that I can get the paper company. That's so dumb of me. Oh, Greece. It's very nice of you to absolve our obligation, lowering our infamy. In unrelated news, welcome to being a protectorate. We were literally just waiting for that to tick down before we attacked them. Okay, we've got a modernization movement, so we're going to try and push from serfdom to tenant farmers. This would reduce the protected subsistence employment and the minimum subsistence share and all that good stuff. It will also allow us to pass various other laws. Will we pull it off? Well, it depends how well we can negotiate, basically. We'll see. There's no one to negotiate with? Why not? You can only negotiate with people to support it if they are in government. I didn't know that. Put them in government, and then we'll negotiate. We have secured armed forces support in exchange for doing colonial exploitation next, which I'd love to do. Ooh. I meant to get in on this play. Never mind. Not a big deal. We'll do colonial exploitation next, so that's fine. I don't mind passing that at all. And once we have this passed, by the way, this is possible, I think I mentioned this, but we have a modernization movement now, which of course I am bolstering as much as I can. That will be important. We could imprison this guy. Would give a bit more activism, but I don't think that's necessary. We finally invented the concept of media, by the way. So we're building a bunch of media content up here so that we can then build in Ingra, because it's on the port, so we can build ports to give us some infrastructure so that we can finally build a bunch more universities. Oh yes, and a few more minor wars. We took this, it just seems good to have some adjacency to Congo for when we want to, you know, get our colonizing on. And we're working on all of our subjects, of course, trying to get them down to being puppets so that we can resolve the steppe problems. We got 7 years, so plenty of time on that, I think. But I'm still going to try and focus it. Oh, first tick, straight onto consideration. Nice. We've got quite a big chance for advances. So, yeah, I really feel like we've pretty much got this one in the bag, but still, that's a nice start. Nice. We turned off a bunch of our education decrees to give ourselves a bunch more authority, and that meant this passed pretty darn fast. It does disallow internal migration for peasants. I assume that serfdom does that too, right? Yeah. It even disables mass migration. So we have tenant farmers, which is good. It's still, you know, still pretty pro landowners, and we did need to annoy the landowners to get that passed. So you've got this forced to cooperate thing, but they'll tick back towards relatively happy with us. We also passed dedicated police force, by the way. We started on none, so the landowners backed going to dedicated. Next up, a professional army would be good, but I don't think we really can't afford to annoy the landowners. They're too powerful. I don't want to be losing. Bad Boyars is a really funny name. National Guard? National Guard's pretty good. I don't like the lowered political activism, but this would give us a huge perceived size of army strength. And just 3% is not too bad. Giving us some just a huge number of conscripts so that the world thinks we're scary. That seems like a good idea to me. We can't do any other taxation laws because we have to not have traditionalism. To get off traditionalism, we're going to need some success chance, basically. And right now, no one supports any of this. Well, that's not true. The modernization movement supports interventionism. So why is there 0 there? Oh, because they're not mad enough. Right. Their annoyance will tick back up as they get over the fact that we just went to peasant farmers. So in the meantime, yeah, let's get a National Guard established. That seems prudent. Whether we'll succeed, I don't know. This is not as urgent as the other one either, so I'm going to go back to promoting social mobility in our most populous states. So the maximum. Actually, that's probably not sensible, is it? I'm doing it that way, but given that peasants can't migrate internally, I should do it in states that I'm actually going to industrialize. So places like this that have coal, iron, and common ore mines. Even though there's less people here, I think working on getting the people that can, that are there capable of reading. But I should centralize more than that, shouldn't I? The difficulty is these places are all struggling to employ. I think partly because we had this minimum subsistence employment in incorporated states thing. So I think hopefully that will be largely resolved now. I could be doing consumption taxes, by the way, but they're just so little money relative to the amount we're actually getting from normal taxes. I just don't think it's worth it, honestly. So yeah, I will just keep promoting ye old reading. Even if the people can't move, them being able to read increases our overall literacy rate, which will improve our cap, which we are, yeah, 75. It's rising. It's rising, but we're slowly building up to it, slowly. We're struggling just because the media industries are struggling to employ, but it's productive, so they should eventually. I completely forgot. We shouldn't do National Guard right now. We should be doing colonial exploitation. We promised the armed forces that we would. So I am trying to pass religious schools. I know it will make it more difficult to go to public schools later on, but it's got to be done. We need some kind of education system to start getting nationwide education access. It's just got to be done. And we're negotiating. I keep giving the armed forces power because they're patriotic. Loyalist, which means they support good taxation methods. So I'm okay with giving them some power. Oh, this is going about as well as I could possibly expect. We had a 10% bonus, 1 pass, and now with this, 2 passes. Nice. And there's still like no chance of a debate or stall. It's just no one opposes this basically. And we're researching the Bessemer process very soon, finally, which is going to be good. I should probably set up... Right, if I'm going to stick true to what I was saying, we need Keith Premium Steel, which we obtain... Remind me. We have to build 5 steel mills, I think. Oops, don't open potential. There's way too many in there. Where is it? Okay, it's Moscow Premium Steel now, but it's any incorporated state, so we can build it wherever we want. Yeah, because we do want to found this one first to get the steel, ideally. And then this one will take the iron, and then with both of those industries in, I feel like that's going to really help our kind of production loop. Our budget is just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. I think what we should... Oh, you know what we should do with the budget? What if we fight Ming? While they still have the horrendous Opium Wars penalties. Yeah. Yeah, let's fight Ming and take money off them. We've got a lot of infamy right now. Let's open their market, which reduces Britain's competitive advantage. No, let's just humiliate so that we have as much infamy available, and then just take a huge chunk of money out of Ming. I was wondering how I could spend my infamy. That seems like a good way to do it. Nice. This actually passed so fast. I haven't finished building the administration I need to like manage the schooling. We can only have the first level for now, but still 10% national education access. Really good get. Yoink. There we go. Pretty infamy expensive, but does give us a pretty tasty income from diplomatic pacts. No, from... It doesn't show in this list. They added it to this tooltip. Treaties, but didn't add it here. Wow. We also get some money from Prussia, which is nice. They were prepared to pay for... I don't want to weaken the intelligentsia. They were prepared to pay for military access. Prussia was. So, $3,000 a year for 25 years from Prussia. Don't mind if I do. When this one runs out, by the way, we should definitely take... what do you call it? Beijing. Just seems sensible for the bonus. And I think in long term, I want to own directly a lot of China. And we'll get... This is where I don't think we're going to be able to get much population from migration, basically, because we're so backwards. But we can get a lot of population from China instead. Yeah, with that in mind, actually, I think I'm going to start spending my infamy, just bit by bit, taking chunks out of China. Yikes! I did not realize how high our interest rate is. That's really bad. we need to spend less money as a matter of some urgency. Cut that training rate. Cut those government wages. We cannot be losing this much money. Right, damn. We had some guarantees for Wallachia and Serbia, or some support independences at the beginning of the game, and it looks like they're calling them due. So, war with the Ottoman, which gets various people independence, which we can get them into our power block, which will be useful. So, it's useful. It's good. If we can get them into our power block, we'll be able to, but it's going to cost some money while we're doing it, which is less than ideal. What the hell is that noise? Oh, right. That's the YouTube. Jesus Christ, that's so loud. Oh my god. I had a Premiere up on another screen. I forgot I opened that tab. But yeah, this should be a pretty easy war. Yeah, just frustrating because it's expensive, basically. But if it means we can get these guys into the power block and then use the fact that it's a, you know, sovereign empire to just get them as... Oh, hey, they back down. Even better. Nice. Okay, so now we can get all these guys in the power block. And thereby make them our subjects. Can you tell it's the springtime of nations, by the way? Belgium Civil War, French Civil War, Swedish Civil War. All right, let's see. National Guard. Right now we have 222 plus 672. And after National Guard, we have 222 plus 672. That seems unlikely. Try again at the end of the week, perhaps. No, it doesn't change it. Are you kidding me? The number that you can mobilize is the same, and neither of them are what this tooltip says or what this tooltip says. Amazing. We should probably go professional army then, because we just get, if we get the same amount of mobilization. Oh, I'm an idiot. I take it all back. You have to actually add them. Here they are. Not that many more though, I guess, because you can only get 25 out of each state. At most. Fair enough. Well, the modernization movement is getting less mad. Not enough radical supporters. Well, we might have to make some radicals then. High taxes. We need radicals so that modernizers get mad, basically. Working towards railways, by the way. Atmospheric engine is spreading, so that's nice. We're getting Bessemer process. Then with mechanical tools, we'll be able to finally get railways, which means we'll be able to start industrializing and going tall and doing things like building a bunch of stuff in Russia and building more in Kharkov. Should be good. Oh, that's a good get. This is not it's not progression, but 20% pop political attraction for the modernization movement permanently. Oh, baby. That's actually really, really good. That is a phenomenal modifier. Where is the, where are these modifiers listed? Here we are. Yeah, 20% forever. I mean, that's good, because, I mean, we want this, we want this, we want this. We probably, I mean, we want this, which they want more than what we have. We want this, which they want more than what we have. Very nice. Just happily industrializing on the coast, of course, because it's where we're able to actually build infrastructure at the moment. Is this employed up? It has. Gonna need at least 2 more of those. Just, yeah, quietly industrializing, let our infamy go down, relishing the cash that we're getting off both Prussia and Austria, paying us for military access now. We're getting some off Qing. Qing's not in the best place. I'm not sure what's going on with these flags, by the way. Ooh, that's kind of trippy, huh? But yeah, Qing's not having a great time. Professional army ticking along. Mostly just industrializing here. We are now on very high taxes, and I've plowed in a bunch of consumption taxes as well, because I really don't want us to end up paying more interest, because we're already paying a hefty amount of interest. But equally, I don't want to slow down. I want to get this iron, this tools all going here at best pace. Oh yes, and Russian paper is prospering. Prestige goods are on the way. Very nice. All right, there we go. Professional army. Now, I think that does radically lower the number of men we can mobilize. 527, I'm assuming is going to drop. Yes, it did drop dramatically. Okay. Cool, because now we only have the ones from National Guard. It says 300, but I did put some into the other armies, didn't I? Yeah, okay. Cool, so that, I mean, that hugely reduces our presence on the world stage. If America makes a play for these right now, I think we would be in trouble. But we have our alliances. We'll hope that that's enough. I wonder if we can become friendly with France. I really wish it was simpler to get that view. Because, yeah, I mean, if we have to turn on Prussia to swap their alliance for an alliance with France, that would be a very good deal for us. Because, obviously, you know, we kind of sandwich Prussia. Cause problems for them. That was timely. They demand that we return Oklahoma. Okay. Truce for 5 years? Sure thing. Sure thing. And now we have people in an anti-Russian anti-American association, which is perfect. Because now we can be anti-American and get rewarded for it. Perfect. Yeah, 5-year truce just for losing Oklahoma. That's great. So when is our truce with America now? We need to be ready for the next one, ideally. Though, if they do another demand, I don't want to give them Texas. You know what we should do? Yeah, you know what we should do? We should take some land off Mexico so that when America demands land next, they might demand the land we took off Mexico. That would be funny. Yeah, let's take these 3 states off Mexico. I think that works. I'm going to take Sind first. We're going to protectorate Sind, partly because I need more members of my power block to unlock my last slot here. We only have 6, we need 10. Partly because there's opium to be had down here, which we need for our military and for healthcare and stuff. So we will get on that. But then, yeah, I think taking land off Mexico so that it makes it more likely America threatens, because I only really want California and Texas over there. So these are the really rich, valuable states that I think are worth holding on to. But if we have to give them up, we will give them up, because we're not in a position to fight America right now. Our military is out of date. But we are updating it. We've got General Staff of Skirmish Infantry and Field Works coming up soon. Now this is promising. I actually missed the event when this happened. I think it was just a normal handover of power. But the gentry somehow got a modernizer. I guess we did have a 36% chance for a modernizer because the modernization movement is so potent. That's really lucky. So we have this modernizer. He's 36, which means we've got quite a bit of time to get some use out of him, actually. Oh, hell yeah. Where's the chance for authoritarian coming from, by the way? We're kind of okay with authoritarians. But the thing is, anyway, the Gentry Assembly support it. Support modernization, which means kick the armed forces out of government. So we just have the Orthodox, who we can negotiate with, because they're authoritarian, but I think they're fine with stuff. Now, we can't go laissez-faire, because we have factory councils, which give... No, sorry, not factory councils. We have the guild system, which gives 30% less qualifications, which is really bad. And then you have minimum worker-owned stuff, which is kind of good in some ways, but not what we want. We want laissez-faire. I think it's just so good for meaning you have to micro the economy less, which is nice, because I like being the guiding hand without having to do everything. And the capitalist investment pool and shopkeeper investment pool is really valuable. We are spending our whole investment pool right now, so we urgently want more investment. So we need to change the guild system, and then we go laissez-faire. And if that guy's still around, I mean, the world is our oyster right now. We could do free trade. We probably don't want free trade. I think we want protectionism. This gives trade advantage for exports, but worse for imports. I generally do prefer exporting to importing. So maybe this is okay. Anyway, we might want to go free trade. But this guy's amazing. They don't support elected. That's a shame. Our institutions are very expensive. Although appointed would probably be better, actually. Yeah, you know what? I know appointed is often worse later on, but we should go... Appointed would be really good. Just for the political strength of bureaucrats. Anyway, for now, we definitely need to get off guild systems. The question is, what do we want to do here? This is only 10% trade unions. which is fine, really. Because I don't want a strong socialist, anarchist, communist, or labor movement. Maybe, I guess we wouldn't mind a strong labor movement, but we certainly don't want a communist movement. And this giving less radical some political movements is good, because we're going to have a lot of political movements that are unhappy. So this is an easy pass with them in charge. Who's actually opposing it? Just because our ruler is a traditionalist, right? Yeah. Okay. So I asked earlier, by the way, does it matter what ideology the ruler has? And yeah, it does slightly. But yeah, let's go right to associate. That's fine. We're happy with the, we're not anti-worker. It's just that they're not well placed to rule the country. It's something that needs to be done by the industrialists. So sure, let's go right to associate. And then we can't negotiate with the Orthodox to back it because timed modifier active negotiation deal. Ah, yes, right. We have to raise the standard of living in the next 5 years, so before we can negotiate with them again. But still, 33% chance to succeed, 10% to stall, and all the rest is advance. So very, very good odds that we'll be able to pass that pretty quickly. Nice. So we pass that, then we pass laissez-faire, and then we're booming, baby. I kind of like having to play around where you have infrastructure. Like we're gonna end up urbanizing the Black Sea coast quite a bit. Well, not urbanizing, industrializing, just because this is where I can build ports. Run out of peasants here, so I'm pivoting to here and here as our next two urbanization bits before we get those the old railways. We are doing some other research first because I realized in order to get skirmish infantry, I need ammunition. In order to get ammunition, I need explosives. In order to get explosives, I need intensive agriculture. So we're going to do that first. Mappy is the best thing that's ever happened to this game by some margin. I love the motivation to build locally. So Samara here is becoming our munitions center. We're building chemical factory, explosive munitions, some tooling workshops because it's got sulfur. So we're going to use the sulfur to do all this. And we're going to keep the price of sulfur high by steadily increasing the amount of bleaching that we're doing. So Samara gets to benefit from all of that. And having these locally will mean that each is more efficient, which is nice. Here, we're going to set up our first... I assume this is pronounced Herson rather than Curson. I'm not actually sure. Anyway, it's going to be our first steel mill. So we're getting some steel mills, some tooling workshops, which will use the steel, and a nice ratio of iron to coal to keep the steel mills locally provided for. We will also want some alloys now I think about it. Yeah, that's annoying. This place doesn't have local... common ores and copper for alloys, but that's okay. This will make a loss early on, so I think I will subsidize that. I'm also going to subsidize the steel mills until they get up and running, just so they start employing up quickly. We've had absolutely no problems, by the way. I don't think I showed you that we did pass the right to associate, and now we're sailing through towards laissez-faire. No problems had. Yeah, only an advancement that time, but still. I'm feeling very lucky on laws. Like, the fact that we got this modernizer is just kind of bonkers good. It's letting us absolutely plow through, which is good because literally all the other interest groups are all authoritarian rather than modernizer, which is funny. I'm wondering, with all of these guys, yeah, no one endorses this, but if we went to landed voting or wealth voting and then to technocracy or something, we haven't invented it yet anyway. We'll see what we can do. Also, of course, all this sulfite pressing is dramatically bringing down the price of paper, which is great for our budget. So I'm very much enjoying that. God, I forgot this also gave you minus 15% mappy. Oh, it's going to be so good to get rid of this. We are timesing by 1.25 the amount of capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency. Because we're going from minus 50% to plus 25. That's pretty good. 50 to 125 times. Sorry, yeah, times 2.5. No, 2.25? A lot. I am building a bunch more administrations, government administrations here because we can do lots of logging and sulfur and therefore paper, and then the paper goes into the government administration. And the one upside of traditionalism is this minus 25% bureaucracy population cost multiplier. So we need to have some spare for when we pass the law. Okay, pretty serious political moment in the history of Central Europe. France versus Prussia. Spain and Brazil leaning France. If we were to back France and then fight, France's victory would be relatively assured. We don't have much infamy available. I would like... I mean, stealing these states off them would do serious damage to them. We can only take one state, though. We're obviously friendly with Prussia at the moment, but we could side against them. You know, if we just went in there with, like, liberate Pomerania, it would just be this state, I think. I mean, it's very expensive, infamy-wise. But it would permanently weaken them. Problem is we can't... This is the one we'd want to take. And this is the one we'd have to take instead. Just for the adjacency. We can't obviously make our own play against Prussia right now. Is Prussia going to win this on their own? Because I don't want Prussia to win either. I don't want Prussia to form the North German Federation, probably. But maybe we don't worry about it. Maybe we don't need to get our fingers in the pie because it would be kind of fun to face a strong Prussia. I think that's okay logic. In which case, perhaps we should side with Prussia. But then what do we want? Like a French money transfer? Is that not in here? Ah, here it is. I mean, we could go in and say, hey, I don't mind being pretty infamous for 22 grand. No, I think we just let them fight it out. Prussia initiated, by the way, which is why our defensive pact doesn't obligate us to help them. Oh, Austria siding with Prussia. Now it makes it more tempting to side with Prussia. Just to kind of be on the right side of this conflict from these two perspectives. But I think we're okay. Here's the invite from France. They'll give us Krakow. Oh, how generous of you. No. What about a transfer of... I mean, a transfer of Hungary. No, they wouldn't even do it. Nice. There's laissez-faire. And in a single sweep of modernization, we find ourselves in a very, very nice situation, honestly. Looking pretty modernized already. Not much else we can do. I mean, we could go free trade. Trade advantage is good. But the problem is not being able to offer people no tariffs in trade deals hurts. Why would I not go free trade? If it's just for that, that's not a good enough reason. And I think it is just for that. Sure, we lose some revenue. Who cares? Tariff and subvention. Tariff revenue is, I mean, not to get political, but tariff revenue is not real. It's your economy's losing it anyway. You can just tax them more in other ways. That's fine. It just hurts the trades. And you do want more trade. 25% trade advantage. The swing from what we're on at the moment is a 50%, well, no, from 75 to 125, better than 50% increase in trade advantage. The more we can export, the more we can make locally, the more we can make money. I feel like free trade is probably the way. What's this? The organic statute. More acceptance, less acceptance of Polish statute and more fervor. Interesting. This was previously backed by the Gentry Assembly. I guess that was their previous top ideology. This is where we have a problem at the moment. But we do have a lot of Russians. As you can see, 52 million. It's a shame that the modernizer doesn't want to do this. Because this would be good. Well, actually, there is a legitimate government that doesn't have the Orthodox Church in it. We could start passing it. Under this balance, we could start passing it. What do I need for proportional and tax, by the way? You have to invent egalitarianism. How far are we off that? Not far, right? Isn't... Oh, that's empiricism. Where's egalitarianism? I don't see it. Can you search on here? No. It's EU5 tech. There it is. Yeah, egalitarianism's not far off. Nice. If we can get egalitarianism in and then go straight to proportional taxation, Jesus Christ, we are off to the races. So yeah, I think this government, which obviously is contested, so, you know, way more enactment time. It'll take a while to get it done. And then, where's freedom of conscience? I don't see it. Would it not have government support? Hang on. In this state of affairs, freedom of conscience, where's the stall chance coming from? Us having the traditionalist ideology hurts it, yeah. And the orthodox traditionalist movement. You know what? We have quite a bit of money right now. Cancel the less impactful consumption taxes. That traditionalist movement is going to cause us problems. Let's start stamping down on that. Now, do we still want to do this? Is there anything that we can get through? Yeah, we can't get this through. Appointed bureaucrats? Surprises me. Oh, the Gentry Assembly actually directly opposed that one. Yeah, fair enough. We could negotiate with them potentially. The Gentry Assembly are like super happy right now, right? Yeah. I bet we could negotiate with them. So we bring the intelligentsia in. They're authoritarian, so the Tsar is okay with it. That's just roleplay, by the way. And then, oh hey, we could do freedom of conscience. And if we negotiate with the Gentry Assembly, freedom of conscience is obviously a lot better. We need empiricism for separation. Intelligentsia. How do you feel about this law? Where's the overview of laws? Isn't there a way to see? Like, is that just for ideologies? But you, where do I see it? I guess I can see it here. Anti-clerical. Okay, they endorse freedom of conscience, but they still would like total separation. Okay, good. So even if we go freedom of conscience, we can go total separation with the help of the intelligentsia in the future. Would we rather have freedom of conscience or appointed bureaucrats? The 25 tax capacity is good. Again, we're losing the 25% bureaucracy population cost modifier, but that's okay because we don't mind building more bureaucracy right now. It's good for our company. It's good for local tax base. Do we want appointed bureaucrats? I think we want... Yes. Okay, we want to get off church and state so that we can get onto public schooling. Public schooling is 2% better education access per level. Yeah. Okay, so we will lose some authority doing this, but I think let's go... Or do we just wait for empiricism? How long is it really? We're getting dialectics. Oh, empiricism. Sorry, I was thinking of egalitarianism. Empiricism is even higher up. We're actually doing that next. Okay, we'll wait for empiricism on that. In the meantime... Oh, geez, we could go cultural exclusion right now. Now, the difficulty from this is if we go cultural exclusion, it's going to be much harder to go multiculturalism. But multiculturalism is always difficult. If we can go multiculturalism with the support of the landowners, they're super loyal, so they're okay with it. That seems really, really good. We'd be able to invite so many more agitators. And the... Yeah, God, right now they support graduated taxation. Okay. We need to scrap fieldworks. We need egalitarianism stat. Which means... Well, this is spreading, so... I think we just go straight to this, and I pay quite close attention. It's costing 10k. You've got to go off it to see why it costs what it costs, don't you? It's costing an extra 200. So when we're within... Sorry, 2,000. So within 2,100, we switch from researching this to researching empiricism. I just don't want to waste the spread on empiricism. But if we can go straight to proportional taxation in 2 years, that's crazy. In the meantime... Oh, here we go, presidential republic. In the meantime, we pass freedom of conscience, which annoys the orthodox, but that doesn't matter. Well, what do I... No, I wait for total separation. So what do we pass right now? I feel like we need to use this moment in time. I guess we pass an easy free trade, and we'll be able to pass that before the 2 years are up. And this makes the gentry even happier, which means they'll be all the more willing to pass future stuff. And we negotiate and give them political... Come on, political concessions. Political concessions. Yes! Political concessions. Nice. Very nice. This is, I mean, we're going to be able to get cultural exclusion, proportional taxation, free trade, laissez-faire, total separation before, like, the 50s end. This is crazy good. Hope it all works out that way. Just one impact, one great impact of the many changes we've made to our economy recently, our politics rather. Interest rate down to 4% from 10. Very nice. Railways unlocked. Now, I don't know if we want to build a lot of these right out of the gate. They are quite expensive, but they give so much infrastructure. I think we probably should actually, yeah. It's going to allow us to actually start building up some of these states rather than having to do it all through ports. Although it has been useful to do it through ports to mean that we now could put a lot more of our army overseas. And in fact, we should test that. How much of our army could we currently put overseas before it caused a convoy shortage? But yes, we will. Oh God, look at that. Look at that. Oh, I love you, investment pool. Immediately infrastructures, that is to say railways going up. Railways going up in all important provinces. Oh, so good. Nice. The Kherson alloy plants are online. And once they fully start going, that means we're going to be able to finally put our tools onto, I say finally, it's been like half an hour, put our tools onto steel tools, which is going to be really good. Giving us a nice big boost to the number of tools we're going to be able to output, which means we're going to be able to crank more stuff. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I am still kind of intending to try and meet this. Oh God, it's so soon. We are going to delay this, but I think we're going to be able to do this. I want to do it for the Hero of the Common Man modifier. I want to be able to make some Orthodox people loyalists. If we drop the taxes, it would work. I think that it would basically happen just from us dropping the taxes, because it would leave them with so much more money. It also will probably happen when we pass the new taxation law. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's also you read Night Watch? Is it? No, it's Thud, I think, where good old Bobby, Sam Vimes, is saying everything feels like it's going too well. I feel like there's a wave of darkness must be approaching. That's what I feel like now as Russia. This is all going far too well. An amusing downside of the fact that we are now on laissez-faire and therefore have 3 and a bit times the amount of reinvestment we were getting for about 42k before, is that suddenly I have way less government construction to use. Of course we can solve that, because we can now afford a whole bunch more construction sectors, but I'm going to pay down our debt first, because I don't like paying interest. I know it's, well, no, we can build just a little bit more. I don't like paying interest in this game. I know it's optimal, I just don't like it. It leaves me with less room to screw up. Okay, and there we go. We can put basically our whole fleet to sea at once at the moment. We will increase the size of the port here still more, just so that we can know that we can do that in the future. But that is good news. Obviously, if we mobilized, we couldn't, but that's a good benchmark to know what we're capable of doing overseas. I've also done something I should have done before. We did dramatically. I mean, how can I say no to a bunch more construction? We've got all our authority free, or not all of it, but enough to give us the 100% bonus, so that we can try and pass laws as fast as possible. While we have this incredible setup. Also, the armed forces just went modernizer. I didn't notice. That's so good. Oh, and hello, jingoists. Hello, jingoist petit bourgeoisie, that is to say. It's also occurred to me, I don't need the intelligentsia in power right now, because the landowners support mercantilism and they support proportional taxation, which is just bonkers. But that means we can pass this way faster. Nice. Got rid of the -50 from unstable government. So good. There's free trade. Gimme proportional taxation. I can't believe, I mean, I kind of can believe it, but it's insanely good that we're going to be able to get proportional taxation. We could put, is there a government that we can get someone else in that supports this? Yep. This is a valid government. Gives us another 5%. Get those modernizers in. Nice. There's not even a debate chance. It's just advance to success. We're living the dream. Oh, welcome to the stage, industrialists. They are reformers. Interesting. They're also absolutely thrilled by our setup because they love that we moved to free trade and laissez-faire. Nice. Proportional taxation taking a little bit longer than we would have liked, but it's always going, I mean, with no stall chance and no debate chance, it's only going in one direction. I started to play against Egypt, completely forgetting that the Ottomans are under Egypt. So I guess we'll fight the Ottomans too. Whoops. There's proportional taxation. Very nice. does actually tank our income right now. I should have considered the fact that it actually might not be good for our income in the short term. But it's still a very good thing in the long term. For sure. For sure. Yeah, the fact that we didn't have many dividends and we were previously extracting a huge amount of wealth from our pops is going to make this a little interesting. We might have to downsize construction a little bit to avoid this causing a serious problem. But we have a big economy. We have a big credit limit. I think we'll probably be okay. Yeah, obviously, because we more or less just stopped taxing 72% of the population. But long term, it's still going to be good. And now, we still have a contested government. Right, we can't do total separation because we have... we need the other guys in government for that. What was the other thing you wanted to do? It was total separation and cultural exclusion, right? Yeah, both of which will require a highly illegitimate government. It's not that illegitimate, though. Not that bad. There's nothing else we can do just as them, right? Nothing else that's useful anyway? Yeah, not really. Okay, but we could put... Yeah, we put the intelligentsia in, which does, I mean, it does cause some friction. We're unstable, so it'll be slow. But slow and steady, not that one. Slow and steady will give us cultural exclusion. Nice. I think that will work. Because we can... No, we can't negotiate with the gentry. It's only... because it's 2 or more steps. Already letting the law through due to high approval. That's right. Nice. So yeah, not great odds. We need to bring in like the clergy to negotiate with, but there's no one else we can put in here. Okay, we can put the armed forces in, but only 4%. I think we'll roll a dice on some debates. Just as this war breaks out, it occurs to me, I should have liberated Iraq. It's a good oil field. We'll do that in a future war against the Ottomans, I guess. This war's for Sinai, by the way. I can't remember if I mentioned that. We're obviously going to take Sinai, and when I get a little bit less infamy, we're going to go take Panama so we can get the canal companies. No problems pushing here at the start, it looks like. We're just going to go straight for the capital. Win that way. Yikes. Mexico backed down against the US, so there goes all that land to the US. They're definitely going to be a problem. There we go. Nice easy war for Sinai. Cultural exclusion. We got a good event. It does buff up the petty bourgeoisie, which is not ideal, but... Give me Sinai, which we will incorporate. It has got tons of turmoil, obviously, at the moment, but we'll incorporate it, and then... do I really want to wait to incorporate it before we get the canal going? We will see. We will see. We have the Suez survey ongoing. We'll see how difficult it would be to build, and then take a decision on that basis. I'm shifting, so we're building up Samara as one of our kind of industrialized spots because of all this lovely sulfur, which is going to be turned into munitions. We don't need that many during the war, but still. Do I want the vassalization ones, by the way? It's more authority per subject each tick, isn't it? Yeah, the authority is just very nice to have. I can put in some more... No, I think actually I would rather go back to doing some social mobility. Anyway, we're building up Samara, but then after that we're going to go and do some serious industrializing in Moscow just because I think it will be beneficial in the long run to have some pretty decent industries here in the capital. There is some coal here and some iron, so we can do some good stuff there. But yeah, getting a bunch of tooling up in the capital to keep this industrial machine of ours flowing. We are going to begin building the Suez Canal. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be painful. It's going to take basically 4 years, and it's going to take about a third of our construction capacity. Oh, hey, cultural exclusion. Hey, I didn't even notice that we were that close to it. Nice, very nice. So now, time for total separation. Now. The Orthodox are very unhappy, and these guys are protesting, so that's not going to happen, is it? We need to make the Orthodox... They're never going to agree to it, though, are they? Are they 2 steps away? Yeah, because we're on state religion and we're trying to go to total separation. They're never going to back that. They're never going to negotiate. I believe they never negotiate if it's 2 steps away from what they want. And by 2 steps, to be clear, I mean, you know, oppose to... support, rather opposed to neutral support would be 2 steps, I think. Well, we could do appointed bureaucrats instead. Because right now we're actually spending more on institutions than people right now. And we're going to put, we're going to get a lot more institutions than we have right now. But this is opposed by the gentry, isn't it? Yeah, even though it's not necessarily as effective, I quite like the political strength of bureaucrats this gives. This will annoy the gentry, but not enough for them to actually oppose it. We can't get that action about pharmaceuticals. I think we do pass appointed bureaucrats, which will give us... Okay, that will bring people actually above institutions. But it lowers the political strength of aristocrats, which is good for us. And then... we could potentially do this if we do... So what do they want? What would you like? Why isn't this laid out like this, by the way? This is such a nice way of showing it. I guess these are predetermined rather than algorithmically established, because liberal will always have this set up, whereas these guys won't. They would like legal guardianship. It's not the worst idea. Some birth rate, but I think the workforce ratio is too valuable. There's nothing that they want that we want to pass. There's public health, actually. Pharmaceuticals are... They're in range. They're in range. Okay. So they're currently unhappy with us, yes? Yeah, because we have this deceived modifier, because we failed to raise the standard of living. And I didn't try that hard. So what we will do is we'll leave state religion for now. Instead, we'll push appointed bureaucrats. And meanwhile, they'll chill out. We'll invent pharmaceuticals. We'll pass healthcare, which they will like. And then when they're happy with us, hit them with the yoinking the state church out from under them. Oh yes, we have our companies set up, by the way. Struggling to get this one profitable just because steel isn't really, popping off right now, but it will. It will, so it's not a problem. They're also the only ones now that have trade charters, so... Actually, I think I gave trade charters to these guys as well. So they will slowly get some value there. These guys are progressing quite nicely. They're getting up to 75 prosperity. We will be able to increase that, obviously, as they buy up more iron and coal. They're the only ones that can buy iron and coal. I'm hopeful that they don't buy too many steel. They haven't bought any so far. And also, yeah, we have added infrastructure. Really, really nice company here. Going to be able to give us some pretty darn solid bonuses. And yeah, the infrastructure throughput and just covering all these industries is pretty crazy good. This one, of course, if we keep struggling to get it efficient, I'll give up on it. We'll just scrap it and replace it with something else. We still have steel coverage. We only want it for the prosperity bonus, obviously, of the state construction efficiency. The modernizer movement, by the way, looks to have just completely dissolved. We're modern enough for them. Fair enough. Bit of a rollercoaster ride with appointed bureaucrats so far. The gentry started opposing it, then went back to not opposing it anymore. I think the subjecthood... Oh, I forgot that's subjecthood to cultural exclusion. Oh, no, we did do that. Right, of course we did. Sorry, I was thinking, we still haven't got that cultural exclusion law passed, but we have, which means... You're kidding me, there's one person available still. That's unfortunate. But still, that'll be... I didn't actually check the before and after, but... Oh, good, they haven't done it yet. Yeah, so a lot of people are getting higher. The people that were at level 1 are going to level... Wow. They're still at level 1? 50? Next high level at 10. Eventually increasing to the next level because acceptance is increasing. Is it? I guess it just slowly transitions. But anyway, yeah, a lot of people getting more accepted, which is very good for us. Oh, and they're back to... their happiness has gone down again, so we're back to having a stall chance. We have had a stall. We've had some good events, though, as well. Can you see... Oh, Jesus Christ. God, I hate that bug. Can you see in here? Yeah, we have the failed debate, and the new and improved is the stall one, I think. Equally, our legitimacy is really low. our worthless words to get the Orthodox to help us are coming back to bite us. But if we needed to, we could get an extra 15 legitimacy by dropping taxes and things wouldn't implode. We could get more than that, but I think it would be pretty bad if we went too far down. Aha! I can get rid of that stall chance by embargoing Britain, because that makes the Gentry Assembly happier because they're in the Anti-British Society. Nice. Okay. Here is room for our first major diplomatic international maneuver. The East India Modernist Revolt is currently raising up in arms. I think we support them. They're a military dictatorship with a bunch of primary cultures. And I think if they win, India kind of gets fully reorganized somehow. I can't remember. Britain doesn't have that big an army. They have a big navy. Their navy, they would beat us at sea, which could be a problem. But I think we try. Not only because I don't think Britain can add war goals on us. They're already supporting it. It says that France, Spain are all likely to support India, but I doubt that's true, honestly. They might if I get involved, but let's do it. For obligations, I will support you, India. Just to try and break them away from Great Britain, because this breaking India away from Britain's market is huge, and it leaves India very open to our further conquest. We already have sinned, of course. We have lots of money on hand right now. We've made some leaps and bounds in our military technology recently with general staff. Let's do it. Let's fight Britain. Let's see what can be done. To win this war quickly, we need to try and take Bombay, which I'm hoping there'll be a front line here that we can send a lot of troops to, or here maybe. I don't know if we can get to that one because it's kind of interior. And we need to defend Bombay and take East Bengal. West Bengal. So hopefully we can send people to this front, but we might lose this, but I think if we lose it, it's not going to be devastating. Yeah, we can't go to the Assam front, unfortunately. But we can go here. That's not ideal. We need a front on just there. That's what we're going to try, I think. So Spain joined, but France didn't. Our men are not at the front yet, which is a problem. But I think we have a chance. If we can just punch through and take the capital. Because Britain... Yeah, Britain's capitulation desire will start ticking up if the Dominion of India capital is held. And India is wasting a bunch of its troops taking some land in the north that is not important for the war goal. Meanwhile, there's a lot of modernist Indian troops here. I think we're in with a chance. And this is why I'm happy I built all those convoys, by the way. We are levying up some forces to defend our home, by the way, because we are a little vulnerable on the home front. But yeah, this is why we built all those convoys. We can support this huge, huge supply connection. It's not a promising start. The push into West Bengal is being stymied by some very high-quality British troops. They are just skirmish infantry. But look at this. It's forested. Yeah, that's not ideal. We may have to pull back from this. But as I said, it's worth a try because there's very low downsides to a loss in this fight. Second fight with more of the Spanish making up the front. More promising. Ho ho. We are fallen severely ill. There is no time to waste lying on a sickbed. So now we get to beat this guy instead, who is a market liberal. Long live the Tsar, the great reformer. More political strength of aristocrats and bureaucrats. A new modernization movement is founded, even though we've already got rid of one. Ooh, and the Great Reforms Journal. Market liberal characters are much more likely to appear. Cool. What's all this then? If you complete all three, you get the Great Reformer. We get the Tsar Liberator. And the Great Reform is completed. More bureaucracy, more loyals and radicals, and more intelligentsia. That's cool. Okay, and to do that, we need to... We've already done this. Nice. Peasant reform. Get rid of peasants, basically. Get tenant farmers and not traditionalism. Military reform. You have to research rifling. Any variant of mass conscription. Interesting. I do kind of like the idea of going to mass conscription. Just the idea of having these hilariously vast armies does seem kind of fun. You have to have at least 50% skirmish battalions and no shortage of input goods on stuff, which we do have a bit of at the moment, right? Maybe not. And some munitions plants. Cool. And bureaucratic reform, once we get appointed bureaucrats, is done. Nice. So yeah, I told you we were ahead of schedule. Nice. We have appointed bureaucrats. Nice. Just going to give us extra tax capacity. Should be quite a bit less unrealized taxes now. Excellent. This is not going well, however. This war in India. I think we need to abandon it. We capitulate, but there's no war goals facing us, so that's fine. We'll save some money by not being in that war. It's a shame that that wasn't quite possible. I mean, it probably was possible, but if you were, you know, really good at the game or something. But we couldn't quite make that happen. No matter. Bring the troops home. It damaged our relations with Britain some, but oh well, basically. Not a big deal. We also annexed Greece, by the way, and started integrating them. So we will now move towards getting that company there, which should be good. Have we got this into prosperous yet? Not quite, but it will be quite soon because it's got a lot of buildings. Excellent. Right, so law-wise, we can try this now. It's still a pretty big stall. He doesn't support it, our guy. He's just a market liberal. Laissez-faire. He would like... No, he endorses child labor, free trade. He endorses commercialized, so we will be able to commercialize agriculture a bit easier with his support, which is good. They want mass conscription, huh? You have to invent enlistment officers. So the downside is you get... This gives 10% morale loss, and this gives plus 5% morale loss. That's really not that bad. Because morale, I mean, people die. They don't surrender, I feel like, in my experience. I could be wrong. Political strength of officers, meh. Kind of doesn't matter. I feel like officers are... They're not usually the kind of defining, decision-making group when it comes to stuff. So we need to perk up the... religious. How are we going to do that again? We had some kind of plan. It was not long ago. Right, the hospitals. Yes, we're going to invent pharmaceuticals, then cheer them up, then get rid of state religion. Perfect. I'm going to release Iraq, I think. And there's an 18% chance to just say yes. But even if they don't, the odds of someone else swaying in are really low. So I think we can just trounce them. And we could liberate more, too. Just people that we could invite into our power block and then protectorate, basically. So, yeah, I mean, Syria as well. And Bosnia-Herzegovina. Let's just completely tear apart the Ottomans, basically. And then we could even transfer Egypt. Got a bit too much infamy, but... Do I want Tunis and Tripolitania? You know what? Tunis, and then we annex them, and then we colonize south of them. And that cuts off this section from British colonization. But does that matter? Because, I mean, like, what's here, really? Okay, you know what? Coal, sulfur, lead. There's some copper, there's some stuff. Yeah, maybe we'll do that in the next war. I think for now, let's just liberate a bunch of places that we can... get into the power block and then work into being subjects. It seems good. Oops. I added too many things and didn't have enough to make them primary, so they just backed down. Never mind. Welcome to the world, Iraq. Welcome to becoming part of the Great Russian Empire. Oh yeah, and I don't think I showed you. We took Panama, which is good. America was looking like they might join it for a while, which is a bit scary. I'm going to increase the size of our military quite a bit. Nice. There's private health insurance. Backed by them. Could probably do with avoiding negotiating with the gentry. Let's see how it goes. We're pretty legitimate these days, so I do want it passed relatively quickly though, so I'll turn off a bunch of my decrees. I'm using a lot of authority on decrees at the moment because, I mean, we have a lot of it basically. But yeah, getting that nice Up to 25% reduction on speed there. Will be good. We're building a lot of paper as well. It takes a lot of paper to run this this economy, so I'm building up some significant ones. We've got Kursk here is a pretty big paper production because we've got lots of sulfur and logging and stuff, so just trying to make sure we stay on the right side of surpluses on those. Sulfur. Where's sulfur? There it is. We have a slight sulfur shortage here now. Put a couple more sulfur mines in, just keeping things going there. Yeah, so increasing the size of the army, waiting while the balance improves a little bit more, and then we're going to start just steadily cranking up that construction. Oh yeah, I forgot it's always easy to pass public health insurance because you just go, sure, have 10k and annoy the industrialists a bit, and then we get a ton of success chance. Nice. Oh yeah, and we're finally paying the military, by the way, so they'll recover at decent pace these days. We need to expand the construction sector more urgently than that. We're getting to the point where the investment pool doesn't have enough stuff to buy, so let's actually get that going a little bit earlier than I had originally planned, I think. Preferably in places where there are actually peasants available. You know what? We should do some in Samara just because I'm planning on building more stuff here, so having some local production efficiency will be not production efficiency, what you call it? Construction efficiency will be good. And then, you know, the actual next goal, yeah, what we should actually start doing is trying to... Oh, hey, nice. We win the war down here, so these states stop having these horrible modifiers, hopefully, soon. We should start building our consumer economy. We need to raise the standard of living as a matter of urgency. So when we finish building up our paper and tool stuff, then a whole bunch of troops, then we need to start improving the standard of living. So we're going to be going, we're going to look here, we need clothes, we need food. Fine. Oh, right, and also get rid of that consumption tax. Just throw down another couple social mobilities instead. Sounds good. I'm seriously considering getting rid of construction because it's really good. I mean, 10% state construction. Could I? It's too good. I wish it were worse. 10% is just so strong. But I feel like it's boring. Companies and construction are required. They're so good. But then that leaves you with so little choice. Because I want advanced research. I want the tech spread, and I want the max innovation investment. But I also really want colonial officers. I really want this. I mean, this is up to 25% infamy generation reduction against unrecognized powers. But it's got to be advanced research. It's got to be advanced research, I think. It just kind of sucks. It just kind of sucks that you, because I can't, this is 10%. I mean, once I have a bunch of other state construction efficiency modifiers, but right now this is just 10% faster GDP growth. Literally 10% faster growth. You can't turn that down. So yeah, we'll go advanced research. There's quinine, by the way. Big day for our colonization efforts. We have been colonizing here because I've been wanting to try and cut other people off from accessing the Congo as normal. And now that we have quinine, we'll start coming in here and slurping up the interior. Not the best turn of phrase, perhaps, but because we have Oman as a subject, we conquered Congo. We've got some land down here, so we'll start yoinking our way in. But yeah, I think we're actually going to go no colonial officers, which is kind of crazy. I mean, colonial officers is up to 0.25 colony size. It's pretty huge. Now, it's a new day from my perspective, of course. And yes, the focus for today's goal is standard of living. Once we finish our military upgrade, it's going to be standard of living focused. By the way we got the extra members is Central America is now broadly in the block, which is good. I want Venezuela at some point because I know there's a lot of oil there. I want to try and become, you know, the global oil baron. I want to own all the oil, and then I want to tariff its export, and it'll be fun because then the world will suffer and we will have lots of oil and we shall laugh. Oh ho ho, America! Did you pass professional army? Did you do that? Did you reduce the size of your potential army by a factor of 4? Just as I'm increasing the size of mine, and I've got 5,000 convoys? Are you gonna lose all of your western states? I think you are. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, and what the heck? Columbia District? Oh, of course, because we released Alaska. I forgot. Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if the sale of Alaska is going to go through and just randomly give the Columbia District to America, because this game loves railroading. I don't know. But now seems like a good time to save up some infamy and go and yoink a bunch of these states before they get too populous. Well, there goes our modernizer. That is a shame. We got a market liberal, which is still fine, but it is problematic because that means they no longer back good schools, which is a shame. But if we could put the intelligentsia in government and then have them back it, hopefully, you know, negotiate to have them back it. But yeah, we can't get state religion yet anyway, so not a big deal. And yeah, market liberal, good chance of getting a modernizer next time as well. So, I mean, not a great chance, but a fairly good chance. Unfortunately, the UK would back America right now, so I don't think I can realistically take both of them on. We maybe could, but I think it would be too big a fight to be worth it. So we're going to spend our infamy instead, cleaning up, getting control of some more resource-rich areas instead for now. Or we could go after China. Now I think about it. How is China's army looking? Oh my god. Tooltips. 23 attack on their best army. 26 attack on their best army. So we could definitely beat them. It wouldn't be trivial. We've got quite a lot of infamy to spend. I think Beijing, getting Beijing would be good because that would give us plus 20 legitimacy if we have the gentry assembly in. And that lets us do things like this. Stupid arrangements. Like this, and still pass laws. So I think we take Beijing, and then we try and connect it to us with, like, Inner Mongolia and Urgra. And obviously, eventually we want to take Shaanxi. And potentially, we could even get a Han national movement that might support multiculturalism, which would be good. So I think a push into China with our infamy right now. Ah yes, we could also spend some infamy on annexing some of our subjects, which would be good. We want to be constantly annexing subjects so that we always have the annex subject modifier running, and just generally, you know, growing at the best pace, I think. Yeah, I guess you don't always need it running because I don't think it stacks actually, but still good to just try and keep annexing subjects because yeah, eventually decolonization is going to cause problems for us, and so I don't want to have too many subjects. Yeah, holding off on China just for now. I'm just going to spend infamy bit by bit on annexing some subjects while we wait for our military upscale to start, which I keep delaying because I'm paying for more bureaucracy because we're getting more institutional. Research-wise, I'm just going for a bunch of production tech for a while here. We're going to grab a whole load of stuff, concluding with getting shift work, well, maybe not refined concrete, but certainly shift work, open hearth process, and steel railways. And then we can really start cranking up our production. And then, and then after those, of course, grabbing steel frame buildings. And then with the combination of more steel production and steel frame buildings, we can really start kicking it into gear in terms of boosting up our construction. Should be good. Okay, we didn't want to fight America, but it seems America wants to fight us. Now, with them being on the offense, maybe Britain won't help them. But I'm not giving you Texas. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, Britain might not help them. Now, if we call in Prussia and Austria, Britain is likely to help them. So perhaps we don't call them in. I don't care about Hawaii and stuff. What I'd like to do is connect my territories with New Mexico and Arizona. We can easily, well, not easily actually, because we just spent some infamy on Wallachia, but we can fit that in. So let's slot those in. And then, will Britain now? Minus 40 still. What about if we liberate New Africa? Which is just the move when you're fighting America, isn't it? So, how about now? Don't care about that. Okay, we can take them. One-on-one, we can take them. We got even numbers. Their army is probably a bit better than ours. 33, 34, 33, 34, 35. Not much better. Not much better at all. Can we get out a quick little field works before the war starts? Definitely not. No, definitely not. It's too slow. Too slow. So we'll keep going on... I think water tube boiler is very, very valuable. I think we win this. I think we win this. And potentially... Yeah, I think we don't sway these guys in. They might just choose to join us. But we don't sway them in because it will make Britain more likely to side against us. But okay, I think this is positive. This is positive. The fact that they started it, everyone knows now that America is the aggressor. Oh, manifest destiny and whatever. Everyone knows you're just trying to build an empire, dude. Here's war with America. No one else got involved. We want to liberate, conquer Arizona and New Mexico, liberate New Africa, liberate North Carolina, liberate the Indian territory. Let's go. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Our men are a little bit late in California, which is not ideal. We might need to start basing troops over here. And or building the Panama Canal, that would help too. Yeah. Immediately, very successful defense in Texas while we wait for our extra troops to arrive on the front before we begin pushes of our own. They are making headway in California, but these guys will be there soon. Turns out we didn't have quite enough ports, so we're holding them at the front, no problem, but we're going to need to increase our size of our armies a bit before we can actually make any progress. And I think this is going to be a relatively costly war, because now that they are all levied up, I mean, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them here, for sure. I have also added some conscripts of our own. Let's go fight their navy while we're waiting. We should be blockading New York, actually, as well. But yeah, it's going to be a relatively costly war, but I think it'll be worth it. Breaking the US as one of the kind of long-term threats to our power is very valuable. Okay, the Black Sea ports have been greatly increased in size. And we are now ready. What are we up to here, by the way? 33. Now ready to begin an offensive. And I think we begin it from California. What do we want here? Offensive planner. We will begin a push from the west. It's going to all become one front, and then we just crush through them. There'll be no funny business. No need for landing on capitals. We break them. We break them with Russian might and Russian manpower, and we show them that this little upstart great power on the far side of the world should know its betters. May have a problem here. I forgot that the number of divisions that get deployed per battle is based heavily on infrastructure. So I'm building up a bunch of new infrastructure in Texas that will hopefully be able to facilitate us making some headway here. We're trading casualties not that evenly, but I suspect we can replenish them more effectively than the Americans can. So I'm going to keep grinding in the west while we build up some infrastructure preparing for an assault in the east. Remembering, of course, that if we do end up just white-piecing this war, it's not the end of the world. It did cost us some infamy, but it held back American aggression, and we can be ready next time with more local infrastructure. Okay, finished employing up the government-subsidized military railroad over here. Organized my pushing army. Let's see what we can do. They have big numbers on the front, so it'll be a challenge, but we will see. I don't mind cultural majority. Oh, no, wait. That was cultural majority. I thought it said cultural minority. Damn. That's not good. It's only for 4 years, I guess. It's not too bad. Oh, look at that. From... where is it? Oh, it's Arkansas? It's the infrastructure of the place you're attacking that matters? That's so dumb. That is so dumb. It really should be the infrastructure you're attacking from that's relevant for how many men you can put into a fight. Come on. That's very silly. Anyway, that went well. So we'll hopefully be able to keep pushing. We're slowly, agonizingly slowly making progress here. They were losing that one, but keeping the pressure on here, meaning they can't put too many more men on this front. Making some good gains. Should be good. Yeah, we're taking losses, but we are now slowly crushing our way through. And doing it slowly also damages America more, kills more Americans. It's all... this doesn't sound great, does it? But it's all good. Now that is bad timing. Iraq is under attack by the Ottomans. We're going to accept because we know there's oil there. But that is not the best timing. So... I think in order to win this, we're going to need to mobilize these guys. And that home division that I just started sending is going to need to redeploy. But that is... yeah, that's problematic. That is problematic for sure. Any good people in here? Jingoist Armed Forces. Yeah, I'll promote you. Yes. I mean, it's an issue. It's an issue, for sure. Let's split this in half. And send the other half down here. Is anyone else going to come help? I don't think so, right? Yeah, doesn't seem likely. Okay, maybe we need to try and wrap things up in America then. We can white peace right now, right? Yeah, we could white peace if we wanted to. Let's just keep trying a bit more. Just a bit more. Oh, yeah, okay, they might back down. I feel like I mean, this tooltip is not to be trusted. Almost certain they will back down does not mean they will back down like more than 50% of the time. I think it's actually less than that. But they might back down, which will be good. They could just be scared by our powerful army, even though it's over here in the Americas right now. That would be good. They did not back down. That is not ideal. Let's see what happens here. Now that's a push. 160,000 men crash into them in Tennessee. Fantastic. And they blunder. Yes. We shall bury them. This is another fight under wave after wave of Russian men, equipped with glorious Samara guns being churned out here at huge profitability. Hell yes. That's excellent. White peace in this war. Unsurprising, really. That we fought them to that. We will see if we can get enough convoys to send these guys overseas. The rest of these levies can stand down. Save us the money. We are spending a huge amount of money right now. And I'm going to build up our arms industries more because I'm realizing that we have this big army now, but we actually need the equipment to run it, of course. Oh, ho, ho. Pushing into Virginia. Successfully. Oh, yes. Getting closer. It's an extraordinarily expensive war. This war has cost us... just in debt we had to take, basically. We've had to take 20 million just for this war. And as reparations for our work in Iraq. Welcome to being a subject. Excellent. Okay, awesome. Open half process unlocked. Now we can get our steel mills to be significantly more productive. It'll actually drop their productivity in the short term because it's going to crater the price of steel. It's not as bad as the game estimated there, but still. 0 productivity on these, okay. We will temporarily subsidize all these steel mills because we are going to be moving very, very quickly towards steel frame buildings. There is some stuff that we need to research first. Well, don't need to, but it's just more efficient to research it first. So let's do... Actually, I'd probably rather have nationalism first. Let's do this. And then we can also get mutual funds, which will let us commercialize agriculture, which is going to be great. More influence is always nice. Civilizing mission is important too. Yeah, we'll grab civilizing mission after that. Human rights, try and get the good schooling in. We're not going to be able to get that for a while, though, are we? Nah, not going to be able to get that yet. Right, that'll do for now. Cool. We're also pushing on the other front. Not hugely successfully when we try and go into Arizona. In fact, with that in mind, maybe I should be pushing... Well, because this is the war goal, so we kind of should, but... We will see. We will see. Successful push into Virginia here. Being able to demobilize is going to save us a lot of money. And we can focus on some SOL pushing. We got Virginia. One step away from the capital. Where are they going to launch the attack? The wrong place, naturally. Oh well, we'll get there. Hey, a modernizer for the Catholic Church. That's fine. The liberal movement is getting a little bit up there. But as long as we can keep radicals down, we'll be okay. And we wouldn't mind going to... Well, we kind of would mind going to landed voting, right? Because we want technocracy, ideally. Yeah. And if we go to like landed voting or something, then it'll be much harder to move to technocracy because those are all enjoyed by these other ones relative to stuff. So we'll see. All right, finish the battle here. Come on. Washington. I mean, Columbia. Washington? What? Is it? It's also called Washington? Washington is the city in the District of Columbia, is that right? Yeah, Washington, District of Columbia, that's right. Ah, fighting in the wrong place again. Just go for the capital. The good thing about all this fighting, or one of the other good things, is we do get a bunch of experience. Experience, I was trying to say, on our units, which is nice. Gives us some bonuses to combat in future wars. The fronts have merged, and we're looking pretty promising for a ground invasion of DC here. Did blunder, it's unfortunate, but with all of us on the front, we outnumber them very dramatically. Are you kidding? That just turned against us? Anyway, we'll get there in the end. We're very much winning now. This war has now cost us about 40 million debt. Interest payments on that, though, not that bad. It's just 30k at the moment. So once we're out of it, we'll be in good shape. And a lot of that money, you know, it hasn't gone nowhere. It's gone to arms manufacturers in Samara and to paying people all over the country. So it's not really a big deal. I kind of like this flag bug, by the way. I don't know what's causing it. It causes them to kind of overlay funkily, but I think it looks kind of cool. Good lord. 6th invasion, and we're finally going to win this one. Got them more than 2-to-1 outnumbered. We need one more after this. I think District of Columbia is so small, you tend to always get 50%, which I think is the max you can get. Let's see if that's borne out here. 51%. Okay, cool. Yeah, more or less. So hopefully just one more attack, and we have got a pretty... I mean, we've got a... Our number advantage actually has got worse. What do we get? 22-21. We win these. Let's go. What's this? Ruler of the East. I didn't even notice this pop up. I guess it's just because we got nationalism. If we own all of that, and that, and either we own this or a subject owns it, we get the Ruler of the East, which gives us some loyalists. The army likes it. Yeah. All right, we'll push for this. That seems fun. Cool. They're losing 18 war support a tick. 18 from the 1.2 million casualties. How many do we suffer? Jesus Christ. 600,000 dead. 1.4 million wounded. This was a big war. This is hopefully the last war that's going to be close in the immediate future. But there we go. No, not quite. Still not quite ready to roll over. Some people should know when they're conquered. Cease the offensives, by the way. There's no point throwing away more lives. But that is a glorious victory in just a couple of weeks. Nice. In fact, 1 week. There we go. Boom. Uniting our lands. New Africa, welcome to the world. I freed the Indian Territory as well. North Carolina, welcome to the world. All of them are going to get immediately sent treaties offering them all kinds of things in exchange for getting them into our power block. Oh, yes. Jolly good. We will give you all kinds of stuff. As long as you come to us, and then you'll help us in future wars, and all will be glorious. Does trade privileges give leverage? It does. Nice. Okay, so the army stands down. We go home. We save up some money again. We pay off our war debt. And then in the future we will war America again. I still want all of these states because they are relatively empty and have huge, huge agricultural potential. But for now, get wrecked. Get wrecked, America. Nice. Okay, here it is, the parabolic tech. We got steel frame buildings, which means we can start shifting over. Now, to shift over, of course, takes some resources. It takes glass, it takes alloys, it takes explosives, it takes steel, and it takes tools. Now, as I understand it, it is better to produce goods maximally close to where they are consumed. So if we want to make glass, we should have a glass to be consumed here. Even if there's no lead mine here, we should have glass here, manufactured locally. That's my understanding. Because the mappy, I think, is more important when you're buying than selling. Maybe it doesn't make a difference, actually, because shouldn't it be the same? Anyway, so what we're going to do is in the provinces where we have our big construction sectors, we're going to build explosive factories. We're going to build alloy factories. We're going to build glass factories. We're going to build steel. We're going to build tools. And we're going to do all that locally. And then we'll have the lead and so on produced elsewhere and brought into these places. We will still have some explosives being built in places with sulfur, because that's where we're stacking up all the way down the chain, going sulfur into explosives, into ammunition and all that good stuff. But yeah, so we're starting a project to get some stuff built in all of these states. These 4 are our kind of main production states that I'm going to be using early on. Less so this one, because there's not many peasants left here, but these ones especially. And we're going to start with Kharkov here. Kharkov is going to get a bunch of this, and we'll switch them first if we can afford it. No, there would already be a shortage of glass if we did it there. Let's see, where has a slightly smaller construction sector? Nowhere, actually. Okay, so we'll just wait. We'll get the glass going here. And we'll put... Yeah, so how much do we actually need? How much glass per level is it? 40. Okay, we've got 15 levels there at the moment. How much glass can we make from a glassworks right now? We also might want to do no bone china. No ceramics in the provinces where we have these really focused things. Yeah, that sounds good to me. So we'll make 60 per level. What did I just say we needed? 40 per. So yeah, we need a lot of these. We need a lot of these for sure, especially if we're going to go up to 25. So we're going to do some focus building here. We've got the state efficiency. Look at how many education access things we're being able to do, by the way. This is the perk of still being really autocracy-wise, you know, monarchy, autocracy, state religion. We're using all that to drag up the literacy, and look at that. 50% literacy. 50% literacy right now. Pretty damn good. We are approaching France. We're approaching Britain. We've overtaken Austria. We are gonna read so good. And yeah, industrializing here, getting that new next tier of GDP growth starting to go properly high. You can see, look at that. That is the GDP impact of war, baby. That is just the increased demand being caused by all of those military goods. Holy crap. Nice. It took a lot of treaties, but we have managed to peel Venezuela away from America. No doubt they saw America getting trounced and thought, we are on the wrong team, and switched over. Nice. In a diplomatic coup, there we go. All 3 of them. Welcome to the power block. Pay no attention to the old members of the power block being steadily made into subjects. It's not a problem. I'm sure it won't happen to you. Don't stress. Ooh, okay. So, here's a pretty formative moment in the state of Europe. Prussia is still genial to us, but Austria now... You know what? Our friendship agreement is technically not binding right now. Maybe we can keep playing both sides. Obviously, if Austria wins, it slows down Prussia uniting, but I kind of like the idea of at some point having to fight a big Prussia. I'd like to renegotiate this treaty. No, never mind. They won't do that. I'm going to withdraw from this treaty, Austria. I'm sorry to say, but I'd still like the trade privileges for a long time. But I'm sorry to say, Austria, that treaty has run its course. So, not my problem. Yeah, so this is going to result in Prussia almost certainly will win this. Unless, I guess, someone else gets involved. Yeah, Britain, good. Britain, go ahead and back Austria. Yeah, okay. Now, is anyone else going to back Prussia? No, I guess this is where normally AI Russia would back Prussia because they don't like Britain. But, yeah, okay. Looks like Austria might win even without our help. That's excellent. Now, I know we're repaying some debt after that last war, but Britain's at war with China right now. So now would be a good moment to make our play for China, I think. And we have plenty of infamy cap available. So, oh my god, 20. 20 just for Beijing. Oh, I miss colonial officers, man. Maybe we'll get rid of... But they're all so good. Maybe once I feel like we've really caught up on research, we'll get rid of advanced research. But it's so good. Yeah, I think... Do you get 5 max innovation investment per level of education? Holy shit, you do. That's insane. Okay, we can't get rid of that. We really can't get rid of anything then. We're gonna have to just take big infamies. Well, that's fine. Hey China, give me Beijing. Whoa, this is potent. We get 5% agriculture construction efficiency. Nice. More investments into plantations, ranches, and agriculture. Fine. But 10% political strength of capitalists and less of peasants? That's good. Because, oh my god, the tooltips. Because peasants, that is not what anyone was looking for when they hovered over this. Peasants, generally speaking, support rural folk Orthodox Church. And this gives just some more approval for trade unionists. Who cares? And this gives... Okay, communist and positivist movement attraction is kind of interesting for positivist. Because we do kind of like the positivist movement. But no, this is... Yeah, that's long-term stability and strength for our capitalists. Nice. Qing's not a pushover anymore, by the way. They're still... I mean, we're still going to win. Not least because we actually outnumber them on this front by quite a bit. But they're no pushover. We're fighting them back, and we, as I say, we'll win, but it's taking some doing. Not a lot of doing. I mean, that's moving fast. But on one of them, they had like 55 defense. Finally the prosperity bonus on Odessa Premium Steel. Get that 5% state construction and get that prestige steel coming out. Very nice, very nice. They do own a huge portion of the steel. I don't think I've seen any yet owned by the other company. Okay, there's a couple. Yeah, 7 levels there. But that's about it. So yeah, mostly all owned by the correct company. That's good. That's amusing timing. I forgot about this modifier. That would have been helpful for this war very well. Advances into China are going to slow now that the British war is over. They've yoinked Tibet. But I think we can still keep pushing on here. The stat difference is really going to tell, and you can see from their numbers they're at like half manpower on these divisions. So, I mean, that one's looking a bit tough. We'll see. We might have to do a... we did get lost versus surprise maneuver, which is pretty bad, but we may have to do some naval invasion stuff. We'll see. Yeah, they've actually fully halted us on this offensive. That is unfortunate. We need to get shrapnel artillery, basically, to be able to break them. We may have to white piece this war. I am going to try building up our navy a bit. How long is that going to take? Yeah, not hugely long. And then trying a naval invasion of the capital, where hopefully it's easier terrain in the capital. So we might be able to get a naval invasion there, but I don't like our odds, honestly. We'll move... No. Do not demobilize. We're going to use the this Rush army here. Has no valid alternatives for station and HQ. Why not? Oh, you're still in a battle somewhere? Yeah. So we'll bring these guys over to Sakhalin and the fleet. And we'll see if we can do an invasion, but I don't know. Maybe if we... Ooh, yeah, okay. We pull some troops off the front, they'll try attacking us. And surely we can win on the defensive. Jesus Christ, we're losing on the defense? Are you kidding me? They only have to own one of our states for this to tick towards humiliate, but we can white piece them for now. Surely we can beat them on the defense. Oh my goodness. It's problematic. Okay, we're going to need to industrialize and... Not industrialize. Increase the size of the military again, or rather, I think, tech up the military again in order to beat Qing. Embarrassing. I think Prussia might have backed down in that play. How do I tell who has German leadership? Russia's got a pending revolt, I hear. How do you tell who has a... Yeah, who has the leadership? I'm not even sure I can. Like, can I go into the... Can I see the population? North German... I don't think I can. So I'm not actually sure who has that. There must be a way, but that's interesting. They're still both friendly to us, though, so that's good. All right. Invasion attempted. Oh, hey, in field works. Good timing. We're doing a bunch of military research. I'm going to invent breech-loading artillery, military statistics, hand-crank machine gun, followed by full-on gantry cranes, ironclad. I don't think we need monitor necessarily. Just ironclad, I think, would be enough. And with that, I think we're really on good footing to go back to doing society and production research for a bit and feel happy about our military. If this naval invasion doesn't work, by the way, we will probably just white peace out of this war, because it's yeah, it's going to be difficult otherwise. And indeed, it is not going to succeed, especially if we start with a lost Maybe we'll let them try one more fight, given that they're lost on this one. Because they're going to take loads of extra casualties as a result. We'll let them try one more fight, and then I think we'll wipe peace out of this war. Learn our mistakes. Turns out there's a lot of Chinese people. We need a machine gun, basically. Yep, second fight, complete failure. Let's wipe peace. Damn, well, that was a huge waste of money. But it did pump some money into our new combined Russian arms company, which is about to become a lot less productive. We're going to need to subsidize these arms industries to keep them employed during peacetime, I think. We want this to get productive because army offense and defense is very, very nice. Oh yeah, and like 6 guys and their mate are going to rebel in Gola, which is pretty funny. Oh, I just noticed there's a unification play active by Sweden right now. They're going to steal Finland from me. That's not the worst. Like, Finland is not that valuable, but that is a bit of an insult, Sweden. I might tear you apart for that. We'll see. I'm going to build a whole load of trade centers in Samara, and the idea is we can start exporting some of our weaponry, and thereby keep our wartime industries profitable even when we're at peace. I think that would work well because we've got a good vertical integration here. We should be able to make some pretty lucrative deals to get all this stuff done. We're also just annexing these guys, by the way. Ooh, an opportunity. So I was feeling bad because our political goals are actually held back by not getting Beijing because we needed the legitimacy. But there is 20 legitimacy for the next 10 years. We can't get these guys in. Oh, they're back to traditionalist. But we could put an intelligentsia government in. Now, it's not strong, but an intelligentsia government might be able to pass total separation. It will take doing. It will take luck. Because it's going to really annoy the Gentry Assembly. What do the Gentry Assembly want? Could we pass something to appease them first? They also have a modernizer coming up. Can I exile? I can, even though they're... Yes, because their ideology differs significantly from that of our ruler. Kick that guy out. Give me a modernizer or a market liberal. Market liberal. That's what I'm talking about. Put them back in government. We're still legitimate. And now, they don't care about this because they're not a traditionalist anymore. Yes, they don't support it, but it doesn't hurt their feelings. And now, we negotiate with them. Okay. I can do low tax, very low. Ooh, that's harsh. I can do it. I can do very low taxes for 4 years. It's going to help the standard of living. Okay. It's going to hurt the budget, but it's going to be good. And now we can get total separation, which means we can get better schools, which means we are off to the freaking races. Yes. Yes. Good event. I should have paid attention to what that event was. What was that event? Why? How? I need to keep in mind whatever the hell the trigger conditions are for that, because that was really good. It was photographs, wasn't it? It's probably something to do with inventing photographs. Have we done that yet? Anyway, perfect timing. Weaken the church. Ooh, stall chances back up again though. That's not good. We should be clamping down on the movement. Are they going to go... Oh, they are almost rebellious, but not quite. Also, I screwed up my war goals here a bit, unfortunately. So we're going to have to do another war against them, but oh well. Nice. Good first event on total separation. We got an advance, fortunately. Has now meant that the end of discussion factors increased. Plus, we have managed to suppress... Wait, it's literally gone? I thought we just made it less significant. Oh, we managed to suppress it out of existence. Hell yes. Okay. I guess that's because we've got censorship, which is pretty strong. Yeah, and what did we get? Hey, nice. Even faith is corruptible. Very nice indeed. So yeah, making some headway there. And again, yeah, literally, how many pops? There's 3,800 pops in this. Come on, dudes. It's not a plan. It's not a good call. What the hell happened here, by the way? Okay, they unified up with almost all of it. That's weird. Fair enough. Capture light and shadow. I always take the one that gives more tech. Look at that. We're reading. We're reading. Glorious. We are throwing all of our authority and trying to get this passed as soon as possible, though. By the way, I forgot that for the first tick round, but then remembered. So we are getting that beautiful minus 25% enactment time. Also, building the Suez Canal. We have also already built long ago the Panama. We're building the Panama Canal. We long ago built the Suez Canal. So as soon as we get the tech for another... Oh, I'm an idiot. We put in the arms company. We're going to need another tech for another company before we can do that. Or potentially, you never know, technocracy would be nice. Don't let this success chance fool you. Although, you know what? The intelligentsia do support it. I wonder. It could happen. On another advance. It's actually almost kind of bad. Yeah, I'll take this, though. More attraction for the intelligentsia. This is almost bad that we got another advance. I mean, at this point, I want to be moving down the steps, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We have 5 years on that 2020 legitimacy modifier. And also being at low taxes, like we promised the, whatchamacallit, the landowners is helping on legitimacy. There we go. Nice. I did subsidize this to make it employ up. I'm going to check if it's going to fire off now, but size 50 here giving... Oh, there's no throughput bonus from those? Didn't know that. Anyway, it's subject to economy scales up to level 30. No, it isn't, clearly. Or is that just because I own it all? Maybe that's just because I own it all. But yeah, 50,000 people working here to explore 1,000 guns, which is driving up the revenue on the arms industries, up to 10 productivity right now, which is pretty good. Almost enough to get these guys productive. Oh, I didn't even notice that was about to happen. Nice. The total separation was relatively easy passage. It was tight at the beginning, but once we had one advance, it basically just flowed through. Nice. Now, the question is, do I go straight to public schools, which will really annoy the Orthodox? And it's not amazingly different. It's basically, right now it's 7% more education access, which is, I mean, it's not nothing. But we could try this. Oh, it would put the gentry at -6. It would only put them at -1 a second ago. When you've negotiated with them on a law, they don't hate it. But then when the law passes, they go back to hating it, which is a shame. They endorse moving to commercialize. What else would you like? Let me give you something you'd like so that you don't notice when I enact autocracy. What's it called? Technocracy. What would you like? Really, yeah. You know what? I wouldn't hate giving them anti-strike laws. Would they all combination acts? Because I like right to associate. The less radicals from political movements is good, but it's not a big deal. Combination act, I mean, we got a lot of radicals, but most of them are from conquest, right? No, decreases in standard of living. Not many from, I mean, look at that, 334 of them. 334 of them are from movement activism. That's funny. Okay, yeah, let's go combination acts. This gives 10 happiness to the Gentry Assembly. This will sweep through easily. And then once that's passed, we pass technocracy with the negotiated support of a Gentry Assembly, who once that thing is passed, they'll still be happy, so they'll be willing to negotiate. Sounds good. They might not be willing to negotiate while the tax cut's ongoing, actually, so we might have to wait 31 months, but I think that's a good plan. And then what do we do? I think we keep the monarch for now, because this guy's fine, right? He's a market liberal. His son, or whatever, his heir, could be his brother for all I know, is a traditionalist. So we do have to get rid of the monarchy before we end up with a traditionalist monarch. And presidential republic, how the hell does a presidential republic work when you have no votes? We'd rather be parliament. No, I like the authority. So I think we go presidential republic, technocracy, at which point, I guess the largest political party becomes the leader? I don't know. Like, how is the head of state picked under presidential republic when there's no voting? It would be interesting. I suppose the problem with doing these is we would miss the legitimacy. Right now, we get legitimacy from including the head of state. Here, we get legitimacy from votes. And if we don't have any votes, what the hell happens? I think you just don't get that legitimacy. I'm on the wiki page. It doesn't seem to say. Okay. The leader of the interest group with the most clout is the monarch, effectively. So that would be, in our case, we should be able to make that industrialists or intelligentsia. It's important that we don't let it be the gentry assembly at the point at which we pass a republic. And the republic we should pick is, assuming we do that, is and they won't be, because once we switch from autocracy to technocracy, it's a huge swing in favor of academics and engineers versus right now aristocrats, officers. So we should pass presidential because we keep the authority and we get legitimacy from the head of state and government, because we won't be getting the legitimacy based on votes, I assume. So I think that's the plan. It'll be pretty funny. A presidential republic with no voting. Okay, shrapnel artillery unlocked. Massive military investment. Having been humbled in our fight against Qing, we are making a huge military investment. We are scrapping most of our cavalry. This is the only 30 that we're keeping. Huge increase in our shrapnel artillery. This one is going to be 70 infantry, 70 shrapnel artillery. The light one is just 30-30. This is for just when you want to mobilize not a huge army for your war. Fully defensive, just 100 infantry. Marines, this is going to be 50-50. Nice big stack, ready to smash down in naval invasions. I think that is going to be pretty good and pretty effective army we got right there. By the way, Prussia went communist. They don't have the communists in power, interestingly, and they have a protesting socialist movement, but they are a council republic now. And what else are they? Council Republic, landed voting, interventionalism, tenant farmers. This doesn't seem very communist, but they are. So what do we do? No, I don't want to. Well, I don't really want to annoy the petty bourgeoisie, but I'm happy with my triple alliance. We're happy with Prussia and Austria and France right now. Ooh, France, who are you fighting? Britain, eh? Interesting. Yes, profitability, high-powered small arms. It's all coming up Russian military right now. Not a great sentence. Now I think about it. Okay, there's combination acts. What's this? Work on these. I can give 2 approval to the Orthodox. That's probably a good idea right now, actually. Because now, maybe they'll be less mad about this. Okay, so this puts the gentry down to 4 happiness. It makes the absolutists protesting. That's not good. We need to suppress them for sure. We can stop suppressing... Well, I guess we'll stop suppressing the Russian nationalists for now. We can't do multiculturalism. Not yet, anyway. We need to get like a humanist intelligentsia or something to be able to do that. But now we could do public schools, and it would pass quite easily. But we could also make the play. Now there's a stall from Gentry Assembly that we can negotiate away. But I think it just negotiates it away. It doesn't add support, right? Is there anyone else I can put into this government? I could put the petty bourgeoisie in. Technically. We'd be down into 50% enactment time, which hurts. I think we can do it. No, we can't negotiate with the Gentry Assembly because they have an ongoing thing. Yeah, minus 100 from active negotiation deal. Okay. Oh, right, and they're already letting it through due to high approval anyway. Okay. You refuse. You're closer. No, you're already letting it through. So where's this? Okay, so the stall is just the absolutionist movement. So if we put the petty bourgeoisie in government, we could get another 6%. But we must have decent... Yeah, we've got decent advance and debate chances. And the suppression is powerful because we've got this, you know, we're cracking down on people pretty effectively. Does it tell me how? Yeah, minus... So yeah, we can reduce the attraction by 40%. So this is going to trend towards 7%. Ooh. But suddenly the others are opposing it. Why? Because they're neutral? Right, they weren't opposing it when they were at 4. But now we can negotiate with them. No, because they oppose it by more than 2 steps. Damn. Okay. I mean, there's a greater chance that we get to debate it than it just stalls. I think it's worth a try. I think it's worth a try. Although, at 19%. What about if I kick them out of government? Is there anyone else I can... Like, because, I mean, the industrialists would be so good. If we could have the industrialists... We could do this, and then negotiate with the armed forces. They're unhappy, so they might not negotiate. And if they don't negotiate, we'll have to go back to the gentry assembly. But we can go gentry putty, right? Yeah, and then we'll try that. Okay, I really want to make this technocracy thing work, so let's try this. And then we negotiate with the armed forces. You want me to build 55 military shipyards? No. I could take a bureaucracy penalty. I don't really care about the armed forces being a bit stronger. Let's do that. Now this, you know, there's 20% advance now. It's going to take a long time. When does my legitimacy bonus run out? Oh, well, okay, 5 of it runs out in 13 days, but we've got 3 years. We've got 3 years. Let's give it a go like this. Let's give it a go like this. Come on. Give me some bonuses, some opportunities to boost up my intelligentsia clout. Or, you know what? A market liberal in charge of the... I can't do this yet, but a market liberal in charge of the industrialists might make them compatible enough to put in government. Because if the industrialists backed it, this thing flies through on the nod, practically. It's possible. It's possible. It's going to come down to some rolls. Have we had good rolls this campaign? We had amazing rolls last campaign. This campaign, I think they've been so-so, but we'll see. You know what, actually? This huge militarization we're doing right now will buff up the armed forces clout, which will increase our odds. Could be good. Problem. We are going to have a civil war over this. Because now we're on lower legitimacy. They are going down quite a bit. Or rather going up on their activism quite a bit. And because it's so slow, the odds of us passing it before the civil war are negligible. That's not ideal. But we could probably win it. They haven't got much support and their support is dropping. You know what else? Once this commitment is completed, we get a bunch more loyalists in the Gentry Assembly, which will make them more legit, increase their interest group approval, and we get this +4. So in 20 months, we might be able to remove the stall chance, the 12% stall chance that comes from the Gentry Assembly. That's pretty good. It's a good first event. We can get 15% less political strength for capitalists, which should result in a pretty significant clout decrease for these guys. Oh, I barely did anything. This civil war is looking problematic. We're going to need to get some good events on this. You know what? We could potentially... No, our home affairs are already at the max they can be. But the support is dropping from our suppression. So that's good. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here. It's not growing that Home affairs is helping. It's going to be... I mean... Is it going to be close, or is it a slam dunk for the revolution? I think the revolution... I mean, the revolution... We can't let the revolution fire. If the revolution's about to fire, we just have to stop, basically. We'd have to go, like, hands thrown up or something. Ooh. Seek a spouse. Does this help us somehow? Does this give me, like, popularity? Popularity doesn't really... no, that increases legitimacy, right? No, it doesn't. It would have been good. Oh well. Yeah, 20% influence is pretty good. Yeah, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we just have to sack it off basically. But we got. I mean, these are good odds now. 50%, 52% chance of just straight progress. Come on. Okay, I found a weird thing that I think will help. We put the industrialists in government. Why do they support this, by the way? I thought they didn't support this. No, because they're neutral to it, but why is it counting their clout? Why are the industrialists backing this? Protectionists don't support it, and you should be Neutral towards monarchy, presidential. Oh, sorry, it's not those. It's here. Yeah. They oppose autocracy. And they support... They're neutral towards technocracy. Now, you might say you've reduced the chance of a success. True. But I have wildly decreased, if I unpause for a second here, the time between ticks. Which means we have a much higher chance of getting it to pass before the revolution fires. Fingers crossed. Absolutist movement clout is dropping. They've got 100 less troops than they did a second ago. Now they're down to just relevant. That's pretty good. What happened to that? What was that big drop? Oh, I guess that was when we had the event that was the minus political strength, because the support is from the political strength of the people in it. Okay, so that was a really good event actually now. Really good event actually then. Yeah, we also have some secessions, by the way, which is not ideal right now, but yeah, we'll see. What's this? Loyalist Finns? No, we don't. No offense, we don't care about the Finns. There's just not enough of them for it to matter. Oh god, it's gonna be close. An advance and only 22% stall chance? However, did you achieve this, Christo? Well, I had an idea. We replaced construction with creative legislature, which now means we have 33% less stall chance and minus 25% activism from law changes they don't like, which means the revolution isn't gonna even freaking fire. Oh, yes. All right, so this, which means they can't stop us. Technocracy can't be stopped now. So do we want 10% enactment chance or instantly pass one phase and get throughput on all food industries? I think the 10% enactment chance is actually more valuable in the long run. Secessionist manifesto. I don't really care. Pay it no mind. If you revolt, that's fine. I'll just put you down. And the revolution, by the way, is continuing to weaken, down to 370 units now. Whoa. What just happened? Where's it gone? It disbanded? Why did it disband? Oh no, it's still here. Oh, because it's going towards protesting, which is actually not. Oh yeah, baby. Hell yes. Is our legitimacy increasing? Why? What changed? I'm not sure what changed, but they're now officially no longer mad enough to rebel. Hell yes. For the glory of the technocrats. Okay. A coup, huh? Not ideal. Yeah, that's not great. So this guy has a bunch of coup strength, partly because he has a large fraction of total... partly because he has a large fraction of total people under his... Can I just retire him? A forced hand minus 30% coup strength. Using sexual whose actively kind of will cause an immediate confrontation. Get out of here. We will not capitulate. What have they happened? Fellow citizens. 43% chance they're successful. Oh, thank God. Oh, that would have been bad. So do we at least get some kind of benefit from beating him? Presumably he now just completely gets destroyed. Yeah, okay. Coup attempt resisted. We get 10% coup resistance, and that's it. Oh my goodness me. Ah, and the freaking thing fared poorly in public debates. Damn it. So, there's going to be a dust-up over Hungary, with France and America backing Hungary, and Britain and Italy backing Austria. Now seems like a good time to invade the United States. Because they're going to be distracted. And we need something to distract our people from slight changes in how the government works. So I'm going to force a diplomatic play here and raise my beautiful new machine gun wielding army. Although it's not machine gun wielding, is it? Because I haven't invented this yet. But they have hand cranked machine guns, and we can do luxurious supplies now. Fantastic. Plus, we'll do this. It's going to hurt their organization, but only in the short term and only on those that I have already mobilized. Awesome. Nice. Now move all these troops over there and let's make America regret kind of embarrassing me in that previous war where they held on for way longer than I would have liked. Good successful war. That's how you fix some politics. It's a good thing we can raise taxes soon because this is going to be really expensive. Oh, it's a bad time to be American. It's a very bad time to... North Carolina left? I did lower the cohesion to 0, to be fair. We'll need to get them back. That's fine. It's a bad time to be an American. They're fighting the British on one front and the Russians on the other. And we've got a big freaking army. And we're asking for a lot. We're going to take, as you can see, I've risked going into Infamous. We're going to take Nevada and Arkansas and Utah and Oregon. Arkansas, rather, that's how you pronounce that, isn't it? Even though it's called Kansas, not Kansas. It's called Arkansas and Kansas. That's very weird. Anyway, liberating New England and liberating Haudenosaunee, I think is how you say this. I think they only get upstate New York. Anyway, we will prove the efficiency of our new guns. You will be destroyed. But not until my organization comes back, so just hold on for a second. Oh yes, and we got an advance here, which is good, and we're lucky because this thing ticked, literally. I had to drop my authority because it ticked like 1 day, with low authority, it ticked something like 1 day after the journal entry for low taxes completed, which, speaking of which, we need to raise our taxes. This war's still going to be very expensive. But yeah, we got a 15% advance, I think it was. Yeah, 15% advance. We did get a fail before that, but we're making headway now. Should be good. 98 defense as I just shuffle forces around because I'm going to do my push from here. 98. They're melting. They're melting before our shrapnel attack. Hell yes. How many of these guys are using the good new small arms, by the way? Any? None? Why are you not using any of my fine small arms? Wait, where are my fine small arms? Prestige good disabled? I thought we got them. Oh no, it just opened the journal entry for them. Right. Next time, America, you will face the beautiful prestige guns. By the way, 42%, pretty good odds, and a 20% chance of an advance. You know you want to, game. Don't hit me with that stall. Nice progression. That's what we're talking about. And we're progressing in here as well. Oh, it's all coming up us. Really looked like we were going to have to give up on the technocracy dream for a while there, that big revolution, but the fact that we had a bunch of mandates stored up because we'd just been sitting on the same things. Obviously, once we pass this law, we're going to turn off creative legislature again, by the way. Just go straight back to construction, but pretty nice. Oh, nice. And we can hurt the power of the gentry. Beautiful. Oh, hey, the Americans have stopped fighting the British already? Ah, because Austria won already. Fair enough. Well, we can push through them even with their extra forces here, no problem. Just more targets for our shrapnel artillery. We were progressing a bit slowly, and I realized the reason is because we weren't paying the freaking military. If we pay them luxuriously, though, we can get all the way up to patriotic fervor, which means we're now cruising through them on all fronts. Hell yeah. And breaking their fleet. Nice. And there we go. 97% high-powered small arms, which we will now be able to export even more efficiently, by the way, from our glorious trade center here, which is unproductive right now, but that's because we're using the guns, which has driven the price way up. But we're now able to export them, and we get... where's my bonus from them being small arms? Oh, there it is. Plus 99 from prestige good production. Hell yes. Which is good. And also... take a look at these guys and their offense. 10% extra from supplied with prestige goods. Hell yes. Glorious. Oh, I didn't. I keep starting recording just for some other reason. And then 15% more support chance. It's basically assured. Let's go. Financially, we are deep in the hole. But once we demobilize our forces, we'll be able to make that back. But we do need to do a period of peace after this. After this great offense, we do anyway because the infamy will take ages to tick down. But a period of peace while we kind of stabilize the political movement. Oh God, the evolutionists are back, huh? All right, get them suppressed again. Turn off some decrees. Chill out, absolutionists. Chill out. You get the friggin' trade unionists are in. Come on. But yeah, it's not going to fire. It's only going to 80. Ah, yes, and that legitimacy modifier has run out, which means this is ticking much more slowly now, but we're getting there. We're going to get there. Right, of course, us being an unstable government is what's increasing the militancy on this, guys. That makes sense. And what is probably one of the final battles of the war rages in DC while off the coast, American monitors are being taken out by frigates and man-o-wars. What a sight that would be to behold. Oh dear. Also, we have a new leader of the Gentry Assembly who is a reformer, which is going to be good for us in the long run. They're an Uzbek, by the way. They were from an event from the Uzbek national movement. This is a good thing in the long run, but in the short term it's bad because now they're really angry because they aren't even happy about the combination X shift that we did specifically to appease them. But as I say, in the long term it's going to be a really good thing because it will let us do, you know, things about women's rights and school and stuff. Ooh. The powerful clout the Gentry Henry sold has become a menacing presence. One of our agents has approached us with a less conventional solution. Add securing power to the Journal of Russia. Leads to events diminishing their power. Sure. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Is that a Russian thing or is that a... Oh, we should absolutely do this, by the way. Do a skyscraper survey. I wonder... Is that going to pop up at the end of the week, I assume? I'm not seeing securing power, unless I'm just missing it. No? Interesting. Well, I'm sure that will come up at some point. Maybe it adds it to potential? Anyway, we'll see how that goes. Sailors stay on shore. Take some radical officers, that's okay. Pretty freaking good odds of getting this technocracy through after trials and tribulations. And also, yes, winning this war with America quite handily now. Way less casualties than last time, as you'd expect. There's the enforcement. Nice. And yes, they are indeed just upstate New York. Now, funny things happen with these guys. So there's 3.7 million people here, right? But if we take a look... Oh, no. Yeah, they're 3.7 million Iroquois. Sorry, Yankee. And 5.9 million Iroquoian. Sorry, 5.9 thousand. These guys are all going to starve to death. So when you liberate them like that, it basically causes just a horrendous genocide immediately takes place. So, I mean, I'm laughing about it, but it's kind of brutal. So we will be working to try and get these guys into our power block. These lot, as I say, they'll just starve. So I don't think we want them in our power block, but we'll get New England. And there it is. We now have technocracy. +1 maximum number of companies. +1 free company charters. 120 legitimacy from government clout. What was that before, by the way? It was also 120. Okay. And you get less from incorporating them in the government, but more from... Sorry, but also less from ideological incompatibility. Whereas here you get +50% from ideological incompatibility, which is a lot of why we were struggling. And of course, a huge swing in the relative power of the Gentry Assembly from their population. The political strength of these guys is going to be greatly diminished, which is really good. In terms of what company, we are going to go with the canals. Let's try and get these running. So here's the Suez. Let's do that one first. Gives us a 25% trade advantage once it's done. We are going to need to give them investment rights. For sure. Good stuff. And now they shall go forth and invest in trade and ports all around the world and make lots of money. Because they should buy a lot of ports in us. Because we have quite a few ports right out of the gate. I should perhaps take trade rights off these guys. The problem is I think that's probably fine. Because I'd rather the trade buildings were owned by this. So that it would be more profitable and easier to get all the way to prosperity. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so now how do we... Yeah, okay. We can't really make a legitimate government right now because the gentry are not willing to join government because they're insurrectionary, but they won't be for long, so that's good. And then we'll probably put them back in power, but just, you know, temporarily. Okay, so I think this is new. I haven't made a technocracy in a long time. We need to get technocracy, appointed bureaucrats, compulsory private school, public school, fine. And then either interventionism or command economy. We're going to go interventionism, and then we're going to go straight back to laissez-faire by just shifting around which leader of the industrialists we have. Right now, they're protectionists, so they're fine with interventionism. We'll just swap them to a market liberal in the future, because presumably there's plenty of chance of that. Not that high, but in general, we should be able to have a market liberal in charge and go back to laissez-faire, because I want to stay on laissez-faire long term. And then we also need no insurrectionary political movements, which obviously we'll get doing. And then we get improvements under science. They lose the Republican or constitutionalist ideology, get the technocratic ideology, which means they endorse technocracy. And they endorse corporate state. Oh, nice. I was thinking corporate state would work well. Nice. They do then oppose laissez-faire, but that's okay. Technocratic. Beautiful. Oh, and securing power did just fire. I didn't see it as a journal, but okay, securing the fire, which means we get the final word. Our efforts to undermine the gentrification have been extremely successful. So now, so what happened? Did they actually get their, I mean, is their clout modified by something from this? Postering campaign suppressed? I don't think so. So we can get 5% authority. How long is this for? 5 years. Oh, 15 legitimacy? Hell yeah. 15 legitimacy for 5 years is nice. That's very nice. It means if we drop taxes, we could have over 50. We could even pass another law. What amendment did I make this? Oh, yes, that's right. We made some concessions to the to those guys. Yeah, we could try and pass this with a. In fact, we could. Let's do that now, but slowly, like this. Yeah, I think that works. We need the public schools anyway. It's going to annoy the Orthodox, obviously, but that's fine. Oh hell yeah! Good old political concessions to the industrialists. You know, it's a shame we had to do that. It's really going to be a blow to our government to give the other half of our government a huge boost to their clout. Nice. Another coup, by the way. These damn Orthodox Church lot are a little irate, but we have managed to substantially reduce the impact of the coup by just sending the guy who was doing the coup to Yemen. Not Yemen, sorry. Hormuz. Omani Hormuz. Also, oil. Cool. I will always encourage an oil rush. Nice. There's public schools, so that's a lot more assimilation and slightly more education access, 7%, but less conversion, which is not a big deal, really, because we have total separation, which is not perfect, but it's pretty darn good. So now we want compulsory primary school to get +2 max education investment, which means the final 2 levels. However, that's not supported by this government. But you know what government it is supported by? This government. In fact, we can get the industrialists in as well. And we have the capacity to do that. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, let's keep the industrialists in. Boom. Back up to contested government. Excuse me. Back up to contested government. This is changing from... Fortunately, these guys are going to stop, because if this journal entry failed because there were some Bedouins who were going to rebel, that would be idiotic. Anyway, so now we can do compulsory primary school. The industrialists oppose it, but they're loyal and happy, so they'll probably negotiate. They won't negotiate. Fair enough, but they'll still... They won't be able to stop us getting it through. We probably don't need to... Well, yeah, let's negotiate. Yeah, we'll give them some political concessions, because we'll be able to repeal those, and their influence is really tanking with all our recent changes, and that should probably be doable. Yeah, I mean, market liberal ruler right now is kind of hurting it, but if we made the industrialists happier, it's not really a good way to do that quickly. Still, I think we have good chance here, especially because we can add a 4th setback slot if we need to. Paying off our debt, getting ready for war with, I think, Britain. I'd like to liberate British Congo. Cape Colony, maybe take Cape Colony and then take these provinces. Because I don't want anybody else having access to the beautiful rubber-rich central Congo region. Dear God. Can you tell when I stopped using education access decrees? I can. That's insane. Once we have compulsory private school passed, we're going to go back to doing a lot of that. Jesus. That's insanely powerful. It's only 25%. You get that much from religious schools. Bloody hell. That's insanely impactful. We need to go back to doing that. But yeah, once we have this through. Okay, thankfully it doesn't fail when it goes to 0. That's good. So we can enact this stuff and then get it passed. Fine. Not only have we managed to cheer up the industrialists by signing a alliance with Prussia, a full alliance, not a defensive alliance, but also, so we can now negotiate with them. We can negotiate with them to give them political concessions. Oh, baby. This is going to be a potent intelligentsia. Yeah, which means it's weird how when you negotiate during the enactment of the law, which is very much like a war, honestly, just on the political stage, they like the law situation. And then when you get rid of when the law finishes, they go back to being mad at it. It's kind of weird. Anyway, welcome to the World Panama Canal Company. Have some investment rights. And now, I mean, there's not much I can do to stop. The problem is, yeah, most of our ports are already owned by the Suez Canal Company. So this one's going to struggle. But it's getting quite a lot of prosperity just from the fact that our ports are more productive than similar buildings, apparently. So that's good. We're building our skyscraper in Ingra. We're going to have to move some of our government administrations that we've been building around here to Ingra so they get that lovely throughput bonus. Also, what I'm not showing you, by the way, is just constantly, every time we can, we're adding new people to the power block, we're making them subjects, we're just slowly spreading our tendrils. Venezuela's a subject, we're then demoting them once they get to sufficient bits, so they're down to puppets, just generally spreading out our tendrils into this world. You seen that poster? The Russian octopus spreading out? It's quite a good one, as propaganda goes. Good odds of compulsory primary school passing, by the way. Nope. Ah, but an advance, that's fine. We get ragged schools. No, of course not. We do have a problem, by the way. Britain has cured malaria, which we are still quite a few techs away from doing. So they're going to start colonizing really fast down here. With that in mind, we need to go to war with Britain. Can we go to war with Britain without anyone else sticking their oar in? No. Unfortunately, the US and Austria and Italy would all be keen on sticking their oar in. So we can't go to war right now because it would simply cost too much to fight all of those people. We could. I believe that we could. But I don't want to... I don't want to spend that much money right now because we're already quite deep in the hole. What are we, like 60? Hey, nice. We are 113 million in the hole right now, which is, you know, a lot. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. What's the other thing I need for this? Right, interventionalism, which everyone supports. Is there a more legitimate government that would still support it? Not really. Okay, so we'll pass interventionalism. I mean, I don't like it, but we'll be able to go back. And it's not the worst. Yeah, it's not good, but it's not the worst. And it's worth doing for this. Hey, and let me give political concessions to intelligentsia. Yeah, nice. 40% boost to the intelligentsia. Let's go. The other thing is the investment pool is currently way oversized. So even if reinvestment drops significantly for a while, it's not the worst thing in the world. Because we still have a huge amount of money here to drain out of the investment pool, which obviously once we're out of debt, I would be increasing construction and draining it, but that'll make the sting of interventionism a bit less painful. Hey, we're now a developing country, +1 max companies, nice. That's going to be our United Kiev Munitions producers, I think. Is the other company we're planning on getting for the -10%. Here it is, and it's moved to Kharkiv. Kharkiv, not sure. Gives us prestige explosives, which will be good, and -10% military goods cost, which is a free money modifier. Beauty. You can have investment rights. And we add sulfur mines. Nice. And there we go. It took a while. Maybe it wasn't worth it because it took so long, but we have massively adjusted where the government administrations are. There's now 100 in Ingra. There were 40 in many of these other states. But now the one in Ingra has just monstrous throughput. The 25% from the skyscraper is very nice, and obviously 50 from economies of scale. And it's getting 20% because it's using almost 20% anyway, because it's using virtually exclusively beautiful craft paper, which is excellent. More of which we could make in Ingra quite profitably now, which could be good. But I think our focus is going to be elsewhere for a minute here. We have some explosives coming online in Kursk, which would be good because there's local sulfur, and then those explosives can go off the mines all around the world. Well, all around the country, ideally. Should be good. Yes, New Africa, welcome to being a puppet. So they'll be involved in our next play, which will be nice. Good stuff. And yes, absolute fat stacks of money coming in. Remember what I said I was going to focus on SOL? That was real life like 10 hours ago. We didn't do that. We need to start focusing on SOL. So once these explosives come online, we're kind of in a good place industrially. None of the prices are too high. We're constructing at a good rate. Then we're going to start building some stuff for SOL. And what's that going to look like? Clothes and groceries, I think. I don't want people eating fruit. I want them eating groceries, because I think you can produce groceries with greater throughput. So we're going to make clothes, we're going to make groceries, and groceries will also make more alcohol. So all of those will be met quite nicely. And also, of course, just building a bunch of stuff continues to de-peasant, which is good. There's interventionism, which is in some ways bad, but good for we need it for the new machine. Did that turn off your investment rights? No, we only had 8 used. Okay, so now we have no interest group in government support technocracy. But that's not true. Because don't these guys, I guess they're neutral towards technocracy. But the problem is, does anyone support technocracy? Intelligentsia are Republican, which means they're neutral towards it. So how am I ever going to overcome that -4? I don't really know. That wasn't there earlier. And we can't put the intelligentsia in. Okay, we very nearly could put the intelligentsia in, actually. If we drop taxes a bit. I wouldn't mind dropping taxes for a bit, letting some more money go to the... letting some more money stay in people's pockets. Gives us some more legitimacy. Seriously slows the rate at which we're paying down this debt. But I think we could live with this for a while. Do we have a plus legitimacy? We do have this plus 15 legitimacy modifier right now, which is not going to stick around forever. But even with them in, right, no interest group in government supports technocracy. So how do I ever do this? How do I get someone to support technocracy? I guess I need a positivist. Sorry, a corporatist. No, corporatist doesn't endorse it. Or do they? No. They don't even have a view on it. We'd need a positivist. But there aren't even any positivists around. Aha! I was freaking out about the fact that I couldn't get a positivist to start, even though we already had a positivist, but I can just give him leadership. And now we have a positivist in government. Is the government remotely stable? It is! It's more stable because he's not a market liberal anymore. Yes! Okay, which now means progress! Now we just need high legitimacy, which we already have pretty high legitimacy. Excellent! Perfect. So now it's ticking. Boom. And then once we have this fire, we get a market liberal someone and get laissez-faire back. Perfect. In fact, we could already get laissez-faire because with some negotiation, because our king supports it, I think is what we get in the 10%. Yeah, because the king's a market liberal. Perfect. Perfect. That works. Now we can't get mass conscription, which is a shame because mass conscription is how we finish our reformer journal entry. I really feel like he deserves the title of the Great Reformer. But never mind. We could also go corporate state. I do eventually think corporate state would be the fun thing to do. But for now, I'm happy with monarchy. The extra authority is fine. And it does empower the gentry. But the gentry, I mean, we've got them basically under our thumb right now. Protected speech for more spread could be good, but I like the power that censorship gives me. I'm actually thinking outlawed dissent at some point would be the play. No one supports any workers' rights. We need to invent feminism for this. Right, and of course we can't do women's suffrage because we don't have voting. But we can do women in the workforce. Not exactly sure why women's suffrage increases their workforce ratio. When it's the only when to do it you have to have voting. Obviously you could have gender equality under a autocratic government, even without voting. Maybe, I mean, it would be less likely if I had to guess, but you could still do it. Apart from, so yeah, I don't think we want to change any laws right now, unless I want to go back to corporatized unions, which we could pull off with the right government. But I think for now we're pretty happy with this and practically righteous government. The 15 from Tranquil State is going away, but okay. So now the new machine starts ticking. It's going to take a while, like a long time. It's 2.7 per month, so it's going to take at least, like, what is that, 5 and a bit years or something? But that's okay. We will work on the other way that we get people to buy into the new machine, wealth. We are going to, oh yeah, we are going to raise taxes, actually. Now I think about it, we can raise taxes quite a bit. And we are going to spend that tax money on, I don't want to know, I don't want to be incontested. We're going to spend that tax money on boosting up people's standard of living. That is my focus, 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 focus. In aid of that increasing standard of living, in fact, I'm also going to bring in consumption taxes on services and fine art, both of which deliver a pretty good return on investment per authority, and both of which are mostly consumed by the wealthier in society. So we can siphon some money off there, add it back into constructing stuff that the poor buy. Also, we got past the Red Scare, which is nice, which gives us some authority boost for a while. There we go. Education level 5. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Back on the upswing on the old literacy graph. Love to see that. Oh, Ottomans, that was a mistake. I was just going to wrap up Yemen. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no. You poor bastards. You don't know what hell you have brought on yourselves. You absolutely should not have joined this play. That'll do to be going along with the liberation of Bulgaria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Syria, and Albania, all of whom no doubt will join my power block and become my subjects. Oh, Ottomans, what a fumble. And just to rub it in, let's call Prussia. No, okay, I already used the I already used up my all my maneuvers, but that would have been funny. In terms of standard of living push, by the way, Tula here has loads of peasants. So I'm going to build massive livestock ranches and then put all of the produce into food industries, which I think will be nice. And we can build up some local iron and glass works, which are both used for the canning. That should be good stuff. And yes, some rye farms to produce the grain. And I should do this on single crop, so they produce more grain. Although actually we need the sugar as well. So yeah, sugar beets are fine. The Wallachian front has 317,000 Russian troops squaring off against 40,000 Turks. I mean, not Turks, Turkish troops. Troops loyal to the Turks. Oh, you should back down. You should really back down. All right, we passed the Red Scare, but now the Spectre haunting the world has arrived. A storm approaches. We do have a ton of radicals, so I feel like this is going to tick up. Nope, because we have too much police and home affairs. Nice, good. So we should be able to crush this. Who are you? Oh, that's Brazil's flag these days. Okay. This seems like a very good deal. Yes. Yes, I will absolutely do this. Can we get you into our block? We probably could. Okay. Interesting. Investment rights, block, trade. I'm happy to give trade privileges. I'll guarantee independence. We can get these guys. Nice. Brazil's a good get to have in the block. Because they're big. Oh, hey, nice. That means we have prestige goods, which means we should be able to. Oh, sorry, no, that's the prestige goods from this canal coming online. Cool. Means we're going to be able to export more, which is nice. But yeah, Brazil is big, so having them as someone we can subjugate is great. But also just having them in our block so they're not in anyone else's market with all their potential rubber. It's very good. Yeah, they didn't back down. The 300,000 troops are now just going to blitz towards Istanbul and absolutely wipe it out. Let's take a look at some of these fights, shall we? I mean, that's not as one-sided as I would have hoped, to be honest, but I mean, the numbers tell. Easy life. We took the army from down here and just plonked it straight on Istanbul. We're kind of grinding a bit slowly through here. I think they're Their troops are better than I gave them credit for, I think. They do have skirmish infantry, you know, shrapnel artillery and so on, so it takes a little time, but yeah, they can't stop our beautiful landing. 57 attack. Very nice. Not much they can do against that. Finally, there's malaria prevention, so now we can really start going for it in here. I'm just trying to tactically colonize so as to cut the British off again. So we'll go for these 3 and hope we can cut them off from this section. Likewise, going for these 3 here. We'll see how it goes. They are having spat out British Congo here. They are colonizing up here much slower than they're colonizing up here, so I'm trying to focus my efforts more in the south. Seems prudent. I think we're going to do corporatized unions. People like it, so it'll make everyone happy, and also it makes trade unions more likely to generate corporatist characters, which I think will be useful for keeping the trade unionists happy, because the number of trade unionists political concessions. Yeah, nice. The number of trade unionists is inevitably going to rise as the game goes on, as we industrialize and industrialize and industrialize. But being able to keep them happier with by having us align with their corporatist ideology would be good. Oh, Tsar's died. That's not good. We are now this guy, so we get the Peacemaker. Traditionalist characters are more likely to appear. More political strength to aristocrats and clergymen. Yuck. And we failed the Great Reformer, presumably. This will now go away. Yes, okay. That is a shame. That is a shame. Our previous ruler had some good traits, whereas now we are... Charismatic's fine. Whose is there, by the way? Nikolai. I have heard of you. He's bigoted. Oh, God. That's not good. And we're really struggling on this new machine because of this damn Bedouin secession movement, rather. Once we get Central Archives, we can do one more level of Home Affairs, which will help. But I really don't know what to do about this. Because it's coming from standard of living compared to the average in the country, and obviously the fact that they're a cultural erasure. Let's spend some effort trying to suppress them again. I'm also building some stuff in their territory, which I hope will help. Like, what could be productive? Copper mines productive here. Some fishing could be productive here. Let's build some fishing. Just try and employ some people, give them some income, you know. Generally try and get things a little bit more sorted. Are we still incorporating here? Yeah, so once this incorporation finishes, I think they'll be in a better place, because then our institutions will kick in more more powerfully. I think it's sliding scale as they incorporate. As in like a 50% incorporation, you get 50% of the effect of the thingamajobs. Institutions. No, I completely forgot about statues. Statues are good as this one, because they give the 25% decree cost. So we absolutely want to build those in the places where we permanently have our social, whatever you call it, education decrees. Let's get those going. My new plan for the Bedouins is let them revolt. I'm going to kill them. They're getting in the way of the new machine, and they will die. We are using quite a lot of authority for taxes right now. I want to clear this debt so we can start growing the GDP rate again. You will notice that this is linear growth. We want parabolic. It's also occurred to me that I haven't built any gold mines like this whole campaign. So we're building 7 pages of gold mines. Oh, and there's corporatized unions. Nice. We're building a lot of these things. Yeah, sure. Trade unions can be in the Prussian Association. That's fine. I can't believe it's taken this long, but at long last, our Prestige Tools Company is going to be coming online. That's good for us. That one is because Panama just became prosperous, I believe. I don't think we're giving them any industry rights or anything. We can't really... We could take away... Let's take away Panama's investment rights, because we might as well just let Suez do the foreign investing in those particular industries, and then we can give it to them. Start buying up some foreign tools. Sounds good. Interesting. So the communists are quite agitated. They're not very well supported, but they're quite agitated. What would they like? We could potentially end up with... We could do workers' protections. Workers' protections is not unthinkable, but... Do we recognize the demands? We get 10% less activism for 2 years, but more trade unionist support. Yeah, that's okay. The trade unionists are inconsequential, so giving them a little bit of support in exchange for less radicals. Let me just ask my advisor. Hang on. How do you think we should break the strikes, buddy? What do you think? Get some sleep there, buddy. He agrees. He agrees. Some concessions are well in place. So I'm trying to cause shifts just with the investment pool. So I'm moving a bunch of things to machine tools, which is going to spike the price of rubber. And then we'll just let the investment pool build up the rubber stuff while we focus on gold and standard of living. I think that will work relatively well. It won't be as fast as if we just go like, hey, Kenya, build whatever, a huge pile of rubber. But actually, you haven't discovered that much of the rubber in Kenya yet, but I think it's okay because I want to keep focusing on gold for a bit here because the minting that will give us will be very nice. And yeah, partly just because it fits the kind of technocrat role play, I am going to go outlawed dissent. It's a 25% boost of the effectiveness of my suppression, and we get support separatism resistance, which would be useful. We do lose 5% tech spread, but we get 100 authority out of it. 100 authority before modifiers, of course, and we're getting plus 70% right now. So yeah, let's pass this. This is supported by the fascist movement, by the way. Don't worry about that too much. We're not going to go fascist, at least that's not the plan. Continue to not worry about it, but I am just going to do a little bit of bolstering on the fascist movement because it would be good if we could get corporate state and the outlawed dissent through. Hey, in another company, let's go. Enactment time, but the intelligentsia don't like it. Yeah, that's fine. It will cost us our research speed, but that was going to go anyway. We'll get rid of it later. We could also raise government wages and get it back. Nice. Plus, Eloise is spreading. Good stuff. Now, what did I just invent? Oh, yes, another company. Right, which means we need to think about what we want for our next company. We could do with... yeah, something to help with our standard of living push. Like, I mean, prestige liquor wouldn't hurt. You can also have wheat farms. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of wheat farms in this country. Ooh, but what about this? Prestige groceries. This doesn't give birth rate in the mod. I think it's from the mod that it means it doesn't do that. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of livestock ranches. This could be good. What else? Let's focus in on groceries because I think groceries long term are how we feed everyone, right? Because it's more efficient to first make food and then turn it into groceries, I believe. So these are the options. Flat standard of living is okay. Food security is not that important. State penalties from turmoil is pretty good. That means, you know, somewhere like this where the locals aren't happy with us. Oh, there's not even any turmoil here. We would be able to handle that more effectively. That's pretty good. But yeah, prestige and prestige goods on that is nice because we're intending for basically this to be what everyone eats. Yeah. So then what else is possible? This is better. Well, no, because that's prestige meat, not prestige groceries. Prestige flour. Prestige meat. Yeah, I think we're going to go with this. And I think we're going to add the livestock ranches. I think big livestock ranches feeding into big food industries. The food security doesn't hurt either. Yeah, let's do that. And then, whoa, that's lagging. I think it's because we gave it so many things. We should take some rights off somebody. Bolstering outlaw dissent, by the way. Like, for example, not really vital that this one invests overseas. No, I think we'll just spend the authority for now, honestly. Stop doing it here. And let's just give it to... and it is livestock rather than wheat, I think. Because we're going to build... I think we're going to build more rye than wheat. So we get the alcohol production. We're going to give them that. And in the fullness of time, we will give them investment rights. But I'm not in a hurry to do that. So that's fine. It's a milestone. It's been 60 years almost in this campaign. But we have officially raised standard of living by 1 point. More to come. And look at that. We are officially switching the lower strata over onto eating groceries. Nice. Okay, new day, new session. We have a communist revolution brewing in like virtually nowhere. That's unfortunate. It's not got much support, so I'm not concerned. Be quite funny to go hands thrown up at this point, right? That would be funny. We can stop bolstering. Well, not quite, because we still haven't passed it, but we've got just success after success on checkpoints, which is good. Building-wise, I'm enjoying just playing, you know, City Skylines. RIP to a real one, by the way. But yeah, we've got a huge food industry here that's now officially unable to employ. So we're just going to have to wait for more people to start consuming food, basically. We could make it more productive by making less booze, but people also consume a lot of booze, so I don't want to do that. You'll see, by the way, groceries have overtaken fruit in consumption, so my plan on that front has worked, which I'm happy about. But yeah, we can't employ up more people here simply because there aren't enough. The peasants need to promote, basically. And I think it just takes time for the peasants to turn into non-peasants, basically. I don't know exactly how that system works, but... So we're happy to leave this for now, because this, I mean, looking at these pricings, we could lower the price of glass a little, but it's already lower than the whole market, so... Like the market on the whole. So I'm going to move to another industry. We have this commitment. I had to make 2 commitments to get the Outlaw Descent off the ground, to get rid of all the stall chants. And one of them was for economic initiative. So we are needing to build a huge number of light industries, but that's what we wanted to do anyway, because light industries include all of these good consumer goods, like food, like textile, like furniture. So we're going to set up a big textile mill down here in Rostov. There's still quite a few peasants here, quite a few job seekers. So yeah, huge number of textile mills, and we're going to make sure, again, we're going to try and make sure that its input goods are below the price they need to be, so we have that. We have enough tools. We're going to build a bunch of cotton plantations. That's why it's down here in the south rather than being built up here where there's more people, but there's no capacity to build cotton. So we'll build a bunch of cotton, and now we need somewhere to build furniture, and Yaroslav is probably pretty good for that. We want to do it on the Volga, ideally. I didn't even realize I've been using the Volga pretty nicely, actually, because Astrakhan... Don't I have a big industry here? I thought I set up an industry in Astrakhan. Anyway, Samara, obviously, all those arms being on the Volga is... Volga, rather, Volva, is good. So yeah, I think Yaroslav here will be able to bring up the standard of living significantly by employing a bunch of people into furniture, and furniture basically just takes... What is it that it takes? Does also take fabric, but not very much. It's mostly hardwood that it needs. Hardwood, tools, fabric. Okay, so ideally we would like it somewhere where we can put some fabric production. Nowhere on the Rostov that we can do that. Sorry, nowhere on the Volga that we can do that. Is there another river down here, though? Yeah, the Don. So how about here? No, we could put it also in Rostov, but I think one big industry per probably makes sense. Ranches throughput doesn't help us. Agriculture throughput helps us. It's a shame we can't get up here. All right, I think we'll just import the fabric. That's fine, and we'll do it in Yaroslav. So we'll start with 30. Where's it gone? 30 furniture, and we need, we need some alloys, we need some common ores. There's no common ores here, though. Is there somewhere we could put it that would have common ores available locally? Yes. Okay, that's Moscow. No, can't do it in Moscow because there's quite a lot of peasants have moved to Moscow, actually. Okay, yeah, there is some room to do it in Moscow, actually. Fine, let's do it here. We already have an established industry. So let's take that up significantly. It says the price will tank. It always seems to over-exaggerate how much prices will move by. And then we'll want some common ore mines to fuel the alloy plants. Probably won't need that many alloy plants. How much do these make per at the moment? 60. Though this doesn't increase the number, does it? No. They make 60 each, and this is only consuming... How much are you consuming per level? 10, yeah, so like this. And then we're going to want some more... Oh, we have plenty of local tools already, good. What else? And then, yeah, it's going to need more hardwood than wood, so the logging camps here probably want to move to focused hardwood production, which will be good for them locally, and then we'll build some more of those. Good stuff. And this is what I wanted to show you an example of what I've been doing. That's what we've been doing, trying to find these good spots, good local modifiers. So Moscow obviously has Volga, which gives us that mappy, as well as logging industry throughput. Very nice. Although wasn't there a hardwood bonus somewhere? I think there's a hardwood bonus somewhere here, but anyway, I think Moscow's a good place for a nice big furniture industry. Beautiful. We should also build plenty of trade centers in the places we build these, because I believe the way that trade centers work, although trade centers, I think they help to eliminate local mappy. So if I need to bring something into Rostov, you want to have trade centers. But if I want to bring the clothes from Rostov into Minsk, I think you have to have the trade centers in Minsk rather than Rostov. But maybe it's both, actually. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's both, actually, because the trade centers here increase the price that I get to sell my clothes for, and the trade centers here decrease the price that the locals have to pay for it. It's a very close run thing, but it looks like we are going to be able to cut off the British from most of Congo. Nice. It was, I mean, that was really close, and we are still going to go to war with them. I think what we're going to want to do is actually just transfer Cape Colony. Be a good conflict for us, but I am going to invent some new military tech first. Once we have automatic machine guns and we come at the British with automatic machine guns before they have them, they're in trouble there. Our research speed has officially overtaken Britain, by the way. Oh, nice, and there's Outlawed Descent. We've overtaken them by about 20 innovation a week now. Pretty nice. We're probably still behind in terms of overall techs, but we'll catch up. Part of the problem is this damn revolution won't fire. And there's no real way I can make it fire, because it never seems to fire any events. I think maybe the game thinks I've just had too many revolution events, because we did have a lot this game. But I need some more so that there's fire so that I can crush it. Oh. Okay, and there goes the communist one. Because we're right, yeah, because the support... Well, hang on, support separatism shouldn't have been impacting it, so why did Outlaw Descent make a change there? Huh. I'm not quite sure what changed there. Anyway, give me an event about this. Let this damn thing fire so that I can crush it. But yes, just continuing to build, getting these power blocks up so we can have more stuff on the go at once. Just focusing on trying to make everyone read still. There will come a point where these are unnecessary. Like if we look at Kiev, where we've had it active for a long time. How much... What's the literacy here? Can you see the total literacy in a state? Yeah, it's in information, isn't it? Yeah, it's 82% literacy here. So once that gets to like 100, we can get rid of all these. And start spreading them out, just making everyone else read better. Should be good. Oh ho ho. Hello, Prussia. Prussia has gone antagonistic towards us. While a play is brewing for them against Austria. They want to transfer Bremen and Saxony, who are currently subjects of Austria. Interesting. Well, Prussia, I'm going to make you regret that. You're going to regret that deeply. I can't side against them, because we have a truce, I think. So I don't think I can side against them in this play. But Eastern Prussia is now very much on the table to be taking. I can. Now, these are expensive, because obviously they're what you call it. A recognized great power. But I could just sweep in and yoink anyway. We want to do it in a war where we're war leader, I think. Austria can't call me into this, right? Because, Do we... No, we do have a defensive alliance with Austria, so they can call us into this. Who's leaning what? Britain's leaning Austria. Okay. Well, we will just wait. Oh, damn. When we have 2 civil wars going, they will actually fire. But with only 1, they won't. That's annoying. We will just wait, because we would like to back Austria in this. Hey, nice. Max construction's helpful. We would like to back Austria in this, and we'll just take, like, this bit, and then maybe next time take this. Yeah, there goes Prussia damaging our relations. Well, it's been a good run being friendly with them. How much of Prussia do we own? 18%. 18.4%. 5 million GDP owned in Prussia. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Hey, gourmet groceries progressing. We also have precision tools progressing. Nice. But yeah, if Austria calls us in, well, maybe even if they don't call us in, we should go for it. It's going to give us a fair amount of infamy. Maybe we should be liberating someone first. Like, if we liberate... Maybe we just go for now. We just go for liberate Danzig. And then we can just get Danzig into the power block without too much trouble. Maybe we should be going for Rhineland, North Ruhr, Westphalia, North Rhine, Ruhr. I mean, it would be a pretty weird one to get into the power block because we don't border it. Let's go with Danzig. We are going to be a little bit slow on the mobilization. How very Russian of us. The beginning of the First World War. But you're gonna massively regret breaking your relationship with us. This is going to be an absolute massacre. And yeah, we'll just liberate Danzig, and then... oh, they might actually back down. I didn't think of that. Damn, it's not a primary war goal. They might just back down. If they back down, I'm pretty sure we don't get a truce, though. In which case, we'll just attack them again. Maybe you do get a truce. I think maybe it's only war leaders that get the truce in back downs. We'll see. But yeah, they're obviously absolutely screwed now. We've got 543,000 men to their 70, and we have higher stats. Nice. Looks like they're not backing down. So we will just grab our... Probably our... I mean, we could do it with the Rush army, honestly. It's lower attack. Now, let's do it with the Push army. Push army. Just go ahead and take Brandenburg for me. And I believe we have... Yes, he's an offensive planner. And you're an offensive planner. Go ahead and push on in. Many years of Prussian-Russian friendship. Ending thusly. Oh, with a bunch of Austrian troops involved in the attack in that one. Not going to get anywhere. Sokoto and Britain fighting in Hungary. What the heck is going on in this war? Yeah, when the Austrians take the front, we can expect them to lose, but as soon as our battle starts, we're going to be able to make some good progress. Oh, and we can attack directly from Saxony in there. Nice. And electromagnetism's been invented. Cool, cool, cool. Are we paying the military right now? We are. Good. We're even paying the government wages. Wow. Get a load of this guy. It's unfortunate that the first battle was Austrian, but... Oh, trench infantry. What good timing. It demobilizes them. We'll upgrade after the after this war, I think, but that's going to be good. That's more like it. 13 to 5 odds. 51 attack. Here we break them. And look at that, by the way. Half paying the army. Serious, what is this? Silkworm disease. That's not good. Army almost fully mobilized without, obviously, conscripts. And we're only losing 50k. And we're on low taxes. Hell yeah. Okay, I realized my mistake. We weren't making a huge amount of progress because the Austrians kept starting the fights. I have had everyone on only Russian formations because I'm so used to the AI pushing when they just can't push. But now that we're so powerful, we can afford to just let the AI decide where to push and then crank through. And look at that. Building project in Rostov completed. Peasants, we've run out. So we need to do some some stuff to reduce the number of people actually in these factories now. Okay, it looks like we can mollify the socialists by passing workers' regulatory bodies, rather, which is expensive on bureaucracy, but we're pretty wealthy, and having less people dying in factories is going to mean more people working in factories, so that probably seems worth doing. Is there anything else I would rather do right now? So yeah, corporate state is an option. I kind of do want to do that. It gets rid of the 25% bonus strength of aristocrats. It does buff the petty bourgeoisie, which is not ideal, but it's not a big deal. It gives us that +2 government size allowance. And we go from a +10% legitimacy from ideological incompatibility to -25. We do lose 100 authority. I think we do want to do this. It's going to make the communists rebel, right? No? Surely it would. Why isn't it saying it would have any impact on their... Oh, okay, because they hate it just as much as they hate monarchy, right? The absolutists protesting. The fascists will like it. Yeah, I think corporate state is the way to go. Because the other thing is... This gives... Where's the legitimacy come from this? Oh, you don't get it. Okay. I was saying we'd get the 20 legitimacy from head of state, but of course we wouldn't. I just don't think there's a way to get these through. I would like presidential. Kind of. But I think corporate is the way to do it. Let's try and push corporate. See how it goes. Oh god, that's even better than I thought, actually. As long as we can keep the industrialists happy. Whoa, what happened to my commanders? Nice. Nice. Do you see those 3 interest groups we just got? Intelligentsia, industrialists. Hell yes. That's what we want. Give them some promotions. Give them some boosts. Love to see that. You can box select armies in this game. I just did that on instinct. I didn't even know you could do that. I don't want to negotiate with the gentry. We can get it through whether or not they consent, I think. And they're going down to protesting. And this is going down to protesting, which means they'll go away. We can start making some new machine progress, but realistically, we have too many revolutions for the new machine to take hold. This is going to be after we've raised the standard of living and managed to make this graph look a little different. Okay, Danzig's a little smaller than I was intending. I thought it would get the state. Never mind. We'll get them in the power block anyway. Nice. We can now negotiate with the industrialists because we finished our tax cut pledge. By the way, let's raise taxes. And now we can get the industrialists negotiated to support it. Excellent. We could even make a more legitimate government by kicking the intelligentsia out, who have gone corporatist, by the way, which is not ideal. Because we've lost our positivist. I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to get a positivist for the new machine. Which kind of makes it pointless. Kinda makes it pointless for us to be on interventionism. We should just go back to laissez-faire. I think I'm going to go back to laissez-faire. We're not going to be able to make this fire, basically, which is a real shame. But, oh well. Yeah, socialists are back at it again. Also, maybe it didn't overestimate. I've toned down the number of furniture manufacturers we're making here. Yeah, we need more alloys before it's going to be more viable here, I think. The alloys are getting seriously expensive. I've also noticed that, and this is quite new to me, it's changed now actually, but in some of these places, we had middle-class people whose standard of living was too low for their expectations. So we should start taking off things like entertainment consumption taxes, coffee consumption taxes, moving towards trying to actually get the standard of living of these middle classes nice and high so they can become more loyal. So it's occurred to me that we should try and acquire some advanced ores. This is one of the new things. I guess this represents basically rare earths. And we need this once we start getting onto, nuclear weapons, batteries, chips, electronic components, all that kind of stuff. And here's where it is. Now, we have a decent amount of its potential in America, which is good. There's some in California, but look at all this in China. I mean, this makes sense, right? You think about where, and Congo, of course, makes sense where you think about where rare earths come from today. So we're going to want to conquer up this lot to get access to the... This is Lake Victoria, isn't it? Although I guess it probably wouldn't be called that in this timeline. We're going to want to get all that. We're going to want to get Cape Colony. The fact that there's some in India. Oh, hey, India's unified. Cool. What we're probably going to do with India, by the way, is at some point we'll do a liberate subject play, which will see us fighting Britain. Looks like only Britain and America, if we did it right now. We're going to do that once we have a navy, which we could build right now, but we're just building other stuff, that's capable of crushing Britain. I think we'll liberate India, and then we might do... Like, is their market closed? Presumably not, right? No, they're on protectionism. But we could get like a market, what's it called? A treaty port potentially with them, which could be useful. But yeah, liberating India from Britain would be good for weakening Britain. Taking Cape Colony. Maybe we do it in the same war as when we take Cape Colony, because it doesn't cost any infamy to liberate. We have got Brazil into the block, by the way. But yeah, just trying to think ahead a little bit on some of these goods. Are there any other interesting, like, future goods that I should be considering? Yeah, uranium. Presumably, there is uranium in this game with the modern stuff. Let me have a quick look here. Here we go. Nuclear physics is probably where we unlock it. You unlock uranium glass. Hell yeah. I've never actually seen any in person. Is this, yeah, potential. So uranium. Okay, so we'd like Canada for uranium. Canada, yeah, these are the ones, again, these are the ones that you tend to think of when you think of uranium. Australia, Canada. This is interesting. Niger, although again, I don't think it would be pronounced that way if... or probably be named that if Britain had been the one that took it. Some here that's available, that's good, and some in Cape Colony. Okay, so we may want to try and transfer Australia to ourselves in the fullness of time. Also, we do have some available, which is good. Okay, cool. Let's press on. We're just building a bunch of opium and silk around here, and then we're going to go back to our light industry standard of living drive. The other thing about standard of living, by the way, is yes, we can increase people's standard of living by just improving their situation, by making these goods cheaper. But really, the way to improve standard of living would just be to de-peasant, wouldn't it? So what we're actually going to shift to doing now, I think, once we finish this economic initiative, is we're going to build a ton of farms. We still have way too many peasants. The number of peasants has only gone up as this game has gone on. And we're still, what percentage peasant are we? It's got to be like 50% still. 49.3. Good guess, Christo, good guess. So yeah, we're going to basically de-peasant by turning all these peasants into farmers and laborers. And that will improve their standard of living massively because they'll be paid much more, they'll be much more productive. I think that's the move. And then, yeah, we're kind of going to focus on a little bit more industrializing for now, like getting some pump jacks and things, but there's plenty of growth to be made just getting up to this tech level before we move on to modern physics and power plants and all that stuff. It's obviously good to drive ever onwards in terms of research, but I want to get some more social research done, make sure we keep tip-top on military, meanwhile de-peasanting. The communists, by the way, are being crushed. We're not even suppressing them, and they have 5% relevance. If they rebelled, they would take like Eastern Siberia and a couple of outlying states. Not a big deal. Ho ho ho. Gazo will complain, but we will act. Or we get more... a feminist intelligentsia agitator. I would love to pass some feminist laws. Hell yeah. Yeah, women in the workplace would be good. Because our birth rate, I mean, it's not that big a deal, but we need more workers. Oh, maybe birth rate, because the game is longer, maybe birth rate is more important. And also the industrialists don't like this. So we probably, we'd stay with property to women actually, for now. Because the birth rate is valuable. Like the longer the game is, the more valuable the birth rate is. Anyway, this is a stall, which is unfortunate. But we have room for stalls, and we can always slot in the power block thing if we need to buy the extra stall slots. So yeah, 15% more activism for the fascists is not good, because I don't want to do much of the other stuff the fascists want. Although, I mean, No. Christo, learn from your mistakes. Single party state's broken, so we're not going single party state. And we're not going autocracy. I really also don't want to change, I mean, we want to go multiculturalism. They should be happy enough with a bunch of this stuff. Christo's not familiar with fascists, I guess, but... Anyway, we gain one setback. We get 10% more enactment chance. I think that's okay. very close run thing here, by the way, cutting the British off from Congo. It looks like we are going to be able to succeed, though. The other thing is we're about to invent automatic machine guns, and once we do that, it's got to be war with Qing time. We need those rare earth metals, and I have decided on a goal for this campaign. I have no idea if we will get to it. I want to conquer the world, and I'm not going to hurry. So if the game starts running too slowly, we'll just stop, you know, at that point. But I'm going to try and conquer the world. We obviously still want to take, you know, key areas because we'll conquer the world in a particular order. But that's my ambition. Given that we want to hold on to the whole world, I'm also going to start incorporating Africa, which will give us a reduction in outputs there. Right now we're getting 20% throughput on plantations, mines, forestries, and rubber. But I think we actually do want to incorporate everything. Because it will let us start applying things like our policing institution. So yeah, I'm going to start incorporating, and it's going to be expensive, and it's going to take a long time. But I think it's worth doing. So is that everywhere? Not quite. There we go. Everywhere incorporated. Everywhere, all part of one Russia. All right, there we are. Automatic machine guns unlocked. I forget though, can we actually use these? Because they consume, yeah, just ammunition and small arms. Go for it. And also, we have local opium production now, so we are going to be turning that on. Get all of these supplies. One of them's already active, but they're fine. They're just fighting in Burundi. Is it? No. Buganda? Okay. Good stuff. The levy. If we actually mobilize the whole levy... That's insane. We can have trench infantry, right? Yeah, good. Everyone upgrade to trench infantry. Ooh, but yeah, we mustn't upgrade to siege artillery because we don't have telephones, which you need for siege artillery. But yeah, look at this madness. We could levy a truly gargantuan amount of men. Look at this. Jesus Christ. That's with professional army. We're on mass conscription. Holy Christ. To mobilize this army would cost 1.1 million and cause a shortage of wine. Mobilizing these men would be so impactful, it would cause a shortage of wine. Okay, so obviously we're not going to mobilize them. But mobilizing this lot would cost 70k, 75, 125, 200, 230, 270 is not crazy. And we could mobilize all the rest of our army for just 270k a month and still be in the green. We're so close, by the way, to breaking even. Once we break even, that's when we're going to go... I'm going to start building up a bunch of new construction sectors, and we're going to go bananas. Are you independent all of a sudden, Trucal Coast? Why are you not under Britain? Okay. Yeah, I'll have you. Absolutely. So, now we wait a little bit for our infantry to go down, but I want to grab Trucal Coast because there's lots of oil there. And then it's time for Qing. And we're gonna be going for it against Qing. We do have a lot of subjects. We need to annex up a bunch of our subjects. I think I'm gonna keep the South Americas as just subjects, except Venezuela. I should definitely annex Venezuela, but I think I'll keep some of the rest of South America as subjects. Well, no, I really should be annexing everyone, shouldn't I? Because I think the colonialism stuff is gonna, sorry, the decolonializing stuff is gonna start causing big problems for us fairly soon. Okay, nice. I can force a communist revolution with this event. We are going to give them bloody suppressions, which puts it up to 100% militarism. Excuse me? Why does it not? We gave them plus 15%. How did it not change? I want them to just revolt and get it over with, because there's barely any of them. We just need to crush them. Yes! Yes! Just cut them off. Nice. Prussia has fallen to a nationalist revolt, by the way, which is interesting. I hope that doesn't involve nationalizing all my buildings. I don't think it does. Oh, I think the corporate state thing fired and I didn't even notice. Yes, there we go. Okay, we have the corporate state. Nice. Nice. So our leader is who? Same guy? No. No, it's just dictatorial? Are you kidding? Who replaces him when he dies? I can resign, That's good. What happens if he resigns? I'm going to save and explore what happens if he resigns. And it suddenly... Oh, no, okay. What the heck? So presumably it will give an industrialist if he resigns because... And a reformer industrialist in charge would not be the worst. Who would we get as a replacement in charge of the industrialists? A market liberal. That's fine. Ooh, maybe a fascist. That would be less than ideal. I'm going to save before we make him resign. But I think the way it works in dictatorial... Oh, hang on. It should sell me. Here, yeah. Technate. Dictatorial transfer of power. They reign for life. On the death of the ruler, a new is chosen from the interest group with the most clout. That's precisely what I want. But if he resigns, hands thrown up, I think... Well, we get options, right? He surrendered, the Republic has not. So he just goes away and they get 30% less activist. Or we're helpless. We enable co-op ownership. And the Republic, the industrialists are removed and get way less powerful. It would be a funny way to pivot to communists. But we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. He has surrendered, the Russian Republic has not. And now we get this reformer, who's 50, okay. And the head of the industrialists is still him. Oh, okay. Interesting. So when he dies... So we can now control the ideology of the leader. Ooh, getting a WhatsApp call. Right, so we have him in charge. He's pretty good. 20% authority as ruler is nice. And 10% tech spread as ruler. Hell yeah. And 5% bureaucracy. Hell, God, this guy's a great leader. And then, yeah, his replacement is likely to be this guy, who is honorable, who makes him popular. That's good. And an entrepreneur. 5% company throughput bonus. That's pretty great, actually. Okay. So now we can kind of work with keeping the industrialists in power now. We can bring in the petty bourgeoisie and the armed forces if we wanted to get some liberal and radical ideas in here, which would then let us, what, try to pass multiculturalism? Would it? Surely not. Why is that? Right, because we've got 0.4 and 0.1. Multiculturalism is the last big political hurdle of this campaign, really, that I want. If we could get multiculturalism, it would be so good. But I really don't see how we can do it. We could totally get single-party state. That's so frustrating. I wish this was not broken. It would be so good. Yeah, agrarian party becomes the only legal party. They don't even exist. But, I mean, this... Everybody hates this idea. But the petty bourgeoisie would only go to -4, which means they would be able to be negotiated with. The industrialists would not. But we could negotiate potentially with the petty bourgeoisie. I'm going to save and check to see if we could negotiate for it. I don't mind. I feel like there should never be a situation in the game where you can't see the outcome of your options, like the immediate outcome of your options. You should be able to click negotiate and read the options and then back out with no harm done, I think, in my opinion. No, the success chance has to be above 0. It's 0.5. That's not good enough, apparently. Okay, fair enough. We will... Oh, I hadn't actually put these guys in government, but that doesn't make any difference because they're not interested in it. But now, if we can find... We need a humanist. When do humanists start spawning? I thought we'd already got... Like, isn't it... Does feminism... One of these allows humanist characters to start spawning, I thought. Labor... Is it labor movement? Or have they changed how that works? I thought one of these things let humanists start spawning. Social democracy. Jesus Christ, 100% intelligentsia strength. That's bonkers. There's something... Is it one of the philosophy ones? There's something that lets humanists start spawning, I thought. It's probably not civilizing mission. Maybe it's egalitarianism? Well, anyway. We need to find a humanist, basically, that we can get in charge of an interest group. The problem is we really can't invite many people because we're so unaccepting. How are we doing actually at home, acceptance-wise, these days? Over 70% at full acceptance is pretty good, but 30 million. 30 million at cultural erasure, and that number is only going to increase, is It's less than ideal. So yeah, I don't see a way that we can do that for now. We'll keep just the industrialists in power for now, because then there's less government people to, you know, make demands. We can't make progress on this because we don't have we'd need a technocrat in government. Well, I suppose no, we wouldn't technically need a technocrat in government, would we? We could just do it from high legitimacy. We're going to need to find some ways to get some more legitimacy. So how could we have more legitimacy? We basically just need more industrialist clouds. Maybe technocracy is not the way to go, because we should have we should have the head of state in government legitimacy. Oh, we do already. Okay, yeah. So it would be difficult for us to get very high legitimacy. You know what? Beijing is how we're going to get the new machine through. Because with Beijing, we'd be at 86 legitimacy. And if we can stay at 86 legitimacy and stave off revolutions, we need to have no revolutions, then we could be in a good place. Okay, let's start working towards that. Everybody stop reading for a second. We need to suppress some movements. So, communist movement, this one I think we're going to be able to agitate into rebelling. Fascist movement we can stop promoting. And hopefully, yeah, they're not that happy. Number of claims increases the fascist movement. That makes sense. I do have some claims on Qing we're going to get, so that should make them chill out. The socialist movement, the absolutist movement, we don't need to suppress anymore because they're inconsequential. Although without suppression, they would go to 10%. Yeah, okay, we'll keep suppressing them. We need to keep them suppressed until they... Okay, they're going to protesting now. That's fine, that's fine. What we need is some more pluralist movement. Yeah, a Han pluralist movement would save my life right now. So let's work towards that. Okay, it's a big day. Big day in the history of Russia. We have spent 30 years, maybe? In fact, we can tell from the GDP graph, probably. We basically haven't built any new construction since about here. Like, maybe 25 years ago. And that changes today. From now, we begin building more construction, and we go parabolic. 350 million. Oh, it's just the start. And we're going to pass poor laws, just to cheer up the intelligentsia. Plus, no, we don't need to negotiate with them. Just give them, you know, base, more happiness. We get some job creators for a while. Should be good. Look at that. Look at that. Shooting up to 1,100 construction. Very nice. Give me those steel frames. I'm going to keep doing this until we're basically breaking even, I think. And we're building it mostly in places that we already have developed, you know, local steel industries and stuff. And when we start building it in other places, like we should definitely have some in Moscow, we're going to want to continue to develop the local steel industry, steel, glass, alloy industries. I think the AI should think a bit more. This is not going to go well. What are you doing? America, you've got 350 divisions at most, and they're not as good as mine. This is simply not a good plan. I'm going to deploy so many troops to your front, and you're going to cry. I'm going to make you cry. I'm going to invade your capital. I'm going to blockade you with torpedo boats and ironclads, and I'm going to make you cry. What are you doing? There's not even anything left to do to you. Sure, I can release the Marina Kingdom. Britain sided with us, with them, and Austria with us. So, I mean, it's going to be a bigger war than it was, but still not that problematic, honestly, I don't think. Our troops are really good quality now. I am going to raise some conscripts just to send the African army to go and defend the homeland against potential naval invasions, though. So I don't want to fight Britain many times, and I know we have aspirations for fighting Qing, but I think it's time to get a little notorious. So this is going to make all our subjects substantially less loyal. But we're going to take Cape Colony and British Congo and British Niger all in this war. And I will make England regret what they have done. I took a glimpse at the... oh yeah, and we swayed New England in. I took a glimpse at this front and I was like, oh no, the Americans have 53 defense. That's quite high. And then I remembered, oh yes, we have the Maxim gun. That did hurt our relations a lot with the other great powers. So we'll need to help them calm down about the rather drastic expansion in Africa. And on the day war breaks out, let's take a look at the situation. We have a significant advantage on the Congo front. We have a vast advantage on the Cape Colony front. We have some men going to deal with the Trucial states, which we should take from Britain as well. We have a small disadvantage on this front. They outnumber us quite a bit, but not wildly, and our defense is ridiculously good. And we have a significant advantage, both in terms of manpower and stats, on the New England front, from which we will push. And we have the Marines ready to go ahead and invade straight onto DC. America and England, oh boy, you should not have done this. Not to a nation that just doubled its construction capacity. First fight, I mean, you know, it's a big one. There's going to be casualties involved, but that's a substantial advantage, especially consider I have a debuff and they have a buff. So, yeah, it's not looking good for the Americans. The British will take a little bit longer to beat because we're going to have to push our way through stuff here. And I am just going to hold this front, I think, until these troops have finished up in Cape Colony and they can move north to assist it. Meanwhile, we are going to get occupied in Greece, which is a shame, but not really a big deal. Oh, and naturally at sea, we are now obliterating them. Look at that, 86 offense. Holy Lord. 101 offense on the Marines. And we break them on their attempts to push through here. We break them decisively, 2-to-1 casualties. Oops, I totally missed that we got naval invaded. But we do have the conscripts ready. And even conscripts are coming out with 72 defense. Jesus Christ. Very successful attack in the south. We are holding them in their little Latvian excursion, sorry, Estonian excursion. I'm not pushing them because we just have infantry here, which isn't so good at pushing, but we'll just hold them there while we crush them in Africa and on the mainland. Our naval invasion has failed. It's failed over and over and over again. So, I think I will call it off. Well, yeah, I will call it off. And then once this battle ends, I'm going to send the Marines to the New England front, which is just about to take the capital anyway. So, you know, in the competition between, you know, inter-service rivalry, we have a strong victory for the military. That is to say, the ground forces. Oh, finally, and the economic initiative is done, which should give us a bunch of loyalists. Yeah, not a hugely noticeable number. And now we move to standard of living. Now, of course, you can de-peasant with food, and we need to make sure our food prices don't rise. But you can also do it with mining, which I think will be more profitable. So we're gonna do a bunch of mining the Urals, I think, and turning all the local peasants there into miners, and then we'll want to replace them, you know, because they were producing some food, and we'll produce that food in places which are with this black soil. So we'll be doing things like Kyiv, for example, is going to get an absolute ton of food industries, wheat, etc., livestock to fuel this. Basically, we lower this until it's no longer profitable, and then we build the industries that are required to make it profitable. So throw down some more glassworks, a bunch more livestock ranches. All those peasants are going to come to work on proper industrialized livestock ranches, which will be owned by Kyiv Foods, which is all the more appropriate. And this can start getting super rich. Okay, we now have enough. We have 1% on this. 1%. Now, we can negotiate with the Gentry Assembly. Why can't I negotiate with the industrialists? Presumably because they're already letting it through. They're letting it through, but they won't. Let's put these guys in. And then, okay, now we can just negotiate with them to not stall it. We can't negotiate with them for actually accepting it. Alright, so we should probably leave the petty bourgeoisie in them. Like this. Reforming too much is going to cause a bit of a problem. But now, what just happened? Now we can negotiate. Ooh, we can negotiate with the armed forces. They're very happy to negotiate. I will... yeah, I'll give them political concessions, that's fine. And now I want to reduce the stall chance. So petty bourgeoisie. Yes, okay, good. Lowering taxes is what I wanted to see there. And just because the other stall chance, we've got lots of absolutionists and stuff we will work to fight against. Gentry, I want to increase this anyway. Standard of living anyway. This is an aggressive goal, 16.5. Let's try and do it. Oh, hang on. I was going to buy... Oh. That's insane. Yes, we will improve the lives of the common people. Okay. Now the stall chance. Still some from intelligentsia who won't negotiate. I've already negotiated with lots of other people, so yeah, they're not going to do it. Okay. Now, we need to use all the political power we can, all the absolutely authority we can, that is to say, to suppress people. What else have we been doing? Oh my god, I've had road maintenance on Panama for like decades and decades. That's pretty bad. And that's been there for quite a long time too. What else? 2 charters above the free charter limit, are we? Okay, I can fix that. I'm liking you. Are you investing well? We have lost most of our overseas investment rights. Let's get rid of that for now. Okay, that gives us 800. So, we need to suppress anyone who is against this. Anyone against multiculturalism, bring the full force of outlawed dissent down upon their heads. So the absolutist movement, who else? Who else is significant anyway? The fascist movement, we're already suppressing. Okay, that's it. Now we need to bolster whoever is supporting it. So Uzbek we're already bolstering. Kazakh, Bedouin. Bedouin we're already supporting. So who else was it? I forget. I feel like I can just see here, can't I? Yeah, Kazakh. There it is. Bolster the Kazakhs. And then, you know, I'm really just trying to eke out every little bit we can here. Well, whoever out of Siberian, Kalmyk, Yakut is highest. So you have 23,000 people. It's not a huge number. 14, it's even less. You've got 28. Let's try bolstering you then. Okay. This is all we can do. The odds are not with us. But now we go into power block. We replace construction with creative legislature. We have a pretty legitimate government. 67 is decently legitimate. We now have only a 25% stall chance and a high chance of debate. Now, debate's usually good, I would say. Often good. Fingers crossed. This is going to be the toughest law yet. I don't know why. I just like our odds. Because we can add a 4th stall. And there's lots of stalls that are like, it stalls, but you get 10%, 15% enactment chance. And if we got 15% enactment chance right now, this would be practically a shoo-in. Oh yeah, and Greece is revolting. But the Ottomans are going to put them down for us, which is very kind of them. Annoyingly, the fronts have changed, such that these guys push down here, but now it's on this front, which means it's going to be annoying to push in here. Oh yes, and I'm decreasing our investment in colonial affairs steadily because we don't need it anymore, because basically the world is already colonized. Oh, we got Britain? Did it work? Yes, yes! Russian Niger, Russian Congo, Russian South Africa. Nice. I didn't realize that we'd already got the capitals because we had them not that occupied, but I guess we did have here occupied and here occupied, so that was all we needed. Boom! Look at that green Africa. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now we move these armies over to the other front, and suddenly they're in trouble, because this is a lot of additional troops that we can send over. I can't believe this game's been out for years, and there's no way to just quickly switch everyone over to an offensive. Maybe there is, and I just don't know it, but I don't think there is. Alright, these guys both deploy over there. And then the other thing we could do, actually, if this invasion for some reason fails again, we just invade the Marina Kingdom, and then we have all our war goals on the US already occupied. Ah, nice. With Britain out of this war, we are now in a much better position to push in, because these guys are now on the same front, able to push in here. So multiple attacks will be launched for the DC. This is unfortunate. The industrialists are petitioning for per capita taxation, which obviously we're not going to do. But if we didn't, they were going to cost us 15 legitimacy, which was just dangerously close to really slowing down our attempts at multiculturalism. So what I'm going to do is wait for this to pass, then discard the petition, which makes the industrialists extremely unhappy. But by then we will have multiculturalism, and we'll be in a good shape, I think. Oh yes, plus it gives you minus 20% enactment time while it's active, so that's pretty nice. Oh, but it doesn't apply to this. Maybe it applies at the end of the week. Ah, hello Trotsky. I feel like he might cause some problems. We could exile him. Yeah, let's get him out of here. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. 15% enactment chance for 50 authority. Easy win. Okay, pretty good. Pretty freaking good. That puts us in a really strong position now. Just a few more good debates and we're home free. And remember, as soon as we have multiculturalism, we can invite all kinds of different agitators, which means we might be able to get some freaking positivists finally. And then we can get, hey, we've become #1 rank. Nice. Beating America. Sorry, beating Britain. We'll have done that, I guess. And once we have some positivists, then eventually we can get the new machine through. Nice. That's DC occupied, which means we are well on our way to winning this. Just a couple more weeks. Excellent. Then we'll go to peace. And that was quite expensive, 60 mil or so. Of course, part of that is because we have applied these tax cuts for the petit bourgeoisie, but still pretty nice. Also, we got a lobbying event, which got our legitimacy up, which is very nice. Boom. Great victory for us. America gets wrecked. Ooh, an uprising in Africa. Interesting. We will send our African division. No, we won't, because this is the conscripts that we had temporarily. They can demobilize. We'll send a light army to go handle that. We can't delay any longer. We need more legitimacy. I'm going to go to war with Qing. It's going to cost us, but I think it needs to be done. Oh! I love how many times this campaign I've been talking about something else, and then we get lucky. Oh, the stall, though. The stall from the industrialists. Damn, why are the industrialists less happy? Damn, damn, damn. Can I put someone else in charge of the industrialists to make them chill out? Doesn't look like it. Damn it. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Wait. They're not in a lobby. I thought they were in the pro-Prussian lobby. Aren't they? Oh, it disbanded. We need you in a lobby so we can get some more events and increase your happiness a bit. Minus 10. From 3 to minus 7. What does that mean? I don't see a way. I don't see a way to make them happier. If we were more legitimate, no, it's for opposition. I don't see a way. Darn. I don't think there's anything we can do. But still, only 40% chance of a stall, and again, some stalls are negative. So overall, the odds of something positive happening still pretty good. Straight up success. That's one of the outcomes of debate. I wonder what are the different outcomes of debate. I'd like to see a breakdown. It'd be interesting. I assume there's lots that are kind of contingent on other factors, but this is looking promising. I know what else we can do to help this thing pass. Every armed forces guy that I can get my hands on, promote them. I will make a major general out of everyone in the armed forces and thus increase their political strength. Now, admittedly, some of these guys are ethno-nationalists, which is a problem for future, Christo. Because for right now, they're going to give us a boost to being able to get this through. Here's a corporatist, perfect. He's who we want. Liberal, yeah, lots and lots of armed forces and ethno-nationalists, unfortunately. He's another moderate, that's what we want. And with all of these guys promoted, another moderate, perfect. It's not very expensive to do this. Because another corporatist, perfect. It's not very expensive because it just costs, at this scale, the bureaucracy cost is not major. Okay, so that makes the armed forces go from 6.5 to, wait for it, 10.9. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh yes, the Ottomans tried to take Bulgaria back, and Bulgaria became a subject in exchange for our support. That's what we need! That's what we need! +2 industrialist approval. That brings them up to 5. That stops them causing stall chance. Oh, we're gonna do it. I'd given up on this until we got like a utopian or something in charge of the industrialists. That's so good. Let's go. I'm also finally using engines for all my mobilized forces so that they can move around faster, because having to go from one end of Russia to the other to get involved in these plays is taking ages. We did do it while they were deployed, so their organizations tanked, but we can smash the Ottomans, a half organization, no trouble. Another 10%, baby. Another one. Another. I know there's nothing I can do to convince you that I'm not scumming this multiculturalism. I swear I'm not. We went from 7%. 7. Oh, and I remember to promote all my admirals as well, which is why we've got 11% on the armed forces now. Right, I've remembered about international organizations plus 0.2 weekly liberty desire for all subjects. I'm going to stop researching society text now. We're going to focus on production for a bit here, because that seems really bad. I would love telephones, I think. Telephones will be good so that we can get some, whatchamacallit, siege artillery. The poor Spanish have shown up. 150,000 take on 32,000 in the attack on Istanbul. Jesus Christ. I didn't even notice. This is great. They've put conquer war goals in, so they're going to conquer these and become our subject. Oh, and another 15%. They're going to conquer these and become our subject. That's really nice. Maybe there are just less other possible debates when it's multiculturalism. I don't know. Oh, yes. And that's more loyal industrialists right there. That's the anti-British society, which we can make happy by doing things against the British. 72% to move to implementation. Oh, stall. That's unfortunate. Oh, and there's no upside. Just straight up 10% down. Ouch. Annihilating the Ottomans here, unsurprisingly, of course, and 62% chance to get this thing passed. It takes a village. The Uzbeks, the Siberians, the Bedouins, who never did rise up. They decided to, you know, hold their noses and enter the Kremlin or whatever. Kamlik, Kazakh. It's not exactly the right metaphor because we're posing multiculturalism, but who else? Who else? Yakut, Nguni, however you say these things. I'll have to learn because they're all top tier citizens today. Yes. Nice. So way less assimilation, but an incredible amount of upgrading. Welcome. Welcome 17 million second-class citizens who will now be first-class. Welcome 35 million on cultural erasure or violent hostility. Oh, no, sorry, that's not 5 million, that's 4,000. Welcome 30 million. They will get upgraded to, I think, second-class or either that or open prejudice, which doesn't matter because second-class citizens have the same stats as full acceptance now. Oh, hell yes. Hell yes. That's so good. Now, demobilize those forces. Let's get some money rolling in. I mean, it won't roll in, but let's get some more money in our pockets for a minute while we adjust this new reality, and then we're going for Beijing for that beautiful legitimacy. Speaking of legitimacy, it's actually more legitimate to have these guys in government, but we don't want them in government because they're liberal. They're going to ask me for something ridiculous like votes. Kick them out. Does put us back down to contested, but that's okay. We kick them out. We're back to just being industrialists. They want per capita taxation. Now I have bad news. I am going to discard this petition. Which is going to give us minus 15 satisfaction. Which means everyone is mad at us. Everyone is mad at us. The French are antagonistic? Why? Just because I went... Because our government scores were more different? Threatened by my infamy? That's fair. That's a shame, though. That is a shame. Well, if necessary for years, if necessary alone, we shall drag this world, kicking and screaming, into an industrialized and multicultural future. And now we can invite all the... Yeah. Look at all the people we can invite. Every single one of them are fucking liberal. Seriously. Where are the positivists, man? Where are the damn positivists? Are there even... Okay, there's modernizers, and nihilists. A lot of... There's one. A positivist. Okay. So we invite this guy. Then we put him in charge of an intelligentsia containing government. I think that's the way. Yeah, we put the positivist in charge. We can't because interest group has to be pressured by the political movement of the agitator, which is freaking liberal. No. You're telling me... Oh yeah, we can stop bolstering all these movements now. Go back to teaching people to read. You're telling me I need to bolster the freaking liberal movement in order to get them pressuring the intelligentsia, in order to put a positivist in order to just have a shot at the new machine? You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Well, let's try it. Let's try it. We're also going to stop suppressing the fascist and absolutist movement. Because I want that authority. Look at that. 1200 authority. Oh my goodness me. And I want to put it in all these places where it only costs 50. Because I know those are the most populous. And then we go by states and we just scroll down till we get to somewhere where it's not applied. And we throw it in, and we're going to build power block statues in those places. And thus does the nation read. Excellent. We're going to be able to put in a ton more. We have minus 25% cost on these, by the way, at the moment. All right, so it's that whole region. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take a screenshot so that I can remember where to build the power block statues. But yeah, it's quite a lot of them. We should start checking, like, I wonder if we actually have 100% literacy in some of these places now. No, 91%. Cool. I guess there will always be some migration in, so at some point we need to just call it good enough. Start focusing elsewhere. We're up to 75% literacy, by the way. We have the most literate states in the world, I think. Beautiful. Ooh. Maybe I shouldn't bolster the liberals. Just a thought. Just a thought. Let's keep suppressing them. It's only going to 89%. And it's recently enacted, so it'll tick away. That is... social bandit that we just invited to the country, huh? Not ideal. Not ideal. Ah, is that going to kick these guys out of government? No, thank God. So we can keep our legitimacy. That would have been really bad. Yeah, I'm not that concerned about this because a lot of it is coming from neighboring countries, which is temporary. This guy who we could kick out if he needed to. Also, actually, we have banned dissent. We could probably also arrest him for it, and that would be successful. We could, and also just this 50. This whole 50 is going to tick away, so that's all good. Are there any amendments we could get rid of that they would be happy about the removal of? I don't think we have any amendments we can scrap right now. No one's really against these amendments. I'm not sure what causes people to be against amendments. We'll see. You know what? Come on back, Trotsky. He gives the armed forces a boost. Sure. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I don't see how we're going to get this to complete. It would be really nice. The loyalists, the positivist movement, but we don't even have a positivist movement. 5% through, I mean, it's so nice. But it's for the intelligentsia, and the intelligentsia are not that impactful. So, realistically, it's not going to happen. With that in mind, cheer people up past this. This makes the absolutionist and communist and socialist movement militant. We could probably fight... No, we can't do that. Because they'll get the support of all these other people anyway. It's going to 100%. Why? Why though? What happened? That's not good. That's really bad. Okay, I'm afraid I think we need to kick that guy out. We can just do it temporarily. We'll imprison you. Just a short 3-year sentence. That brings it down to 90. Okay. Jesus, it's still bad though. But we'll keep ticking down, so we'll be okay. So I've checked about why we aren't getting a positivist movement. And it should be possible once we've researched empiricism and positivism has appeared in the world. Both of which clearly true. And there is actually a confirmed and unsolved bug right now. So I think it might actually just be bugged that we don't have a damn positivist movement. So with that in mind, there is a suggestion in the bug report that explains how you might be able to get it. So I'm going to try and form positivist movement that way, because it would be fun. By the way, the socialists are revolting, potentially. So that's problematic. So I'm not certain if it's bugged. I think it was bugged. But either way, I have founded a positivist movement, which we will now find some authority to bolster with. Are we literally just doing social mobility? It's also occurred to me that I think we should stop promoting social mobility, to be honest, because the better people can read, the more demanding they are. And as you can see, we got a lot of radicals. So I think we will... Well, what I'll do is we'll take a look at the literacy map, which we can see here, but it doesn't work because the game's got some problems. And then it just doesn't work. Oh my god. Game. Why? Why have you locked this? Literacy. Clear locked map mode. Freaking literacy. Game could use some work. Anyway, we're not going to use promote social mobility everywhere because I think, yeah, we are causing problems where the minimum expected wealth of these guys is too high, basically. I don't think there's an easy way for me to see the expected of like people in general, but we can see here, for example, this lower strata expects 11.7. These guys expect 9.8. You know, these are numbers that we're not meeting right now. So, don't unpause. So I think we need to stop teaching them to read because their expectation is increased. Average of 70. It's not by much though, is it? It's really not by much. Like, why is yours so high? Okay, it gets higher as the literacy gets higher. It's like more, it's not linear. Fair enough. Okay, so we're going to stop teaching people to read in places they can already read really well. So I'm going to look for places that are pretty bad at literacy. So for example, Ryzan here is at 70%. So what are your lower class expecting? 8. We can do 8. So let's push anywhere at 70. We'll push their literacy up to about 80. Because it is still good to have more literacy, don't get me wrong. Is literacy from the incorporated states only? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just use... Let's just put in some consumption taxes on. But the thing is this, like, we don't have enough really wealthy people. Like, no one's buying... I mean, some people are, but not many people are buying luxury furniture. Not many people are buying luxury clothes. We could put one in on fine art, because no one buys fine art until they're wealth 15. So yeah, we'll do a tax on fine art. But entertainment, you kick in at 10, right? Yeah, for entertainment needs. Yeah, it's equivalent to 1.33 for media content. There's no collecting 20 grand for 100 authority. There's just no point, really. I think we will just use the rest of it for changing our state of affairs a bit. So liberals being suppressed. Socialists, we probably don't need to bother suppressing socialists because I mean, it is 200. 200 divisions is not none. Yeah, so let's suppress that too. We've got the outlaw dissent law. We may as well use it. And then apart from that, let's throw down some manufacturing decrees and things. So I think these three are our core manufacturing region. There's obviously a lot of extraction here as well, but we should put extraction on places that are more geared to pure extraction. But I think using our authority for this is going to be more beneficial than social mobility in the for the loyalist project, basically. Where are my other main? We're building a manufacturing hub in Kiev, aren't we? Yeah. And Tula has its food industries. Yeah. Well, let's just see how impactful is that on these. So 15 productivity with that decree. 16.7. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think having all these decrees down for manufacturing is going to be, yeah, more beneficial for us in the slightly longer term. Here's another. I mean, honestly, this whole region basically is our industrial hub. I think focusing here is going to be good. And then maybe we do some resource extraction ones in places like this, where we have these, oh god, lots of unemployed lead mines. But yeah, in the long term, we're definitely going to want resource industry there. But yeah, I'm going to go around, rearrange these decrees and things, just kind of generally focus it a bit more on economy. Because those, I mean, just those throughputs are going to drop the prices of a lot of goods that people need to buy. So that'll be nice. Ooh, so Prussia had that revolution, and it looks like it's pushed them down to minor power. Presumably because their military is much less impressive than it was. We could get a free vassalization on Prussia? Are you kidding me? I assume an alliance gives the highest leverage generation, 400 versus 300, but we should do independence because they like it. Yeah, Prussia. A Prussian vassal added through the power block. Hell yeah. I kind of, this might be inefficient, but I kind of like the idea of using our American possessions as a purely extractive industry. So I'm going to put a bunch of, oops, lagging out because there's so many potential places for livestock ranches. I'm going to put a bunch of power block statues over here, and we're going to put resource decrees, extraction decrees down on these places. And we're not going to use the agriculture, at least not early on. We're just going to build like all of these resources, all of these copper, all of these rare earths, all of this iron, all of this oil, all of this sulfur. And then we're going to build that. And then we're going to build a bunch of trade centers. And then it's all going to get exported back here. And this is where we industrialize. I think that's just fun. And it will be quite efficient, I think, because you want to have, you know, if your MAPI is below 90 on average, which, I mean, that's difficult to achieve. What is our MAPI at the moment? That must be in here somewhere. Here it is, yeah. So it's 85%. So if you were able to increase your throughput on extractors, because these extractors have low inputs. Maybe it doesn't make sense, but you see what I mean? We'd be benefiting from both of these decrees because you can't put them both in one state. You'll be benefiting from this on the extraction and then this on the manufacturing, which I think is just a kind of fun idea. So I think we're gonna try that. These liberals, by the way, I mean, they're really unhappy, but they are getting happier and happier by the minute because the huge negative for multiculturalism is going away. We could also, if we really needed to avoid this, we could also pivot back to creative legislature for the minus 25% political movement activism from recent enactment, which will be good. Nice. We can get Prussia to join by just paying them some money. They would not normally accept this invite by a lot, but they will take that treaty. Welcome to the Imperial Russian power block. Freaking Russia. Holy crap. That's 20 million people that we're going to be able to get subjugated for 0 infamy. 0! Cool, so this is another new thing from the mod, which I like, is we now have to do oil refining. So yeah, we're extracting it in Texas, but then maybe we refine it somewhere else. I think I'd probably refine it in Texas and then export, you know, move around the market, the light fuel, heavy fuel, and lubricants. That's probably easier. Because then I can make sure if we do on-site oil refining, there's no MAPI for the oil refineries themselves. which seems good. Fractional distillation has been unlocked. Nice. This is really good because we already do have things that want to consume lubricants, like better artillery takes lubricants, for example. We have something that wants to use heavy fuel at the moment. Chemical plants, that's right. But yeah, we have quite centralized. Yeah, actually, I think having the refineries closer to the extractors, it's just occurred to me, am I inventing like the exact way it works in real life? No, often like there's lots of Canadian oil that's processed in, what's it called? The oil region in the north of America. It's like H something. Anyway, because America has different oil processing regions. Anyway, it was relevant for the Albertan independence movement, if you're wondering why I know that. I guess you're still wondering. In Texas, yeah, so we process it in Texas, and the reason is where's it gone? Oil distillation. These oil refineries output light fuel, heavy fuel, and lubricants, which are used in different industries. Some, I'm sure, are used in the same industries, but generally they're used in different industries. So we will not want to centralize oil refineries and then all the industries that use oil products, because that's just too many industries. So I think it makes sense to put them here instead. So we will throw down some oil refineries, and we'll see how good these are. It's interesting. They have a coal liquefaction. Ah, so I could have been using these already. It just takes power that way. Interesting. Oh no, hang on. I haven't unlocked this yet. Invented synthetic fuel. Cool. Which lowers oil input generally, and then also lets you, what is it? Coal engines, circuitry, and electricity to make some stuff, but not lubricant, interestingly. Cool. Yeah, so we'll get those going in Texas. And we'll see. The Gentry Assembly have demands. They're on the precipice of revolt. That's not good. Oh, hey, the Liberal movement's lost, like, almost all the groups that were going to be in it. Nice. Yeah, five happiness on them. So they stop having bad boyars, which is a really funny name, by the way. Props to whoever named that. For 10% interest group, that's fine. That's fine. There's my authority, which we can put into some extractive stuff over here. Where's the other actual one I want to do a bunch of extracting from right now? I mean, there's gold here already, so this will already start helping. Seems fine. But yeah, I like the idea of this being our extractive oil-based area. Cool. These socialists are getting really unhappy. Even with marginal support, they're pretty mad, and we're not going to be able to get them to stop being radical quickly enough, I think. God, radicalism is still increasing. We really need to pull up the standard of living quickly. We need to get people out of being freaking peasants. Yep, there they go. The Urals uprising. Presumably no one's going to sway into this. How many men do they have in the end? Let's have a look here. Quite a few post bringing up their reserves. And what kind of... They're a cybernetic state. What are you talking about? It's an interesting name. Yeah, well, I won't take it lightly. Let's properly mobilize against them. Not least because they have my entire freaking arms industry. I've just noticed. Oh my god. That's not ideal. Please don't downsize those buildings. Mobilize everyone. We need that state, and we need it pronto. Fortunately, we have enough trade centers to import foreign guns while we bring these guys low. Where is your capital, by the way? I should probably be rushing the capital. Although, since they're an uprising, does it work differently? I'm not sure, actually. But let's set the capital as a war goal. I mean, a strategic objective, anyway. We should be able to win fairly easily, because we have a very significant numbers advantage, even though, yeah, they have all my nice guns. Right, sorry, we don't need the capital, do we? We just need one of their provinces. So I'll go for this one, because we already got a bit of it, and it's open terrain. We are actually struggling, though. They're, I mean, it's our army, so it's really good. Boom, got them. We did exactly as I described. We took this province, and then we just held it for a while. So now, at the end of this week, hopefully, all of this should come back online Not instantly. Got to re-employ all those people you needlessly fired. Damn socialists, ruining everything. We need to finally do a proper socialist run in this game at some point. They keep being my enemies. I wonder who would be a good country to do it as. We could try and make Marx right. Do it as Britain. Because Marx thought, you know, he was big into the kind of inevitability of history thing. Countries moving through stages, and therefore thought Britain would be the one that would become a, you know, workers' republic and stuff. But I say this stuff like I'm an expert. Definitely not. It's just my vague recollection. How are there suddenly 200 divisions in the Marines? Put all of the... it's interesting. Put all of the revolter troops into that, it looks like. Look at how many freaking levies we can raise, by the way. It's a little absurd. Nice. This guy's come back out of jail and supports the positivist movement now, rather than the liberal one. So it does. I was worried that that wouldn't recalculate. That's kind of cool. Okay, so we can put him in charge. We can get a positivist in charge of the intelligentsia. They have not a terrible chance to get them anyway, but there's all these executives who aren't positivists. So yeah, let's put him in charge. That seems like a good idea. It will potentially hurt legitimacy. No, it's good for legitimacy. Nice. Because they're reformers who are basically in line with positivists. Excellent. Which means the new machine is finally ticking again. Okay. At this rate, it's going to take 60 months. So we'll see. We'll see if we can keep these damn socialists from rebelling again. Because we've got a big debuff to the agitation from the socialist, no, sorry, from the communist movement, but now the bloody socialist movement is angry again. So we'll keep tabs on all of them. We just need to keep building groceries. Keep, you know, what's our legislative priority? The economy, stupid. Right, I'm finally starting power plants. We're a bit late, 1908, but we're going to start building some power plants at long last. We need batteries. All right, never mind. I'm going to set up a battery industry first. Well, I guess we kind of need to do one so there's demand for the other, but we're going to start setting up some power plants so that we can get our textile mills running on electricity. Yeah, so I mean, we're making progress on the new machine, but here comes the socialist movement to ruin everything. All we can do is keep trying to raise people's standard of living, but I mean, we're trying. I'm really trying, but I mean, we're not just doing it, but we're doing a lot of it. A lot of textiles, a lot of what do you call it? A lot of textiles, a lot of groceries. People are eating mostly groceries now. Just trying to pull down that price. I think we just need to build farms, basically. Yeah, here comes the socialist movement. Oof, it's be a big one too. Hopefully, if we can suppress it a bit more. But that's yeah, 500 divisions that would go with that. We supported an uprising in India once before. Here is our opportunity to do it again. A free India benefits our global goals, I think. So I think we will back this. It's not a great timing because there is this socialist uprising that is getting increasingly radical because our number of radicals is not declining, but we're working on it. You will note there are less radicals in the places we seriously industrialized, but you know what? We could try and pass regulatory bodies. It would make them chill out. The gentry don't love it, but the church does, and the industrialists don't hate it long term. And less people dying in the factories would be good. We don't want to raise the building wage target. Well, maybe we do, actually. No one backs us anyway. But yeah, okay. Let's do regulatory bodies. Let's get the intelligentsia with some political concessions for our beautiful intelligentsia. Yes, this makes them chill out. This means the new machine is still progressing. It means we can focus on this war. Good stuff. We will help you for just an obligation. And yeah, we should be able to blitz the Brits and result in a free united India. I don't think this is going to be a difficult war. Were other war goals added, by the way? Like against me, for example? No, good. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty trivial war. We're just going to smash their front lines. Where's their capital state? It's here, actually. That's the one place I didn't send one of my pushing armies. Oh, well. But yeah, we're just going to absolutely dominate them in this, I think. Bengal Falls. And with it, we should be in a pretty good place here. Although, let's make sure we have one on each of these new fronts that's formed so we don't get too split. But that should now mean their war support can drop below 0. Yes, indeed it does. We'll keep killing them just to kind of speed it up. Also, just noticed they have Trucal States. We need to take the Trucal States off them because there'll be some oil there, I imagine. Yes, indeed. They haven't started exploiting it yet, but... England, what is your revolution? Elysian National Movement, interesting. We also have macroeconomics spreading to us. That's 5 Mappy right there. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I wonder, is there more Mappy? There is. So with that, you're up to 95% when you get this. But yeah, new company coming from macroeconomics. So I'm wondering, I'm basically thinking, what company is going to give us the biggest standard of living improvement? Let me have a look. Actually, that's quite an easy question now I think about it. We don't have clothes coverage, do we? So, ooh, this is a good one. Premium silk and authority and influence. Oof. Oof. It's pretty good. But ideally it would be one. I mean, 10% radicals from movements would also be pretty nice. And I think, a clothes plus cotton one. I don't know... designer clothes. The problem is that each good doesn't make up a big enough, part of their basket. Petrochem Industries, hey, that could be good. We need Oregon or California. We have, we own both of those. 10% Petrochem throughput. Nike outfits. Yeah, this could be quite good. And you can add rubber. Rubber's going to continue to be important. Okay, I'm putting that one down as a definite possibility. We just copy-paste that. Just deleting all my old company notes. There we go. Nike is a definite possibility. But this, getting clothes in there, pumping out some more cosmetics, and power plants, pretty good. But Petrochem Industries, I think there'll be a better power plant one. Oh, plus, where do we need for this? Tyrol, right? Yeah, not happening. Okay, so California, you have to research synthetic fibers to get Levi's. You get cotton plantations. That's pretty good. Prestige clothes again. 10% cultural minority movement pop attraction. We don't want that. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. Now we have multiculturalism. They'll basically chill. Yeah, I think Nike is the way to go, because then with the petrochemical industry throughput, which we will want. Plastics are used by a lot of things as we go ahead. Let me just check other stuff. Silk for prestige, no. Russian silk and dyes, that's pretty good. Silk and dyes, because we're going to build a lot more dye plantations. Right now we're importing almost all our dyes. And also as we conquer more of China, we're going to want more silk plantations once this damn silkworm infection's finished. 10% influence is fine. 10% textiles throughput. That is strong. Levi's seems better though, actually. Because we can have a more kind of focused one. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go Levi's so that we can have big American cotton plantations, big African rubber, and that. So for that we need synthetic fibers. Well, let's check how far away we are from inventing those. I assume that's a production tech. Synthetic rubber. Where is it? Ah, it's all the way down here. That is quite a long way away. We're in this age. It's two ages ahead. Okay. Well, what else would we want? Like an electricity company? Or an oil company. An oil and electricity company would be nice. Right. Like Saudi Aramco. We looked at this before. Less mortality the more wealthy you are. Prestige OPEC oil. And yeah. Petrochem industries and oil refineries and natural gas rigs. And then we probably put in power plants and then find something else for petrochem. Let's have a quick look at petrochem. But yeah, we should do that. We already have the I mean, I mean, the fact that you've heard of them means this is probably a solid pick. And what do we need for establishing this? Najd needs oil rigs. Fine. And then, although oil extractor throughput, you get 15% oil extractor throughput. Yeah, it's important to get oil extractor throughput because there is basically, I think, always going to be an oil shortage. You're never going to be able to use as much as you want. So let's say we put the petrochem on that, and then we did something else for the electricity building. Yes, having throughput on the, what I mean to say is that putting throughput on the oil extractors just means you get more total oil in the whole market, which is good. It's not just about profitability. There's not many that have electricity. Do we have a... We don't currently have a chemical industries, right? For our fertilizer production. So that could be good. That could be useful. Agriculture throughput as well. Ooh, yes. Yeah, okay. This for the agriculture throughput. We need Western Norway. I can take Western Norway off Scandinavia so that we can get this. That seems like a good industry for us. The electricity is obviously important, but yeah, agriculture throughput so that we can just make more food, make everyone wealthier. Yeah, okay, sounds good. So we're going to go Saudi Aramco, Levi's, and Nord's Hydrotrisk, all that stuff. Sounds good. Big day, the first major electrified textile mill with these new electric sewing mills, sorry, sewing machines. I declare it officially open. And also, we're not terribly short on workforce here, but let's put it onto automated power looms. Oh no, it's actually way less productive, so we won't do that. But let's build a bunch more here, and let's keep building these power plants, which I hope I no longer have to subsidize. Indeed, I don't. Excellent. Next ones here. Waiting for these to employ up. 300 power production there. This would consume 680, so we'll let them keep employing up. But yeah, going to be slowly switching various things over to powered production, getting a lot more efficient, a lot more throughput. Jolly good. Easy win in India, by the way. There we go. East India, the interestingly named, is now independent. And it is still... Are you still British? No. Okay, state religion, Hindu, primary cultures, a list. Can I see all the other primary cultures? Surely I can see that somewhere. Here we go. Okay, a lot. Assamese, Buluchi, Bengali, Gujarati, etc. Punjabi, etc. Rajput. So they are interested in agriculture investments and a conservative agenda. What laws do you have? Laissez-faire, presidential republic, autocracy, multiculturalism. You kind of need that, I guess, as India. A lot of freaking cultures going on in here. No workers' rights, protected speech. Interesting. And friendly, notably, to us having gotten their independence. Do we think we can get them into the power block? It's basically never going to happen, right? Their leverage resistance is staggering from their population size. It actually has hit the cap. But what I would like would be investment rights and trade privileges. I want to buy... We'll ally with them. I'll full-on ally. I'll even give you trade... it's not giving us much. I'll give you some money for this. Not much, but a lot of money is... Or rather, a little money is worth a lot these days. I'll do this. I'd take on your debt if you wanted me to. Maybe we don't ally, because we can always just... If we're giving them the money enough that they'll say yes anyway. But buying this for a long time. 10 grand a month... Sorry, 10 grand a week is a lot less. This is the Indian trade. Something that means agreement beginning with I. Like, I don't know. Index. It's not really what it means at all, but we'll bind that for 25 years. I want to be able to buy stuff off India. I want to be able to buy silk. I want to be able to buy fabric if we need to. Having a strong relationship with India is going to be very helpful to us. And we will take this land as well for ourselves, I think, for the opium production and the local silk production. We'll take that off Britain in the future. For now, what am I going to use my infamy for? Well, we're going to let it tick down to 0. Then we're going to take a big chunk out of Qing, including, hopefully, enough to complete the ruler of the East. Which actually, this requires us to take some land off. Aren't there some decisions we can make with this? Weren't there some decisions in here? Anyway, we need this, 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 and this, which we already have. And okay, good. So we don't need any land off Persia, actually. Can we? What would it take to protectorate Persia? 39 infamy. Okay, so we could make that happen. A protectorated and then integrated Persia could be good. But what we need to do is take Beijing, basically. And in fact, perhaps we do that right away. How are you doing on your armies, Qing? 30 is the highest I'm seeing. I really feel like, wow, what is going on with you? You are exiled. Right, because they're all in India right now. But we could take that, basically. So when the troops get home, when the debt's paid off a little, let's grab Beijing, finally, for the legitimacy. Become a super legitimate government. And then... No, we need to let it tick down a bit, because I want to take Beijing and the other things we need to complete that journal entry. And then we're going to just use all our infamy integrating subjects. Integrating. We've got a lot of subjects, many of them quite disloyal. We need to have fewer so they have less relative to power projection, all that good stuff. We need to try and get all these guys integrated before the... what's it called? The, like, what's it called? Anti-colonialism? Decolonization. Before decolonization kicks in, we need to have as many subjects as possible annexed, I think. They've renamed to Hindustan. That makes more sense, especially because they have state religion Hindu. What's their actual law on that, though? They're on total separation. I don't think they'd call themselves Hindustan. Anyway, cool map color. Kind of matches ours. We should be friends. We can't actually vassalize Prussia. They have to be less than unrecognized colonial power. That's a shame. That's a shame. And so them being in our power block does nothing for us, in fact. So let's kick them out. Well, is there any point kicking them out? We'll just let them leave. Then it probably won't hurt our relations when they leave. But we should get rid of this treaty. But yeah, they'll leave. It's a shame that we can't get them that way. It'd be funny. But it would be a bit overpowered, I guess. So in terms of our SOL play, we're doing lots of general building to get other industries going and things. But I think we're finally going to do just a all Russian chop the freaking trees down. We got page after page after page after page after page of logging camps here. It's all focused in areas that we're not currently industrializing, which have lots of peasants. Chop the trees down. Stop being subsistence farmers and instead become lumberjacks, and thus we will attempt to drag the standard of living up any way we can. Okay, so I have the opportunity to start a labor movement, and I think that would be good. I think this would get quite radical. But because we want graduated taxation, I would be okay with wage subsidies. I would be okay with right to associate. Definitely not factory councils. So perhaps William Bushhead here is our man. Oh, he is a social bandit. But I mean, we want the labor union to be sufficiently radical. We've also got some more positivists we could bring in. I don't think we need the positivist movement to be much more popular, although it would be good, but yeah, we also have the potential to start a feminist movement, but I think we couldn't go women's suffrage because we don't have voting. And I don't really want to lower the birth rate either, even though I think that's part of our really high birth rate. I think is part of why we're struggling to get the SOL up. But let's get William in. Start me a labor movement. And let's take a look at it. Here it is. What's it going to activism-wise? Only 15%. Okay, interesting. I'm surprised that that's not higher. But, I mean, there's a lot of people already involved in it. We will support this rather than... Yeah, the socialist movement is not too radical right now. Let's stop suppressing the socialists. Bolster the labor movement. And see what we can do. Because what we want from them is graduated taxation. Now, that's going to annoy the industrialists. So we need something to make the industrialists happy first. What laws do the industrialists want that we could do? Something reasonable. I mean, yeah, military uranium usage. We'd need to research nuclear fusion. Sorry, nuclear physics. We also need to be at least a partially developed country, which we're not quite up to yet. You know what? Yes, laissez-faire. Perfect. Okay. So the new machine will fire relatively soon. Then we pass laissez-faire, which makes the industrialists happy. And then in exchange for going back to laissez-faire, like, yes, you can do what you want, but the government wants a little bit more of your dividends. And by a little bit more, we mean 100% more. Because going from proportional to graduated doubles the dividend tax rate at middle tax. And that would also be excellent for standard of living. Dropping the income tax rate, raising the dividend tax rate, that would be absolutely spot on for trying to make everyone's lives better. The world, by the way, is now centralized. There are essentially no uncentralized nations. There's these tiny bits here in the Sahara. There's a tiny bit here in the Western Sahara. I mean, very, very, very little. So one other thing we could do, no one actually endorses it, I guess. So I think we'll stay on colonial exploitation for now, but we are downgrading the institution all the way. Depeasanting is going fairly well, by the way. Don't let me talk myself down too much. We're down to 37%. We've eliminated about, over a fifth of the peasants in the last 20 years. God, that's pretty slow. We need to keep that going. We need to keep that going faster. Here it is, by the way. Here is a resource maxing Texas with monstrously efficient trade centers pushing all that stuff out. And also, yeah, pushing all this stuff out, bringing this stuff in, actually. Bringing in a lot of engines, interestingly. But yeah, we're gonna keep cranking that for sure. Get plenty of oil refining. We could do some local petrochem industries. That would make sense. Although we don't actually, I don't think we've yet unlocked the petrochem industry that actually uses oil. It's just on coal and stuff for now. But yeah, the idea of making this whole part of the world an extractive industry, I think it's pretty fun, and I think it's going pretty well. I mean, this place contributes 20 million GDP now. Look at that, mostly from sulfur, but oil coming up in a close second. It's a good thing we are suppressing the socialist movement. They are actually militant, but I think because they're so marginal, it's not causing. Oh.
Started this
what just oh excuse me, generalist. I'm watching the generalist tutorial on SOL. I've seen it before, but clearly I need some reminding. What happened to the socialist movement? Did they become where's the socialist movement gone? It's just gone? We managed to actually sideline it so much it vanished. That's amazing. Oh yes. Outlaw dissent, my beloved. Let's try and do the same to the communists. These damn communists don't even endorse graduated taxation, by the way. Come on. You say you want change, but you won't increase dividend taxes? What are you talking about? The labor movement. Labor movement's where it's at. Oh, nice. Good coincidence. Not coincidence, but nice thing. When we go to laissez-faire to make the industrialists happy, it will make the labor movement mad, which will increase their activism, which means they'll definitely be over 25, which means their support will become relevant. Oh, perfect. And this labor movement, by the way, once we switch to graduated taxation, yes, laissez-faire they won't like. But if we went to wage subsidies or something, they'd be absolutely thrilled. We're doing basically everything they want. We could even go to right to associate. But I know that 15% supports some loyalists and radicals from changing in thing. But look at it. We're beginning to see the benefit. The upswing is happening. We are now getting some loyalists from increase of standard of living. It's going to be worth it in the long run, I think. I thought of something else we should do, potentially, for SOL. We could... No, we can't tariff stuff, can we? Never mind. I was going to say we should tariff exports of groceries, because right now we're sending a lot of groceries out of our market, which I would rather not do. So maybe there is actually a case to be made for protectionism. Being able to tariff those exported groceries. The thing is, yes, it would help our SOL, but it would hurt our grocery industries. So what's really the point? Because the grocery industries, you know, they're employing people. They're creating profit in livestock ranches downstream. So yeah, probably not a good idea, actually. You've got to be kidding me. We're 2 months away from the new machine firing. And this damn national movement is going to stop it. Are you kidding me? Does basing troops in an area reduce activism? Because I'm not sure what else I can do here. We need more radicals in this area. We could kill them. That could work. We could actually just kill them. Let me, where can I get some authority from? There's literally, come on. 1,600 people are going to prevent me from getting the new machine, then getting laissez-faire, then getting graduated taxation. It was all falling into place. Oh, these guys aren't even going to have the decency to rebel. Low support within identity. So if we... Okay, stop suppressing the communists for a second. We have a more important thing to do, apparently. Just stopping this one damn thing. I don't want to turn any of these off. Kyiv is probably the one. Oh, there's 88 food industries there. I don't really want to turn any of these off. We've got a lot of plants going. You know what? We can probably turn off the Californian extraction. There is a decent amount of it, but it's very profitable on its own. Suppress these guys. Drop their support within identity down a little bit lower. Just 1% lower. Just 1%. How do I affect the fervor is increasing from average literacy, dropped by average acceptance of 65, plus 27 from war casualties of this culture. Yeah, sorry about that. We'll see what we can do to lower this just a little bit. I'm going to see if I can dissuade them by bringing work to the region. We've put a big construction sector here. We'll see how that goes. Oh, hang on. Maybe we can... Yes! -5 activism. It's going to take 10% authority. Are you kidding me? That's pretty bad. It's only reducing it by 5%. That is enough right now. Alright, fine. Fine. We're going to lose 10% authority on this damn little local rebellion. But that will be enough. They'll stop being militant. And hopefully by the time that runs out, you know, we're building some ranches, we're building some logging camps, we're building some oil, building some stuff. It's all going to be good. You know what else we can do? We can build you some nice infrastructure, some nice trade centers. Well, you can buy what you want. Just chill out. Let the new machine pass, please. Okay, they're gone. New machine progressing once again. Oh, damn separatists. Splitters. Splitters, I say. Ah, you actually choose one of these two. So 10% bureaucracy or 5% throughput. It's got to be 5% throughput. Yeah, we don't need the positivist movement attraction. Once this fires, we don't really care about them being positivist anymore. So yeah, 5% throughput. I mean, that's amazing. That's a superb bonus. I'm very happy about that. We are finally going to get it. The new machine was successfully completed. Yes! The new world has never been closer. 10% bureaucracy. It's for 5 years. Oh. All that work. I thought it was forever. I thought it was forever. That is heartbreaking. Well, at least these guys have the technocratic ideology now, so they're going to be loyal for a long time. Well, the next steps of the plan still work. Let's go laissez-faire. We can probably negotiate with the intelligentsia. No, we don't need to. Wow, that's passing quite slowly. Is 150 really the base? Wow. Anyway, we'll get laissez-faire, and that's annoying the communists. So yeah, we should probably be suppressing them. We don't need to boost the positivists anymore. Suppress the communists. Yeah, communist movement, pretty big unrest here, and they are going to, yeah, decent distance above 100%, I think. So we are kind of unlikely to be able to avoid this. We'll see. We'll see. We should be able to pass this relatively frictionless. It's only the communists and labor movement who are giving us the stall chance. If we could avoid this rebellion, it would be good, but it's not the end of the world. It will slow us down. That's a lot of our construction that will be taken away. But we are going to suppress them down to marginal, so that will hopefully reduce the impact of the rebellion. And it's not taking my freaking gun factories this time, which are, yeah, as we established. There's a lot of them here, and there's a lot of them here. We do not want them to be yoinked away from us. This should not be being subsidized, by the way. This is enormously productive. I was feeling we weren't making any progress. Sorry, a bit late here. I was feeling like we weren't making any progress on standard living. But look at that. We were basically flat, almost trending down until kind of 1880, maybe that is. Since then, that's up and to the right. That's up and to the right, really. So I'm okay with that. A leader, no. Laissez-faire, by the way, laissez-faire. Other side of the fence in Costa Rica. I can make the trade unions happier. Who cares? Don't want to give them any more attraction. Give me a quick early move to review. That would be nice. 45% chance. That's not what we wanted. Leon Trotsky will walk the talk. Lose some money. 60% chance it loses enactment chance. No, we'll just, sure, give the industrialists some more clout. That's fine. These communists are going to rise up. It's unfortunate. But moving to laissez-faire is really important. And it's not, and yeah, the labor movement is militant, but not going to actually rise up, which is ideal for getting graduated through. Although right now it has a vast stall chance. It wouldn't actually, because the industrialists would stay loyal. So that would be okay. But yeah, we are going to have to fight these guys, unfortunately. Oh, perfect. Chance to lower the gentry assembly power. That sounds good. Yeah, this is going to hurt. This war is going to be a pain. But, I mean, apart from anything else, I built a lot of our military here. In preparation for this war, I should probably be building up some military elsewhere, I guess. Ooh, we have squad infantry. You know what I should do? I should not upgrade them until the war starts. Do we have the equipment for squad infantry? They need radios. I think we have some radios now, don't we? Because it's, oh right, and we have the new training rate. Modifier ones, nice. Do we have radios? They come from, I forget. Oh, we have the new alloy plants. Oh, they need electricity. Okay, we'll keep working on that then. We are building out in electricity, but we need to get these damn people out of the serfdom first. Where the heck do radios come from? Here it is. Yeah, let's start making... Oh, we have a shortage of telecommunications. Where do you get telecommunications from? Telecommunication industry, right? That's what this is. This is called telecommunication industry. Where am I meant to be getting these telecommunications? Here we go. Telecommunication plants. I guess these are like actual, you know, connectors. Are telecommunications a local good? No, I don't think so. It says so here, right? It will say here it's a local good. Yeah, good. So we can make some telecommunications in our electrified provinces. Yeah, but this, I mean, yeah, this is a problem. So let's not upgrade to squad infantry. Trench. Let's get some more trench infantry going in some areas that are not as likely to rebel. This will be useful, and also some more shrapnel artillery. Can't go siege again just because we need the radios. We really should be working on the radios. But yeah, get all that going. Get some more people ready. All we need to do is take one province off them, so it's not going to be a disaster, but it's just because our troops are so good, you know. You know what we should do? We should research a military thing so that they won't have it. Well, you know what? Yeah. Let's not add mobilization options. Because we have some new mobilization options, I think. Let's not add them until this rebels. Yeah, and the Labour movement are mad, but not nearly as mad. So as soon as we pass laissez-faire, we switch to doing graduated taxation. That makes them chill out. And yeah, having been boosted, we cannot let them rebel. Because they would take like the whole freaking country with them. There's the war. We should be able to crush them relatively effectively. Push is the only army that has focused advancing. And I think... yeah, moving into the capital, I think makes sense. We have a 3-to-1 advantage on the front line. You know, I wish it were more. Our troops are still training up. I did build a bunch more troops. Oh, they still have the too many artillery, but it's not causing a big problem. Let's take a look here. Yes, managing to push here. Actually, that's them pushing. No? It's Bulgaria pushing. Right, okay. With us helping. Okay. Managing to make an advance here. Yeah. Lots of people dying for nothing here. We had to go... it's a shame we had to come off laissez-faire and go back to it. But the revolution from the Labour movement is just contained. Just. So hopefully laissez-faire passes this time. We've got pretty good odds. Lots of chances of advance or stalls. Yeah, very good odds that we get this passed before the Labour movement comes into full problem. In war, we shall find peace. Everyone in the opposition gets a bit of progress. Or everyone in opposition loses interest group strength. Yeah, absolutely. I don't care if this one fires. Nice. So yeah, we're making headway, obviously. Well, I suppose not obviously. I shouldn't take these things for granted. But if we weren't going to make headway, I'm inventing flamethrowers and chemical warfare and concrete foundations. So they would have been in trouble. There's like no universities in this area. So they wouldn't have been able to invent the same stuff. In terms of our building plan, by the way, we're doing a huge forestry campaign, this time in the east. Just trying to get more people out of serfdom, basically. 25% in that first battle. Looks like we're pushing in. Oof. Not flawlessly in the second, but we'll see. We'll see. I suppose you kind of expect big communist uprisings if you're going to be a super high pop country, you're going to turbo industrialize an area, and then you're going to completely not give any political representation. We don't have votes, we don't have anything, so it makes sense. But I mean, you're going to rebel. Look at how much you like the situation. I guess if that goes to there, that does make quite a big difference, but like, look at this is you're in a good spot. 96% for this. 41%? Come on. Oh, yes. Okay. There's laissez-faire. Immediately. No hesitation. Graduated taxation. Do it. Make it so. Get the intelligentsia on side. Give them political concessions. Get that passed. Now these guys chill out. We're winning here. Ooh, that one's not going our way, though. Might have to pause the offensive. Get the Marines a bit more organized. Okay, there's flamethrowers. Can we turn those on mid? It cuts the organization by 50%. No, so we can't really. Well, maybe we can on one army. Yeah, let's do this. This, I mean, it's kind of evil. But this does seem like a kind of fun thing to do. We're pausing the offensive. I also want to track supplies of all the petrochem products. We should also track telecommunications. Okay, so we turn on flamethrowers on these guys. Their organization goes way down. We let their organization recover a bit. And then we hit them. Then we hit them with the flamethrowers. And we teach them that, look, workers of Russia, we are working to improve your lot, but we are working to improve your lot. Leave it to those who know best. Okay, so here we go. Approaching 100% organization on the pushing army with a decent ratio. Actually, let's make the ratio just right. I'd like 3 more trench infantry and 6 more shrapnel artillery. No, that's not right. Oh, you're still building some. Okay, well, this is close enough. Whoa, that crushed their organization? Why? That's annoying. Why would that tank your organization? That's bizarre. All right, well, wait for the organization to come back again. Good first event for graduated taxation, by the way. Nice little 10% from philanthropy, and also it gives +1 standard of living. Okay. 3-to-1 outnumbering on the front. Flamethrowers deployed. Army once again fully organized. Experienced defensive planner. Break these rebel bastards. I expect a decisive victory. We cannot afford... Oh, Austria's capitulated. We called in Austria, by the way. That doesn't really matter. And there's our army defense. 104 defense. Oh my god. How are you doing this? They get 20%. Machine gunners. Extra supplies. Holy shit, they're freaking holding. Oh my god. That's annoying. I've pushed flamethrowers out to every army now. We have to wait for all of them to get flamethrowers and try again. Or yes, break them. Break these bastards. You rebel over going back to laissez-faire? It's good for everyone. It's good for the economy, which is good for everyone. Yes. Morale damage. Give me morale damage. Make them surrender. Bust our way through. Belgians joined the power block, by the way. They actually sent us a message asking to join. I didn't even notice that we had them over 200. It's an interesting decision on their part, because, I mean, they're going to be subjugated soon. Alright, it's going to take a while to actually take Kharkov, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Everyone's reorging up. Maybe I shouldn't be reorging up. Shouldn't be giving them an opportunity to. No, they're already at 100%. Jesus Christ. Oh, this war. How many... We're losing... Wait a minute. We're losing war support? We are losing war support. Why? They don't own one of my provinces, do they? They aren't even insurrectionary, by the way. They want to revoke claims. Maybe that's why. Alright, well, we better keep pushing then. You need one more infantry. Alright, my man. Try again. That's more promising. That's more promising. Thank God. I thought this was going to drag on forever. How many men have died so far? You killed about... By the time this war is over, you killed 1 million people. And wounded 2 over a pointless uprising against laissez-faire, which was only being done so we could get graduated taxation. You idiots. This is why the technocrats are in charge. I like role-playing, by the way. It's fun. Oh, now that is a crushing attack. 600,000 versus 150. Oh my days. Look at them die. It's beautiful. Oh, can you tell from the sound of my voice that it's getting quite late? I need to go to bed, but I can't sleep while these rebels are at large. It's just not done. Break them. Break them to a man. It's costing us this offensive. Look at this. This single battle is going to cause huge casualties, but it's going to give us some pretty big gains. Hey, grassroots advance. Nice. Labor movement gets attraction permanently? No. I'll just take some loyalists, thanks. 80%. One more battle. Oh, God. One more battle should do it. Their numbers are dropping. Our numbers are keeping replenished. Nice. Whoa, we're in credit? What the hell? That's crazy. How did that happen? I guess just selling all of these logging camps to the extremely wealthy Russian paper company has been doing it. Nice. Last battle of the war. Oh, 700,000 versus 150. Break them. Closer to 1.5 million dead. 3 million casualties. Have you no shame? You rebels. I gave you everything. Look at this. These beautiful steel mills that I allow you to work in through my benevolence. And you have the indignity to rise up against me, to cause my war support to drop for some reason. I'm not exactly sure why. Theirs is enforced if they control all their states, right? That makes sense. Cease. Hey, mass surveillance. Perfect. Let's get that, yeah, let's get that invested in pronto. Stop pushing. We have theirs. Their war goal is no longer completed. My war goal is completed. They want white peace. Yeah. Yeah. Let's make a white peace. That's what's going to happen now. You bastards. I'm going to continue to invest in these areas because though they are bastards, I love them. I love my people. I will continue to invest to implementation. Nice. I will continue to invest. I will continue to make this place marvelous. But first you must kneel. Jolly good. Jolly good. Okay. And the army has been expanded in the course of this war quite significantly. But it can now stand down. We will throw in an extra... the nationalists is not what I'd love to see there, but armed forces aren't that significant anymore. From farms to factories. Hey, the road to progress. Loyalists. No, we'll take the interest group approval on the industrialists, I think. Keep them above 10 for longer so we can get this. I guess capitalist contribution efficiency doesn't really matter because we've got many times more investment than we have actual spending. So we should correct that. Although not in Kiev, because Kiev has no... Well, it has a bunch of unemployed people, actually. Although that's probably just because it was part of the rebellion. Yeah, don't rebel. Or become unemployed. Simple. But yeah, we're going to build some more. So we have the room in the budget for some significant increases in construction, I think. Okay, good. I'm going to get graduation taxation passed, then I'm going to go to bed. Oh, would you look at that? A new communist political movement that's trending towards militant. Are you fucking kidding me? You bastards. Suppress that fucking movement. How do we fix this? We have to get less radicals, basically. Less radicals and laissez-faire being not so recently enacted will help as well. Yeah. Okay. And once we have this, we can stop bolstering this. What should we be bolstering? There's nothing... I mean, we don't need... Are we getting... do we get loyalists from this? I don't think so. That's not how it works, right? It's just when they get what they want, not afterwards. You want my general. No. Sod off. Oh, hey, Turkey. Turkey exists and Armenia split off. Cool. Yeah, we're going to try and just keep them marginal. As long as they're super marginal, then they shouldn't really matter. Okay, and also give me the max level home affairs. Oh, welcome to demographic stage 4, by the way. What does that give us? We get... Ah, if you get to the next stage, we get... What's this? Threatening... Oh, for fuck's sake. Actually pissed off. Okay, good. It's not making progress. Thank goodness. And there's graduated taxation, which wildly increases our income. Now we can build so much more construction. Okay. Period of turmoil past. I'm going to bed. See you in 1 second after the edit. So, in this new era of graduated taxation, we're now making a lot from dividend taxes. Like a lot. So... we got to spend it. We're going to up our construction. And I have noticed that without my, top-down approval, we have now got 40 automotive industries already active in the country, which is interesting. Oh, hey, can we do this? No, we need electronic components, more plastic and stuff. But yeah, these are going to be pretty impactful. The automotive city center production, or is it city center or infrastructure? No, it's city center, isn't it? Oh, right. Okay, there's airports already, apparently. Cool. We'll do some regional airport routes and hydraulic power plants. We have some of those. I didn't know. Presumably you can only build these in particular places. That's cool. But yeah, that's going to be the cars and the fact that basically, especially on laissez-faire, the private sector is running ahead of me, basically, in terms of building more modern stuff, at least some of the time. And I think that's fine. We'll just, we'll let it do it while we focus elsewhere. like trying to annex up our subjects, basically. But also, yeah, we need to stay up to date on mill tech, of course. So let's do that. Here we, oh shit, here we go again. Type hours here. We're invading District of Columbia. These guys don't have gas attack yet, but they do have flamethrowers. So I like our odds. Yeah, yeah, I like our odds. We were annexing up Argentina, and America decided they wanted to get their capital pillaged. That's not necessarily how they would describe the sequence of events, but that's how I would. Allegedly, you can't use mustard gas against civilian populations. Nonsense. That one might be a bit far. Actually, I think maybe we should take the other side of that event next time it comes up. We're building a second fleet, by the way, with carriers, no less. A new project for the prosperity of Russia. We are going to subsidize all railway infrastructure. I was taking a look. We have a huge amount of unproductive railway infrastructure. There is some that is highly productive. But we have a lot of unproductive railway infrastructure in places that isn't employing up and therefore resulting in infrastructure deficits. So we're going to start subsidizing it all across the country. It's only about 60,000 cost to us right now, so not really a big deal. There are some power plants that I can probably stop subsidizing. Like I built some here, didn't I? Yes, good. So we can switch this onto assembly lines, making that, look at that, 50 productivity. Some of these entertainment places are mad productive, by the way. Is it the ones in Moscow? Where the hell's Moscow gone? 85 productivity on these things. Pretty darn good. And that can still get higher. You know, we go to silent cinema. There's no, you know what? Yeah, that's a good point. Let's electrify Moscow. But yes, with the electrification here, we can go to electric hearth. Holy shit, 86 productivity on that. We're short people here, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Okay, let's get some automation then. Get those rotary valves in. It's going to cause a bunch of unemployment, probably, but that's fine. There's other work for them to do here. We're building a lot of logging camps as well across the country. We are getting to the point where I feel like our construction budget is getting too big. The game is slowing down, but we'll keep going a bit more. So there's a Qing radical revolt right now, by the way, a big one. And the great powers are getting involved. Prussia and France have lined up on one side. Austria, Spain, Hungary lined up on the other. Hungary not a great power, obviously. We're just sitting here massively modernizing. Electrical components, plastics, tanks. We have tanks now. They're not great. We haven't actually... Have we made any tanks? I don't think we've actually made any tanks, but we're just doing a lot of building. Our GDP line is going up and away. Number of peasants still not declining much, but proportion peasants. Look at that. No longer the biggest pop group, now laborers. Of course, now we need to work on moving laborers to being other things, which means building even more stuff and then putting in labor-saving PMs, because these tend to reduce the number of laborers, which means you can shift those laborers to doing something else. What I'm going to do once this production queue is finished is I'm going to go through and electrify all my industries. This will result in some of them becoming wildly unprofitable because of electricity shortages, but I think that's the easiest way to just see where all the deficits of electricity are and then mass build electrical plants in those places. Dealing with local goods is getting a little tedious, trying to manage all the local infrastructure needs, all the local... what am I trying to say here? Electricity needs, and I'm thinking I had fun playing as America, I have fun playing as Russia. We need to play someone small, and Belgium seems like a good go-to. I want to experience the later game of this mod, but once I have 10,000 production and we're just kind of cranking everything out, I think playing as Belgium would be interesting. And trying to, you know, really pay attention to what you're doing in your states, really have limits on how many people you have. I think that would be interesting. And a Belgium game where you're friendly with Britain, and you know you're only able to grab a bit of the Congo. I think that would be interesting. But anyway, let's keep going because I definitely want to try out my new military. China has humiliated us in the past, and I look forward to deploying the 110 stack of squad infantry and siege artillery to blast their way through the Qing lines. Seems very satisfying. Who's going to win this war? By the way, probably the Radical Revolt, interestingly. With Prussia and France on side, I think they're probably set to win. Cool. So we'll have a radical Qing. So radical meaning, you know, voting, right? Yeah, universal suffrage. Still so subjecthood in Qing. It's going to be difficult. What does Great Qing have? They also have subjecthood. No wonder they've got some rebellion problems. But yeah, we're going to electrify everything. We're going to get a hugely modern military, and then we're going to just slam it into Qing in a final glory, blaze of glory. And look at these guys. I mean, they've got flamethrowers, they've got chemical weapons, they've got machine guns, they've got aerial reconnaissance, they've got motorized reconnaissance. It's going to be bonkers. I made a mistake. I just noticed that loads of our places had too much government administration. Oh, sorry, too little. They didn't have enough tax capacity. So I built a bunch of extra government administration, forgetting that we were just about to switch to the new type of government administration that uses telephones. And so we went to plus 45,000 bureaucracy, which is a little much when an institution costs 3,000. We might as well get rid of the concept of death at work. That's fine. More food security we don't need. Food is cheap. We don't want more welfare payments. We don't really care. Well, I suppose diminishing... I love the things that this game makes you say. Diminishing the political strength of people who are receiving welfare would be kind of good for our industrialist-led government. But not really a big deal. I've slightly overdone the downgrades in a couple of these places. It's fine. It takes like no time to build these. So that'll do. Right, now, Ingra, we need quite a few less. Let's keep like 10k. Cool. This is going to create quite a lot of unemployment at various parts of our country, but I'm going to save the budget a bunch, which we can just plow straight back into, what's that then? What's that now? An Iraqi revolt. Oh boy, you're going to regret that. Send in the self-propelled artillery, the mechanized infantry, and the light tanks. What have they got? Skirmish infantry with like muskets. Not quite muskets, but oh, you screwed up. Yeah, so good. That will help the budget a bit. We can just put it all into construction instead. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to start recording then. The other thing I'm doing is building a power plant in every I've decided a different way to handle power. I'm building a power plant in every province, and then I'm going to set it on auto expand. All right, Qing, rival me, will you? Oh, let's go make them regret it. Okay, so I think I am going to end this campaign here. It's not that slow going through each week. And I mean, if we go to speed 5, it does still speed up. So we could, I mean, but yeah, the monthly ticks are getting really, sorry, not the monthly ticks, the weekly ticks are getting quite slow. Opening and closing the building window, starting to get a little laggy. And I'm quite picky about lag. So, Qing, by the way, the absolutist version won that war. So what do they do on trade? No, they are into protection now. Anyway, China has humiliated us too many times. Let's go out in a blaze of glory. We're going to take Beijing. They are recognized now. So this is going to seriously, seriously increase our infamy. But we're going to take that. You're going to return all my claims. Thusly, which gets us to where? I forget how much this actually takes. There. Okay, so it doesn't take these. And we're also going to take... yeah, here and here, so that we can connect everything up nicely. A nice A3 infamy. I would like Shaanxi as well, ideally. Shaanxi. 24, 26.2. Yeah, sure, we're a pariah. Come at me. World, I am not scared. We mobilize. If the whole world declares war on us, that could be interesting, but it would screw up our trade situation. Anyway, mobilize the forces, go to the front. Let's redeem ourselves for our previous losses. Why are you understacked? Ah, yes, I see. We can fix that. Everybody to the front. Everybody. Amazing. Everyone that we have treaties with, by the way, are going to break them because we've gone to a pariah. which is, you know, it's fine because it's the end. Okay, war with Qing. We are a little bit short on automobiles by like 1,000, which is not ideal, but we're subsidizing the automobile industries, so they will soon be much, much bigger. We're going to do a standard ground invasion, just see how that goes, and then we will also deploy our beautiful new carrier fleets to see how we can do with an invasion of the capital. But for now, all it takes... We don't actually have anyone. Here we go. Someone with at least a small attack bonus. Give me a battle. We outnumber them, which is pretty funny. We won't for long because they're mobilizing a huge number of troops, obviously. But men mostly at 100% organization, 150 attack. Oh my god. And here we go. 50 defense. Even numbers. 3 times the stats. Oh my god, it's practically 10 to 1 odds. And yeah, all of our relationships are breaking down worldwide, but it doesn't really matter because, again, you know, it's the end. This is not, I don't really consider this war canon necessarily. This is just to show that how far our military has come. Glorious. So yes, we could absolutely just smash through if we wanted to. But perhaps more pleasingly, how about a naval invasion of Beijing? And, excuse me, how we've got too many cavalry with no cavalry. Just reduce the artillery a bit, I guess. There's different types, by the way. We're using SPAA rather than heavy tanks because they have more kill rate. Let's do a simultaneous invasion of Haipei and Beijing. Glorious. So here comes probably the only fight that will happen at sea during this war. Only 55 for offense, which is not actually great, because it's only deployed the scout cruisers, interestingly. I wonder why. Why I only deployed the scout cruisers into that fight. I want to see the carriers do some obliteration. Anyway, here we go trying to land. They are sending 400 units to oppose our 400, which is not nearly enough. And we capture so much land with a single battle. Look at this. One battle and you take the province. Boom. Wait for it. See if it does it again. Okay, not quite. It does take 2 battles this time. How much did we occupy the first time? No, we did occupy it. It's just that there's also a battle here. Hang on. No, we got 62%. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good. These armies have provinces captured. Plus 4%? What are you talking about? Oh no, there we go. Battle occupation. Battle occupation. Plus 150%. Got your capital, Qing. Nice. Yeah, absolutely just tearing across the Qing countryside here. It's all one front line again. But we're just occupying stuff at a truly heinous rate. Let's get this guy promoted up. Someone must have died. Truly heinous rate of occupation. And we can research techs in 17 months even for stuff as advanced as like rocketry. It's kind of bananas. We never did get to international organizations, by the way, that limited desire on subjects. But yeah, Qing's war support must surely be... It's not even... I wouldn't say it's collapsing. I guess because they haven't had many casualties. I mean, they've had quite a lot. 1.5 million casualties, but... Colonial expedition in St. Petersburg. Oh, exhibition. Right, that makes more sense. I was thinking, expedition? Where are you going? We found the world. Oh, good. No one's dying in the workplace anymore. Nice. This was a fun campaign. Look at this. We're absolutely blitzing through. And if we take a look, by the way, you know, main potential enemies, people like Britain, they're not nearly this good. 70, 100 average. We're at 130 average on some of these units. So we are wildly, wildly more powerful than the British. And our GDP is going absolutely parabolic, which is always fun. Sure, build more of these. Build. Oh yeah, we just became obsessed with art, fine art as well. So we could make just staggering amounts of money from building a bunch of fine art if we want to, which is kind of fun. I believe the way obsessions work is that the pops will just always consume more and more and more and more of the good. I think it makes it... I mean, fine art is one of those goods they do consume forever anyway, but Oh, it's something to do with them still buying it even if they can't afford it, I think. Which is going to be kind of bonkers with fine art, isn't it? Let's take a look at fine art in the thing here. See if we can tell from the where's it gone? Surely art is a luxury product. There it is. Yes. Yeah, the price of that going up a bit recently. Not hugely, though. But look at that. 10,000 buy orders for pop consumption. That's insane. We're making 1,000 locally. Sorry, 2,000 from Art Academy and entertainment areas. We just make an absolutely staggering amount of money. Oh, I just thought we're doing to Ching, by the way. Yikes. You should surrender, Ching, so that we can end this famine. We are going to want all this stuff, though. This starts the great game between us and Britain, by the way, once we conquer this land, which is kind of the great game. Remember, is over dominance of the Middle East because of it's relevant to a threat to British India if Russia controls too much of the Middle East. So I wonder if the journal will still fire. It probably will. A zoo. Sure. Molecular biology. We are getting advanced. Austria is demanding cut down to size. Alright, cool. So we'll see. I think people are really likely to join cut down to size wars. So I wonder, we'll see. Us versus the world. Who will win? First we'll crush. Here we can move our people back to this front line really, really quickly. In a cut down to size war, I don't think you get any bonuses to like adding stuff for less infamy, do you? No. That's a shame. Anyway, Ching, if you could surrender, I need to go focus on Europe, please. All right, we'll accept peace without Shanxi just to make sure we can get our troops back to Europe on time. But there we go. Yoink. The humiliation of China is complete. Our government is 100% legitimate. We have Hindustan, Prussia, Prussia, Austria, Hungary, and Britain all lining themselves up in this cut down to size war. In order to win, what they have to do is take St. Petersburg. So let's mobilize some troops to St. Petersburg and the rest to the front line. And I know what we should do. Let's make the world burn, baby. Let's raise 3,000 mechanized infantry. There is no shot that the world has enough production of goods to keep these people going, but let's do it anyway. And that was if we were allowed to trade with the world. A lot of it we're not right now. And thus war breaks out. And yes, we are indeed short of a lot of automobiles. Amusingly, a lot of our troops haven't actually reached the front yet because they all got exiled in China, so they're coming back really slowly. But then suddenly they speed up. Okay, never mind. There they are. Weird. Let's see, how are these battles going? Yeah, not much defense because our men are really badly disorganized from having been exiled, which is very dumb because they were fighting here, and then when they win, they're suddenly exiled and it tanks their organization. But I'm not stressed because even if we lose the first couple of battles, whoa, 190 offense? How the hell do you have 190 offense? Maybe this would actually be a problem. Where did you get 200 offense from? That's insane. But yeah, I think we'd probably still win, especially with our, yeah, it's not possible to command this levy. I've made it too big. We'll have to split it into a series of smaller armies in order to actually make it possible to have high enough generals to command it. The game really isn't designed to handle armies this big, obviously. Send them to the front. I think it's quite a fun way to end a campaign. Just a ludicrous total war. Get this guy all promoted up. To the front with you. We are narrowly holding them here, it looks like. Yeah, because that home division did actually have full organization. But lots of casualties on both sides. So maybe we weren't actually quite ready to take on the whole world. It's a good thing this is just a simulation, you know. We are holding Sind, looks like. Ooh, it's close. But we're holding. Look at those casualties. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, some invasions, some pushing in here. Oh my god, GDP continuing to skyrocket from all of this military spending, by the way. Anyway, we would hold this. We have overall we have 103 defense, and that's rising rapidly because lots of our guys are disorganized, and we outnumber them 2-1 and rising as our men all get mobilized. So we would win this. 2-1, Jesus Christ. A front line stretching from the Baltic to the Adriatic, and we outnumber them 2-1 on it. Excellent. So quick look at our game here. We had a lot of promote manufacturing decrees down by the end, just kind of everywhere. Then we had some huge extractive regions, of course, like the Urals, like Baku, like Texas and California. Obviously, we look at Texas. Look at that, 73 million GDP in Texas, 33 million there, with basically no urban buildings, apart obviously from our vast oil refineries in Texas. Look at that thing. This has a balance of 434,000. Good lord. Saudi Aramco reveling in those dividends, but of course, a fair amount of it going in taxes. Beautiful. Income-wise, dividend taxes topped 4.4 million. Hell yes. Well, we had 10 million flowing into the investment pool each month. Jesus Christ. That's pretty substantial. 1 million income taxes. Without being at war, we could be at very low taxes and still be wildly profitable. All in all, pretty good. You can see our GDP centers really very much in that kind of early areas where we got our big steel, motor, alloy, tooling industries all going. Standard of living, by the way, we were at 15 at various points. Dipped down a little bit with this recent slight economic turmoil caused by this war. But there you go. The Russian Republic. It's corporate state, technocracy, multiculturalism, total separation. Beautiful. With laissez-faire free trade and graduated, the wonderful graduated taxation. I revoked all the amendments that gave the armed forces power, by the way, so you will notice that we are at 60% clout on the industrialists. Very nice. Very nice indeed. The only thing we didn't really get a handle on is there's still quite a few radicals, but we are creating loyalists at a sizable click now, especially now we are so legitimate. And I think we call it a series there. And the series is one video long. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I did. And next time, yes, smaller country, Belgium. Or maybe the Netherlands, you know, conquering Belgium early. Because the Netherlands starting with East Indies is kind of fun. But yes, the other thing I'm going to do, having played this game and enjoyed working out supply lines and things, is I'm going to go and see if City Skylines 2 is any good now. So I think I'm going to play that before Belgium. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I know there was some chaos along the way. I had fun. See you next time.